Good morning and welcome back to Brands Hatch on this Easter weekend special of motorsport. It is day number 2, plenty of great racing yesterday, more to come across this morning and the afternoon. 12 races to enjoy today. We got BMWs, we got pickups, we've got Caterhams, we've got the MG Owners Club and 3 races in our headline act, the British Truck Racing Championship. Plenty of fans already taking their spots early on this morning. Hopefully going to get those stands packed behind us as well. If you were watching yesterday, you would have seen twice in the British truck racing, they barely got round Druids without a little bit of collision. Fingers crossed today, we get a little bit more of a clean takeaway and no red flags. We'll wait and see. Sit back, relax, enjoy your chocolate breakfast. Our first race of the day is the second of the weekend for the pickups, and I spoke to a few of the drivers before we went racing. Okay, ahead of our first race of the day is the second race of the weekend for the pickups. I'm here with Mark Willis. Mark, second overall in the championship last season, looking to go one better this year. Didn't go your way yesterday though. Talk us through it.
Last year was good in the end, really. You know, when we got to November, I mean, George was out on his own, but then he didn't turn up at the last meeting, so it allowed us all to have a go at it at the last round, you know. And we come through and got a second, so we was happy with that. But we didn't have the best of starts yesterday, to be honest. Qualifying didn't go too bad. We're all on these new shocks now, so we're all just scratching our head a little bit with them and trying to get everything set up and chasing around a little bit with no practice. But yeah, had a bit of contact and broke a wheel, so put me to the back and we had to come in and the lads changed the wheel and I managed to finish, which is what it's all about really. So hoping for a better day today. Now
I know you were sort of partying barbecues last night, but all the work has been done this morning?
Yeah, we do the car first, that's priority, you know. Got a good team of blokes around me and they all help out nice and they give their weekends up to come and help me. So we got the car done and then we just have a little bit of a barbecue, yeah, and then an early night.
And in terms of kind of like the season, your ambitions must be to go one better than last year.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times I've been second in the championship now.
I think it's
they call it the bridesmaid, is it, or something? I don't know. But yeah, look, I'm enjoying every weekend I come away. When I don't enjoy it, I'll stop coming. So I'm enjoying every weekend. The lads come with me. And then at the end of the year, if we're in with a shout, we're in with a shout. But, you know, I'm getting to the point now where I can come away at weekends, be thankful that I'm doing it. I've got some great help, some great sponsors. And, yeah, just enjoying it at the moment.
Last question. You mentioned you've been doing it a long time. You've got pedigree. You've got Euro cars and hot rods, now pickups. You've been doing this a seriously long time.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it? I mean, when you think about it, I suppose I started racing about 11, 12 years old in the mini stocks on the short ovals. And
just 20 years ago?
Yeah, I wish. And I suppose apart from COVID, I don't think we even had a season off, you know. Brilliant. So you look back and you think of the times that you've had. Would you change anything? I don't think you would, because of the friends and that you've met over the years. And you know, and the racing that we've done, you could never replace them times. So as long as we're still enjoying it, we're going to carry on.
Right. Mark, best of luck. 2 races today. Good luck.
Thanks very much.
Cheers,
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, let's go and see who else we can find in the pickup paddock.
Thanks very much.
And I've come a little bit further down the paddock and found last year's champion, Rhys Jones. Rhys, when we spoke after the race yesterday, you were a little bit disappointed with third. Naturally, I imagine. Any chance to reflect on that result yesterday?
Yeah, just a few problems with the setup, really. We went back to about 9th, I believe, on the start. So we just tried to get in a rhythm to get ourselves back where we need to go, but the truck wasn't handling the best we've had it. Yeah. Qualifying was much better. So hopefully we've changed a few things and we'll see what happens in this one.
I mean, I've just seen you polishing the car behind us with your own hands. What else have you done with the car overnight?
We've had an axle change, the caster and camber change, yeah, bit of everything really, so yeah.
Now, you've got a massive challenge on your hands this year with Mr Simpson on the grid. What are you going to do today to overhaul him?
Yeah, Matt's quick. He didn't show a great deal of pace in qualifying, but he's got the race pace and he's got the craft, so you've got to try and break the craft. Yeah, I think we'll have a good go.
Brilliant. First race up today, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers, mate.
Right, let's go motor racing for the first time today. Sit back, relax, grab that chocolate. Mr Dave Goddard, over to you.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Good morning and happy Easter, ladies and gents. Welcome to Brands Hatch, the home of motorsport in the southeast of England for day 2 here on Easter weekend. And of course, Easter weekend Brands Hatch means only one thing: it's time to go truck racing, the opening weekend of the season for the British Truck Racing Championship. But a very busy programme of support races as well. 12 races in total to bring you here today. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action as ever. We've got a qualifying session going on at the moment for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. There's just a couple of minutes to go there, and then we'll be ready for our first race, which is the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They have 2 races today. Their season opened yesterday with former British touring car man Matt Simpson taking the win. Then it's the first of 3 truck races today. It was a rather fraught day for the trucks yesterday. Ryan Smith going for his 8th consecutive title in Division 1 this year, while Division 2 will be somewhat more open. Then we have the Morph My Caterham Graduates Racing Club. They have 3 classes running on 2 separate grids this weekend. The Sigma 135 class cars will have a 20-minute race. That's followed by the Mini Challenge, sponsored by Virtue Motors, their Mini Challenge trophy category. Some of the saloon car stars of the future taking part in their BMW Minis. This season opened yesterday. Tom Ovenden was the winner on that occasion. Caterham Graduates, it was Richard Groom. Then we have a lunch break before the first race for the cars that are qualifying now, the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship for everything MG, old and new. Then the second truck race of the day, that's followed by a 20-minute race for the Kumho BMW Championship. It's reigning champion James Card, who took the win in yesterday's first race after a battle with Jason West. Then we have the other Morph My Caterham Graduates Racing Club classes, the Sigma 150 and Sig Max classes. Slightly more powerful machines than the Sigma 135s, as the name suggests. 135, 150 brake horsepower, Sig Max is at 140 brake horsepower. And then after that, you'll have the grand final, as it's known this year, for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. They have 3 races across the weekend. After that, we'll have the afternoon finale for the British Truck Racing Championship. There's a grid walk prior to that. I'm sure our man on the ground, Pointy, will be talking to a few people down there. Then the Mini Challenge again, and then our final race, which is for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Qualifying is coming to an end very shortly for the MGs. It is currently number 25 of Scott Bugner, who is quickest. Different classes in this series. The quickest class is Class Z for MG ZRs and ZSs, the newest cars in this championship. There's also Class F, which, as the name suggests, is for MGFs. And Class A, which isn't for MGAs, it's A for Abingdon, for where the older MGs are built. We've got some MGBs and an MG Midget in that category. So it's MGs young and old here at Brands Hatch. We would also have Class B as well for the MG Maestros, but we haven't got any entries in Class B this weekend. But it is Scott Bugner who is quickest in number 25, ahead of the reigning champion Steve McDermott, the reigning 2-time champion in his ZR, is second fastest. The number 83, Phil Walker, in third at the moment. The checkered flag will be out in just a few seconds' time to end this qualifying session. Quickest MGF is number 44, Martin Wills. And the quickest classic car, looking further down the timing, is Will Sharp in his MG Midget. We saw him in his ZR last season. We've got a truck show taking place at trackside. Nice to see some of our show trucks on display. Plenty of other attractions. We've got a fairground ride, even monster truck rides taking place at trackside today. Very much a family fun weekend here at Brands Hatch. This Easter weekend, the checkered flag has just gone out on our qualifying session for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Sunny but slightly cool day here at Brands Hatch, just to the east of London in Kent. Racing on the shorter Indy circuit today, the 1.2 mile layout. It's the first of 7 weekends for the British Truck Racing Championship this year. There's the monster truck we mentioned, the Red Dragon, based in the Midlands, always attends the truck weekends at Brands Hatch. All the fun of the fair alongside it. Wouldn't mind to go on those Dodgem cars myself. It was a slightly fraught day for the trucks, as we mentioned yesterday. We had a bit of a pile-up at Druids on the opening lap when Stephen Powell tagged Jock Borthwick, and they went spinning, taking a couple of other trucks with them. And then in the second race, it was red flagged early when Ricky Collett's MAN suffered an explosion. I think it was the turbo that blew up on his MAN, depositing oil all over the Sir Jack Brabham Straight, and the race had to be called early. It was Ryan Smith who took a couple of wins as he begins his quest for an 8th consecutive title in Division 1, while Adam Bint and John Powell were the winners in Division 2. Give us a wave there, one of our camera operators on the roof of the hospitality suite here at Brands Hatch, enjoying the sunshine. Thanks to all our camera persons out there today, braving the slightly cold weather yesterday. I won't make too many remarks on the weather, we don't want to put the commentator's curse on it. Hello to everybody watching on our YouTube stream already. Quick hello to Tim Morant, I recognise that name. Races in the Jaguar Challenge. He was out at Silverstone a couple of weeks ago with his Castrol Jaguar. There's another one of our camera persons on the gantry there. See, it is quite warm today, a bit of a heat haze here at Brands Hatch in Kent. One of our commenters, I hope to see the Alan Forster MG today. That's the Montego estate, isn't it? Liveried in the old Volvo estate BTCC colours. I don't think Alan's here, unfortunately. I didn't see him in qualifying, so sorry to disappoint you there. We've still got a good mixture of MGs, young and old. Let's just take you, if we can, through the results of qualifying. Scott Bugner, number 25, has qualified quickest in his ZR, ahead of Steve McDermott, number 1, the reigning champion. Third quickest, number 83, Phil Walker. Then we've got Andy Heitman, number 60. 88 is 5th fastest, that's Jack Chapman. 6th fastest, Mark Grant in 46. 7th quickest, number 3, Adrian Olsen. 8th, number 44, Martin Wills. That's the first of the MGFs, the top 7 all in ZRs. 9th quickest, the ZR of number 22, which is James Wade, not of darts fame. And 10th quickest, number 30, which is Andrew Robinson in his ZR. 11th quickest, the MGF of number 42, Simon Kendrick. 12th fastest, number 5, Stuart Plotnick with his MGF. But I did see that car being towed off track during the session after a breakdown, so hopefully he's okay for the race. 82, Jimmy Work is 13th quickest in his ZR. 14th, we've got number 53, Mark Baker, won the championship in the MGF class last season. 15th, number 76, which is Darren Leonard in his ZR. 16th fastest, number 80, Phil Dicker, the ex-Hot Rod racer in his ZR. 17th is number 67, Jake McDermott, son of Steve, in his ZR. He was in Class B last season for the lower capacity, the less powerful ZRs, and one with the MG Maestros. Finished second in the class points. Then we've got the classic cars further back. 18th fastest is number 66, Will Sharp, in his MG Midget. Switched back to his Midget, he was racing his ZR last season. 19th quickest, number 11, Chris Millard, in his MGB. And that's as far as I got before the timing screen went blank, because it's almost time for our first race of the day, which is for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. Now, these pickup trucks, if you've not seen them before, they're certainly not the typical pickup trucks you might see your local tradespeople driving around. These are very highly specialised space frame racing machines indeed. 2-litre race-tuned engines, very close racing indeed. Qualifying took place yesterday, and just to liven things up a bit, the top 6 in qualifying were reversed. So quickest in qualifying was Michael Smith, number 93, but he lines up 6th. 6th quickest was Matt Simpson, number 30, so he's on pole, and he won the first race yesterday. He starts alongside the man we heard from earlier, 65, Mark Willis. Second row, number 40, reigning champion Rhys Jones, and 72, Alan Cooper. Third row, 83, Dale Gent. He was fighting for the lead in yesterday's race alongside the 93 of Michael Smith. Row 4 is 41, Aaron Thompson, alongside the 89 of Chris Brockhurst. On row 5, number 12, Paul Tompkins had a spin while fighting for the lead yesterday, so watch for him coming through. Starts alongside the number 5 of Dan Fisher. Row 6, 39, which is Danny Hunt, and 21, Dean Tompkins, son of Paul. Row 7, number 84, which is Matt Moore, making his debut in the pickups this weekend, alongside the number 71 of Simon Ward. Row 8 is number 3, Jeff Simpson, father of Matt. 13, Richard Ayling alongside him. And newcomer Russell Smith, number 25, starts from the back. 17 pickups out there in total. One truck I think we are missing, yes, is the number 29 of Tom Hutchins. He unfortunately broke down in yesterday's race, so he hasn't made it back out. So it'll be a rolling start behind the pace car. These rear-wheel drive 2-litre engine pickups, possibly the closest you get on BARC TV to NASCAR style racing, of course, similar to the NASCAR Craftsman trucks. Pace car leads them down the drop of Paddock Hill Bend, one of the scariest corners in British motor racing. And up towards the right at Druids, Matt Simpson, the former British touring car race winner, on the pole. Rhys Jones, the reigning champion, in the pink truck on row 2. There's Paul Tompkins, the black and green number 12. Rhys Jones winning the title last year. Of course, it was George Taricki who won the previous 2 championships in 2019 and 2021. Because of the pandemic, the 2020 championship did not run. Taricki now back in National Hot Rods on the short ovals. He was racing at Skegness on Good Friday. Through the left of Graham Hill Bend, then along the Cooper Straight. It's not quite straight, there is a kink to the left in it. Then into the left-hander at Surtees. The right at McLaren and Clearways, then through Clark Curve to the end of the lap. Matt Simpson and Mark Willis lead them round then. First of 12 races today here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Sunday. It is time to go racing. Looking forward to a great day's racing ahead. There's newcomer Russell Smith at the back in the number 25 truck. Jeff Simpson just ahead of him, the number 3. Up towards the green flag, the red lights will greet them. When they go out, we will go racing. Matt Simpson and Mark Willis lead them up towards the red lights. 18 laps the distance, and here we go. Great start by Matt Simpson from pole position in the number 30, going for his double into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. He takes up the lead. Rhys Jones trying to get through on the inside of Mark Willis. Are they all going to get round the first corner okay? It looks like they are. Charge up Halewood Rise towards Druids Hill Bend. It's Simpson who leads, side by side for second between Jones and Willis. They're overlapping further behind. Fourth is the black number 83 of Dale Gent. Then we've got the 72 of Alan Cooper. Michael Smith trying to move through behind on the inside of Aaron Thompson, the number 41. Bit of a slide there from Smith. He and Thompson go wide onto the grass down the Cooper Straights. And that was cold tyres possibly for Michael Smith. But it is the number 30 of Matt Simpson who has the early lead. Not the best of starts for Chris Brockhurst there, the 89, the ex-Super Silhouette racer. He's dropped back in the DLRD, Dave Longhurst Racing Developments run truck. Around the outside goes Alan Cooper, and Mark Willis is dropping back there, the 65. Cooper's gone through, so has Paul Tompkins. Don't tell me Mark Willis is in trouble again. He had to make a pit stop due to a damaged wheel in yesterday's race. He's dropped quite a considerable distance back. Leader is Matt Simpson, under fire from the local man Rhys Jones. Third is Dale Gent, then it's Cooper. Paul Tompkins up in a 5th place in the number 12, the former World Banger Racing champion. There's his son Dean. He's had a good start as well. He's gained a few places. He's gained 4 places on the first lap alone. He's now on the tail of Mark Willis, with Michael Smith after that mistake at Graham Hill Bend on the first lap just behind him. 2 leaders nose to tail as they head through Surtees for the second time up towards McLaren. Willis does seem to be struggling here. He's dropped another couple of places back. He's got Danny Hunn, the number 39, behind him, and Aaron Thompson's dropped back as well, the 41, the former Brick Car Trophy racer in his Clio. First full season in pickups this year. He's dropped quite a way back on the opening few laps. Simpson leads. Dean Tompkins under fire as Mark Willis tries to recover. Rhys Jones in second. It's Dale Gent in third in the Dale Earnhardt Tribute liveried truck. Of course, not using number 3, that was Dale's number. That's Jeff Simpson. He's further back down the order. Through Graham Hill Bend. There's Alan Cooper in 4th. He's got ahead of Paul Tompkins, then Dean Tompkins, Michael Smith, then a gap. This is Danny Hunn, 39, leading Brockhurst. Dan Fisher in the number 5. There's Jeff Simpson, the number 3. That's the ex-Roger Dormer truck. First few are breaking away now. This is the battle for the lower reaches of the top 10. The Scrapco truck of number 39, Danny Hunn. About 4 or 5 members of his family have raced in National Hot Rods over the years. Ricky Hunn was a world champion in the 1990s, and Aaron Thompson banging wheels there with Jeff Simpson. I think Jeff Simpson raced against Aaron's dad Steve in his days in the Eurocar series back in the 90s, the Space Frame Mondeos. Jeff Simpson was one of the first to race in the pickups back then when they came along. When Sonny Howard continued in his efforts to bring NASCAR-style racing to the UK. It's Matt Simpson who sets the pace. Began his career, like Mark Willis, in mini stocks as a teenager. then moved on into Legends cars. He did National Hot Rods, before progressing through to pickups onto the circuits, and then into British touring cars for a couple of years with his Honda Civic, taking a memorable win at Alton Park a few years ago. This is the battle for fourth position. Alan Cooper, ex-Formula 2 stock car racer, heads them through, and there's been a change for ninth position there. That's Dan Fisher has got through. I think Dan Fisher's having issues with his transponder though, the number 5. Hasn't come through on that lap, but he is there. 3 line astern for the lead now. Dale Gent putting Rhys Jones under pressure down the hill into the tricky left-hander of Graham Hill Bend. Very easy to seem to run wide on the exit there. It's along the Cooper straights. Next group headed by Cooper. Tompkins, father and son parents, like Dean Tompkins, has got ahead of his father up into 5th position. Indeed he has. Behind them, Michael Smith, the man from the northeast. He's raced in Formula 1 stock cars in the past. Former pickup champion several years ago. Dan Fisher is up into 8th place ahead of Hun, and it's Brockhurst who completes the top 10. This is the fight for 4th over the line. Into lap 6 now, this 18-lap race. Matt Simpson still hanging on in the lead, looking for his double. Had a win in the last race of 2022 here at Brands Hatch as well, when Rhys Jones took the title. Matt Simpson competing the full season, he tells us, this year, so he could be a favourite for the championship here, certainly. Dale Gent has done the fastest lap of the race, 51.773 for the black number 83. Ex-short oval man, also used to race a very modified Subaru Impreza in the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship. Up to the Sir Jack Brabham straights once again. Where's Mark Willis got to? He's down in 11th place. All 17 trucks that started still running. As we said, we had one non-starter, Tom Hutchins, number 29, had problems in yesterday's race. Looks like Dean Tompkins may have got through into 4th. Indeed he has. Alan Cooper's lost a couple of spots on that last lap. Paul Tompkins has got through as well, and now Michael Smith having a go. Well, we've got James Wade racing in the MGs and Michael Smith in the pickups. Darts, anyone? It's Michael Smith's namesake, the current World Darts champion. He's all over the tail of Alan Cooper here, the 72, the ex-Formula 2 stock car racer. More proficient on shale tracks than tarmac. As to the inside, Rhys Jones as they come out of Clark Curve. He's going to try and take the lead as they come down the pit straight. Matt Simpson will try and fight back on the outside. Has Jones got the move done? Into Paddock Hill Bend? Yes, he has. Rhys Jones takes the lead. And Dale Gent will now try and follow him into 2nd place. Just squeezing down the inside into Druid. Simpson trying to fight back. He'll try and get alongside into Graham Hill Bend this time. Down the hill they go. Rhys Jones has the lead. Simpson almost out onto the grass. He won't get the line for Graham Hill Bend. He slots back into 2nd place in the Simpson race exhaust truck. 3rd place it is Dale Gent. Terrific fight between these three, much closer than yesterday. Through Clark Curve, onto the pit straight once again. 8 laps completed this time, so we're coming up towards halfway in this 2nd of 3 races this weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. The results of races 1 and 2 determine the grid for race 3, so they're effectively qualifying heats. Although again, the top 6 are reversed. So Jones and Simpson will be the top qualifiers here, I imagine. That'll mean they will occupy row 3. Paul Tompkins has now got ahead of his son Dean up into 4th place. He's very sideways there out of Druids. Not easy to put the power down in these rear-wheel drive trucks. Seem to have lost somebody further back. Yes, 89 Chris Brockhurst has pulled into the pits, so he's got a problem, unfortunately. Chris's first season in pickups this year. He's raced in the Super Silhouette space frame cars with a Vauxhall Tigra clone, effectively National Hot Rods on a circuit. Matt Simpson was successful in those as well, if I remember correctly. And Matt Simpson's old National Hot Rod now in the hands, and Super Silhouette car now in the hands of Ian Hales. 4 cars together for 4th place. Paul Tompkins, Alan Cooper up the inside there, and Matt Simpson almost bump drafting Rhys Jones. as they lap the slowing Russell Smith there, number 25, the newcomer. Jones ran a bit wide there going into Graham Hill Bend, and look at this down there, oh goodness me, bouncing off each other there. That was Dean Tompkins and Alan Cooper. Cooper nearly spun it onto the grass. He's down to 7th, but he managed to recover it. It's all getting a bit dicey there in the battle for 4th place. It's not over yet because Michael Smith now having a go at Dean Tompkins. They're not supposed to be bump drafting each other. This isn't NASCAR Craftsman truck racing. One or two British drivers have competed in NASCAR in recent years. We saw Dario Franchitti, the IndyCar star, several years ago, and Stevie Hodgson, who's raced in Eurocar and I think briefly in pickups as well, did have a couple of goes at NASCAR. Meanwhile, Dale Gent up the inside, trying to take 2nd place away from Simpson, and he's done it, up into 2nd place. They're sliding about all over the place. I'm wondering if there's a bit of fluid down, actually. Maybe from Chris Brockhurst's truck. He's been into the pits. Oh, Mark Willis has pulled into the pits as well, so his weekend still proving a tough one. But Rhys Jones continues to lead, the local man from Herne Bay. Used to race in saloon cars here at Brands Hatch with a Honda Civic, among other things. Slightly unusual because most of the drivers in pickup racing come from a short oval background. That's where Dale Gent started out his career. His father Mark was a short oval racer and organised even some short oval truck racing events, would you believe, in the early 2000s. Matt Simpson, his oval heritage well known. His father Jeff, who's further down the field in 13th place, was a national hot rod racer. Matt, we've already mentioned his career. There's Aaron Thompson, number 41. He's in 9th place, holding off Danny Hunn in the 39. They lap Russell Smith, the newcomer. Dale Gent trying to have a go for the lead here as they come through clearways. Matt Simpson just looking on from behind. He's dropped back to 3rd. Dale Gent looking determined here, looking for his first win of 2023, as is Rhys Jones, the defending champion. 6 laps to go, including the one that they are on. Gent up the outside into Druids. Now what he's trying to do here is stay alongside down the hill and get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. He won't do it this time because Jones is wise to him, moves across. Great dicing between these three. This is just the first race of the day. Along Lee Cooper Straight, here's the fight between Thompson and Hunn. This is for 9th place. They've dropped back from Dan Fisher in the pink and silver number 5. Jones just a little bit wide there through Clark Kerr, but he gets his foot down. Holds Dale Gent back. Gent right on his rear bumper there as they go over the line. He's going to try and go to the outside here into Paddock Hill Bend. Is that going to work? We saw this in the Caterhams yesterday. Now cutting back to the inside. He'll try and get a run on him up towards Druids. I think he has got a run on him. Here comes Dale Gent up the inside into the right-hander at Druids. He's going through. Dale Gent takes the lead. And here comes Simpson trying to follow him. They're almost on top of each other there as they come out of Druids down the hill. Jones will hold 2nd place, but only just. It's Dale Gent, number 83, who takes the lead on lap 14. Can he hold on for 4 more laps? Further back, it's still Paul Tompkins in 4th, ahead of Dean Tompkins, Michael Smith and Alan Cooper. Then it got back to Dan Fisher, then Thompson and Hunn rounding out the top 10. Matthew Moore, the ex-Special Saloon racer, is 11th in number 84. It's his debut weekend. Simon Ward in 12th in number 71. Then Jeff Simpson, Richard Ayling, Chris Brockhurst and Russell Smith, with Mark Willis seemingly out of the race. Still line astern, the leaders. A little bit of a twitch there from Dale Gent as they came through Paddock. Through the right-hander. Rhys Jones is still attacking. He's got to attack and defend at the same time now, with Matt Simpson on his tail. Here's a scrap further back. Dan Fisher, number 5, has caught Alan Cooper. In behind them, it is Chris Brockhurst. Brockhurst is a lap down, though. He's been into the pits. They come out of Druids. Here are the leaders, and Rhys Jones is going to have a look here, possibly on the straight. He's going to try and get the tighter line. And see how they're fighting these rear-wheel drive machines, sliding about. It's so spectacular to watch. Gent, Jones and Simpson. Simpson dropped away by a couple of lengths now. Over the line they go. Their last lap times are all within a few hundredths of a second of each other, these three. They're so evenly matched, these pickup trucks. They're 7 seconds clear, these three, of the rest of the pack. Jones tries again. He's trying to pressure Dale Gent into a mistake. Just a couple of laps to go after this one. Rhys Jones is in attacking mode over the curb there at Surtees. He's going to try and slipstream him, but it's not easy to do in these trucks. They're not the most aerodynamic of vehicles, you can see. Imagine your local tradespeople using these pickup trucks to do their work. It certainly gets the jobs quickly. I remember David O'Regan, the Irish racer, when he raced in this series, was sponsored by Parcel Force. Certainly get your parcels delivered quickly, but they may not be in one piece in one of these pickups. As through Druids we go, sliding their way around the three leaders on the penultimate lap of this first race of the day, the second of the weekend for the Pickup Truck Racing Championship. There's Dean Tompkins and Michael Smith there fighting for 5th position. Alan Cooper's dropped back from them. You'll see the last lap signal. This time this will be Rhys Jones's signal to try and unleash his finishing kick. That's what you had to do when these trucks raced on the 1.5 mile oval at Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northamptonshire. You had to time your finishing move to try and get through the draft and take the win. A bit like the finish to a stage of the Tour de France. Jones, you can see, is in attacking mode, trying to line up Dale Gent here into Druids. Half a second covering these three. Nice to move up alongside, but he'll be on the wrong side for the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Has Dale Gent done enough? Going to take a big effort through the last couple of corners. Rhys Jones is on his tail, and Matt Simpson's on Rhys Jones's tail as well. Here they come into Surtees. Rhys Jones a little bit sideways off the curb. He's going to try and get up the inside into Clearways. No, you don't, says Dale Gent. He'll try and defend on the run to the line. Rhys Jones' only hope now is to try and slipstream him, but I don't think he's going to do it. Up towards the line they come. It's going to be a win for number 83. Dale Gent takes the win. Second for Rhys Jones, third for Matt Simpson. They were covered by 0.68 of a second at the line. Terrific stuff. It's going to be Paul Tompkins in 4th position. Dean Tompkins holds off Michael Smith to take 5th place. Then a gap back to 7th, which will be Alan Cooper, delayed after he was taken wide coming out of Druids. Dan Fisher, a good 8th place. 9th will be Aaron Thompson. And 10th place, I think, should be Matthew Moore. We've lost Danny Hunn with a couple of laps to go there. He was battling with Aaron Thompson, so I'm not sure where he's gone. Waiting for Dan Fisher to move into the results. His transponder's not working. So it'll be Dan Fisher in 8th place, 9th for Aaron Thompson. Matthew Moore takes 10th. Behind him, Simon Ward, Jeff Simpson, Richard Ayling, Chris Brockhurst after his pit visit, and newcomer Russell Smith, the final finisher. We've lost Danny Hunn somewhere. I didn't see what happened to him. And Mark Willis pulled off into the pits. And it's Dale Gent in the tribute livery to Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earngent, we could call him, who takes the win. The Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt was known as in his legendary NASCAR career. Look at that, just over half a second covering the top three. Gent, Rhys Jones and Matt Simpson, the top three home. Then it was father and son Paul and Dean Tompkins. Michael Smith in 6th, Alan Cooper 7th. Dan Fisher confirmed as 8th place ahead of Aaron Thompson, and Matthew Moore on his debut in the class this weekend, completing the top 10. Simon Ward in 11th ahead of Jeff Simpson. Richard Ayling, the last man on the lead lap, in 13th. And Chris Brockhurst after a pit stop taking 14th. Russell Smith was the final finisher. We lost Danny Hunn and Mark Willis. Well, great stuff then from the pickup trucks. Next up, we will be ready to go truck racing for the third of their 5 races this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship. But shortly we will head down to Ewan Dunlop in the pit lane and hopefully catch up with our podium finishers. And then I'm sure it'll be over to Pointy to introduce the day's truck racing. Let's head down to Ewan in pit lane.
Cheers, Dave. Well, same 3, different order, and already 2 races into this championship. What a story. These 3 guys are already winning. We're going to try and speak to all 3 of them as quickly as we can. Great to see smiling faces too, actually. There was a great sort of coming together there. Let's get straight in with Rhys Jones. Rhys, you weren't over the moon with 3rd yesterday. I get the feeling you might not be even more over the moon with 2nd there. How's things?
Yeah, like we've had an improvement from yesterday.
Yep.
Truck's definitely got more pace today than it had yesterday.
Yep.
We didn't go back, we went forward.
Yeah.
And then came back one, so we'll take that.
Yeah, fantastic. And you were in the lead for a little while. I mean, the pace of these 3 tucks, it looks almost identical, you 3.
Yeah, there's not a lot in it.
You're so far ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, well, I think because we got the break early. I didn't challenge Matt too early on, so we just kept together and got out, and Dale came as well.
Yeah.
And I think that just got us away from the pack, so it was a three-legged race.
One more race to come. Can you get the top spot?
Yeah, we're definitely going to have a go. Grand final.
Good luck, mate. Well done. Right, let's speak to Matt Willis. 3rd position. That one led for a lot of the race. Matt, didn't seem to have the pace that you had yesterday.
No, I just struggling a bit with understeer, if I'm honest. Just sort of couldn't commit to the corner because obviously I was just sort of mindful of obviously running off on the exit. But no, just pleased to finish in the top 3. Yeah. Obviously move on to the next one.
I mean, I was just saying to Rhys, you 3 guys look like head and shoulders above the rest.
I didn't look behind me, if I'm honest. I was more focusing on what's going on in front of me. But no, obviously it's a good race. Obviously got a bit more work to do, which is good. It's, challenge is always good for anyone. 2
races in, you guys are building a great rivalry.
Yeah, it'll be good. Hopefully it carries on like that.
Good luck, mate. Race 3.
Cheers, mate.
Right, let's speak to our winner. First win of the season in the 2nd race. Congratulations.
That's good. That's good to be back.
That looked tough.
It was a tough race. Believe me, them 2 guys, Matt and Rhys, they're not the easiest ones to pass. And it's just watching them battling. I just bide my time, keep with them. Looked in the mirror, it was clear from everyone else. So it's just like let them make the moves, and then.
Now, you 3 right in front. You all led at some point in these trucks. Tell us. With a few laps to go, do you want to be in the slipstream? Is it harder to defend or harder to be at the front?
The last 3 laps, it was starting to slide. So there was because I probably pushing, trying to get a bit of a gap on them, but it just used my tyres. So that I was just then trying to just block as hard as I can to keep them behind me. But the slipstream helps. They were trying to get my toe up here, and I was like, I'll defend a bit more. But yeah, no, that was a blinding race.
We're all looking forward to race 3. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Right, that is our pickup truck. 1 more of those to come today, but let's move on to our headline act. It is the British Truck Racing Championship. Up to Dave.
Yes, thanks very much, Ewan. And mentioning Brits in NASCAR, of course, a certain Jenson Button recently made his NASCAR debut on the road course at Circuit of the Americas. Great to see NASCAR going more international in recent years. But anyway, almost time for the big rigs to hit the track then. They'll be on track very shortly. And our man in the paddock caught up with a few of the drivers earlier on. Always entertaining, always lively. Here's Pointy.
Well, good morning, and good morning to you. Simon Comm joined down here in the paddock, and we've got the Beast behind us.
No, it's Eleanor. We sold the Beast.
Oh, we've sold the Beast, huh?
It's Eleanor.
And so what changes have we got on Eleanor that the Beast didn't have enough of?
Well, it's an FIA Division 1 truck, but we're running the Beast old engine because the budget's tight, and we've been let down with a few sponsors, so we're just getting out there basically and getting used to the truck.
We saw you doing quite a bit of work on it late last night. Do we think that's going to stick today?
Yeah, well, we're still working on it now, so we're just trying to rush to get out now. So,
well, fingers crossed you make a few laps stick this morning. Any thoughts on how yesterday's racing went as a whole with the rest of the paddock?
Yeah, I think the racing was good. We're very disappointed where we are, but it is what it is. It's a long season, so it's a learning year for us, and try and go whole hog next year.
So yeah, I mean, the Beast obviously being from Division 2 originally. We're in Division 1 now. Have you found any extra challenges that you weren't expecting?
No, not really. I knew it'd be tough, but not as tough as it is. With this old power plant in here, it's no good. The engine's no good, so we need to try and adapt and overcome somehow.
Well, Simon, good luck for first race of Sunday. Thanks for talking to us.
Well, Simon, you can hear in the background, we're getting
41.
ready to go out racing, but just enough time left to speak to Division 1 driver Simon Faulkner. Simon, how are we?
Good morning, yeah, good. Good morning.
It's a very loud morning.
Yes. Not ideal, that noise, is it? Not ideal. But yeah, well, we failed race 2 because we had a turbo gone. So we've changed turbos. Fingers crossed, we're good to go.
Fantastic. Now, we notice you've got quite a clean look, shall we call it. Stands out very well, I suppose. How come you've not got a lot more of your name all over it?
Last minute, we haven't finished the truck yet, I'll be honest.
Oh, right.
It really has been a last minute. So we've sorted out power issues. It's a different truck underneath. Steering's changed. Other setups. Coat of paint, as you can see. We've got finishing off to do yet.
So watch out at Pembury for the new sticker pack.
That's it. That's it. Do you not like it plain then?
Oh, no, I like it plain.
I just liking it plain, actually.
I know, that's what I mean.
Difficult. Do you leave it plain? What do you do?
I'd at least put your name on it somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, boss.
Yeah, okay. Just one logo on the door, that's it.
Now we've got a lot more dressing up to do yet. It was literally just down to time. It's hit and miss if we got here, to be honest. Yeah. But we're here.
Fantastic, you are here, and good luck in the third race, first race on Sunday. I hope you make it stick. Certainly standing out from the crowd, Simon Faulkner, Division 1. One to watch in this season, I believe, sorting out those issues. Simon, thanks for talking to us. I think it's time to go racing now, so let's head up to Dave in the commentary box.
Okay, the trucks are on their way to the grid then behind the pace truck. Good to hear from a few of the sponsors there as well, including Green Biofuels, the leading providers of HVO fuel, high performance diesel replacement fuel, making the championship more sustainable. Adam Bint was the first truck to try that fuel. After this race, we will see the Caterhams out on track. It's a 15-minute race, first of all, for the trucks, then a 20-minute race for the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, sponsored by Morphmite. Then the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge for their first of 2 races today. And then the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship will be joining us for their 2 races. They had their qualifying session this morning. Then it's our second truck race of the day, then the Kumho BMW Championship for all models of BMW. More Caterham racing, the more powerful Sigma 150 and Sigmax cars. And then the Pickup Truck Racing Championship will have their grand final. After that, it's more trucks after their grid walk, then the Mini Challenge and the MG Owners Club Championship round off the day here at Brands Hatch. The British Truck Racing Championship making its way to the grid then for their third race of the weekend. It was a bit of an incident-packed day yesterday. We had a tangle at Druids on the first lap of race 1, and then race 2 called early after a blow-up for Ricky Collett. Unfortunately, he won't be on the grid for this race. It looks like he has withdrawn from the weekend after a spectacular exit from yesterday's second race. The grid is based on the results of race 1 yesterday, but with the top 8 in Division 1 reversed and the full Division 2 field reversed because they have 5 entries. So the grid lines up as follows. It's Division 1 newcomer John Bowler, who will start on pole in number 14, his MAN, alongside the Iveco of number 68, Craig Reed. Second row, number 46, Bradley Smith in his MAN, alongside the 10 times champion, number 7, Stuart Oliver in the Volvo VNL. Row 3, the Iveco of Simon Reed, number 89, alongside 69 of David Jenkins with his MAN. On row 4, it is the reigning 7-time champion Ryan Smith in the Daimler Freightliner number 1, alongside 92 Simon Faulkner with his Iveco. Row 5, 86 Tom O'Rourke had a tough day yesterday, ended up in the gravel in race 2 and broke the steering on his MAN. Lines up alongside Simon Cole, number 41, with his MAN, graduating to Division 1 this year. Row 6, number 32 Jock Borthwick picked up a fair amount of damage in a collision with Stephen Powell in yesterday's first race, but managed to repair his MAN. Stephen Powell does line up alongside him. And number 12, Michael Oliver, with his MAN, son of Stuart, completes the Division 1 grid. Then there's a gap, and we move to Division 2. The grid reversed from the results of race 1. So it's Jim Bennett, number 28, in his venerable Seddon Atkinson, who lines up on pole alongside number 10 Craig Evans with his MAN. The number 6 of John Powell in the DAF, he had a win yesterday, as did the man alongside him, number 5 Adam Bint with the Volvo Whites. And completing the grid, number 22 Paul Rivette in his MAN, the Napa Racing MAN. He missed race 1 yesterday, was replacing the gearbox in his MAN, but he is there this time. He's at the back of this grid. It looks like we have, pleasingly, a full complement. The only truck missing has officially withdrawn. That's sadly Ricky Collett. We saw his engine go bang rather spectacularly in race 2 yesterday, and deposit oil over the Sir Jack Brabham Straight, which led to the race being called early. We go on board with flying Ryan Smith in the new Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted truck. It's a brand new build for this year. 7 consecutive championships for the man from Nottinghamshire, looking to make it 8 in a row this year, and he started perfectly with 2 wins in yesterday's 2 Division 1 races. But it is the reverse grid for the first time this season. The top 8 from race 1 yesterday being reversed. Looking back from David Jenkins, number 69 MAN, the 2011 champion. That's Simon Faulkner's Iveco, newly liveried for this year. Looks menacing, doesn't it, in that grey livery. Simon in his second full season of truck racing, learning all the time. It's John Bowler on pole in his new number 14 MAN TGX. He's making the move up from Division 2 last season. If you've not seen truck racing before, you really have got a treat coming up. These trucks weigh around 5 tonnes. They produce around 1,000 horsepower from their turbocharged 13 and 14 litre engines, using the more sustainable HVO fuel, as we've mentioned this year. It was Adam Bint who was the first to try that fuel over the last couple of seasons. It's now been adopted by the championship as a whole. Trucks electronically limited. They are limited, of course, by speed limiters on the road to 56 miles an hour in the UK. Limited in racing to 100 miles an hour electronically, and you'll be penalised if you go over that limit. That's what happened to Tom O'Rourke in qualifying yesterday. He had his qualifying times disallowed and had to start from the pit lane after exceeding the 100 mile an hour limit because the speed recording devices on his truck were not operational. So the officials are checking all the time. You're not allowed to emit excessive smoke either. Bowler being joined on the front row here by Craig Reed. He got his first Division 1 victory in the last race of 2022 here at Brands Hatch, the 2021 Division 2 champion in his Iveco Stralis. Can he get a second win here? The youngest man in the race is Bradley Smith on row 2, just 23 years of age, alongside the 10 times British champion and 1-time European champion Stuart Oliver in the bonneted Volvo. Simon Reed, the elder of the brothers from Stoke-on-Trent, in his Iveco on row 3. There he is, just ahead of Ryan Smith, with David Jenkins in the Digraph Transport MAN alongside. Ryan Smith, run by Worldwide Truck Racing. Look them up on social media for full updates. And alongside him will be Simon Fogg. Good to see Simon Coles back out. He missed race 2 yesterday with a few problems with his new MAN. Made a one-off appearance at Donington in that truck last season, known as Eleanor, most likely named after the car in Gone in 60 Seconds, the Ford Mustang. Quickest trucks lap Brands Hatch in around 60 seconds. Okay, here we go then. They move off behind the pace truck for the rolling starts. Pace trucks are provided by TRP Parts, UK's largest range of truck and trailer parts and consumables for all makes of truck. Over 130 locations across the UK. The DAF pace truck leading them round. On board with Ryan Smith. See the heavy roll caging in the cabs of these trucks. It's John Bowler on pole in the number 14, the man from Stockport. Stuart Oliver nicely positioned on row 2. He could get down the outside into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. There's Tom O'Rourke, a poor day for him yesterday, looking for better fortune today. There's Jim Bennett, great to have him back, 73 years young and still going strong, back after a couple of years away in the Seddon Atkinson. Division 2 much more open this year. The defending champion Luke Garrett not out this weekend. We'll wait to see if he reappears later in the season. A couple of drivers that raced in the UK last year, Mark Taylor and John Newell, they're contesting the European Championship this year. I think Luke looking to race in Europe as well. Paul Rivette at the back in the Napa Racing MAN. Watch for him coming through in Division 2. This will be a 15-minute race. Here we go. The big rigs ready to rumble on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits. Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo. John Powell alongside him. They had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivette behind them, the ex-saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away, down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the two front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men, that was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through as I expected into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from fourth on the grid. It's side by side for second, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Borthwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go at John Bowler for second place. Then it's the first of the Reeds. Which one is that? That's Simon Reed in fourth place. Craig, of course, ran wide on the first score. Impossible to tell the two Ivicos apart from a distance. David Jenkins trying to go through into second place past John Bowler. They head up towards Druids. Ryan Smith is in traffic at the moment. He was down in sixth at the end of the first lap. Side by side for third. Simon Reed trying to move past John Bowler. David Jenkins has already gone through up into second place. There's Flying Ryan. That's a stunning looking Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted number 1, just ahead of Jock Borthwick in the 32. But look at the lead Stuart Oliver has built up already. He needs to build a good lead, because in case Ryan Smith does get through this traffic, he's having a go at Bradley Smith and John Bowler now. John Bowler holding him off. New to Division 1 this year. On their tails is Jock Borthwick, desperate to make up for a frustrating day yesterday, as is Tom O'Rourke. He's on the tail of Craig Reed. Ryan Smith having a look. There's no way through there on the inside down the Brabham Straights. Stuart Oliver leads. Over 3 seconds clear of David Jenkins. Look at the lead he's got there as he heads out of Paddock Bend. 10 times champion still leads, and John Bowler still holding off Ryan Smith, who now gets a run on the inside up towards Druids Hill Bend. Here he comes on board with Ryan as they go round the right-hander, steering the truck one-handed, keeping his other hand on the gear lever through there. He's got through past the number 14. I think Bowler's lost another place. I think Jock Borthwick may have come through as well. We look back from David Jenkins in second place to Simon Reed's Iveco in third. It's the veteran from the northeast of England, Stuart Oliver, who holds the lead. A spin at the back of the field. That's Jim Bennett, the veteran in the Seddon Atkinson, sliding off at Surtees. He's learning the ropes on his comeback after a couple of years away. Possibly a bit race rusty, the veteran. A veteran truck as well, the Seddon Atkinson. They haven't been made since about 2006. The Lancashire firm, I think, was bought out by Iveco. Here comes Tom O'Rourke attacking John Bowler. We ride with Flying Ryan Smith. Who's he attacking now? Coming up on the back of, I think that's Bradley Smith, no relation, in the 46, fighting for fourth position. So Ryan Smith's made up a few spots. on the Cooper straight. That's Craig Reed a bit sideways. Michael Oliver's rather battered MAN behind him. Ryan Smith on the tail of the 46 of his namesake Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the race. As the leaders head up towards the line, completing their 4th lap. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Jim Bennett's got going again, just being lapped there by David Jenkins and Simon Reed. Gentleman Jim is trying to stay out of the way of the Division 1 trucks there. Bradley Smith's had to go wide around him there. That could let Ryan Smith in for an attack into Druids. Yes, he's got the inside line. Ryan up the inside, squeezes through and up into 4th place. Now, next target, a little way up the road, is Simon Reed. Let's have a quick look back and see who's leading Division 2. It's Craig Evans, the number 10. One truck getting the black and white flag, which is the driving standards flag. That's Jock Borthwick running in 6th place. Well, he did cut across the grass at Graham Hill Bend on the opening lap. That's probably why he's got the warning there for exceeding track limits, possibly. Simon Reed staying with David Jenkins. Simon had 4 wins in last year's championship in Division 1. David Jenkins also had 4. He finished a little further down the points chart. David Jenkins was the runner-up last year, in fact, and Simon Reed was down in 7th. Didn't have the consistency to challenge the top runners. I think it was John Newell who finished 3rd in Division 1 in the points last year. He's gone to race on the continent in his MAN this year, the Yorkshireman. We might see him back at Convoy in the Park, possibly at Donington later in the summer. It's Oliver from Jenkins. Jenkins just ahead of Simon Reed, and look who's charging up in the background. There is Flying Ryan. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 59.307 for the Daimler Freightliner. Steam coming from the wheels of David Jenkins. That's from the water-cooled brakes that these trucks run. Showing how hard David Jenkins is working the brakes. We saw that yesterday as well from the MAN. It's Volvo, MAN, Iveco and Daimler Freightliner. 4 different marks in the top 4 places. Behind them Bradley Smith, Jock Borthwick, then Tom O'Rourke, Michael Oliver. There's John Bowler, he's dropped back to 9th, and there's Stephen Powell. A quiet race for him, and damage to the front of Craig Reed's truck. What has happened there? I know he went wide on the first lap, but looks like the front bumper has come adrift on Craig Reed's truck. He's 11th, ahead of Simon Faulkner. And then we've got the Division 2 runners. Craig Evans is leading them. He's looking for his first ever Division 2 win. He's had a few podiums in the past. New fastest lap of the race for Ryan Smith last time through. 58.876. Can't tell you how long there is to go in the race because the clock on the timing screen isn't working, unfortunately. 7 laps completed this time. There we go, just under 8 minutes. Over the line go the Division 1 leaders. Stuart Oliver's lead has been reduced to 2 seconds now by David Jenkins. But clearing off early at the start like that is exactly what Stuart Oliver wanted to do, because he knows that the likes of Jenkins and Smith will try their hardest to close that gap. So it was important to build it as early as he could. And try and build enough of a lead. Again, a bit like in a cycle race. You've got to break away early. Hope you've built too much of a gap for the others to catch up. Ryan Smith is now on the tail of the 89 of Simon Reed. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Bradley Smith going well, just behind them. Had a couple of podiums in his first full season last year. He was racing trucks even before he was old enough to have an HGV licence, because the only licence you need to race trucks is an ARDS licence, Association of Racing Driver Schools. You don't need to take a separate licence for trucks. That's why we've seen Paul Rivette make the move into truck racing from cars. And here's our Division 2 leader, the Brown Recycling Limited MAN of Craig Evans. Now, can he hold on in front for his first ever victory in the category? He's had several podiums in the past, but has not taken a win. He's ahead of John Powell by 1.5 seconds at last count. Paul Rivette is 3rd in Division 2 ahead of Adam Bitts. Jim Bennett, of course, we saw have a spin early on. Simon Cole's dropped back into the Division 2 runners as well. There's that truck of Craig Evans with the front bodywork loose after he ran wide early on. He has got ahead of Simon Faulkner's similar Iveco Stralis. I think that's an ex-Reed truck that he's driving, re-liveried for this year. Getting closer and closer for second place now. Take a look at the lap times as they cross the line. 6 minutes of the race to go. Stuart Oliver does a 59.503, his personal best lap of the race. Yeah, Ryan Smith did a 59.9. He's being held up somewhat behind Simon Reed's Iveco. It's a slightly slower truck, that one, and he's going to be getting a little bit frustrated, although Ryan has dropped back slightly there, so maybe he had a moment on that last lap. You can see he's dropped back about a couple of lengths from Simon Reed, who's continuing to harry David Jenkins for second place. David's father Tony was a truck racer before him, used to race an American-built Mack in the British Championship. Here's the battle further back for 9th place between John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Stephen went straight on into Druids for the first time in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Never mind that, because look at the way Simon Reed is going. He's right up alongside David Jenkins, but that's left the route through for Ryan Smith. He left the gap there, and Ryan says thank you very much, I'll go through for 3rd place. Now, it won't take him long to have a go at David Jenkins. They are arch rivals, these two. What's the gap to the leader? It's gone out to 3.1 seconds that time through. David Jenkins and Ryan Smith have had a big rivalry on track for several seasons now. And Ryan's moving to the inside. He's not hanging about here. He needs to get past David Jenkins if he's going to stand any chance of charging after Stuart Oliver. Bit of a twitch there coming off Druids. Just under 5 minutes of the race still to go. On board with Ryan Smith, he's on the tail of Jenkins. Is he going to have a look here going into Surtees? I don't think he'll be close enough. Great shot riding on board these trucks are, thanks to Chris Clark for his help with the onboard cameras this weekend. Jenkins defending now. He wants to keep Ryan Smith behind him. Lead gap was 3.1 seconds. It's now gone, let's have a look as they go over the line. It's still 3.1 seconds. And Simon Reed's not finished yet. Look at the Iveco there, up alongside Ryan Smith, trying to go around the outside into Paddock Bend. And they've got back markers ahead of them now. Stuart Oliver's catching not only Jim Bennett, but Simon Cole as well, struggling a bit this weekend with his new acquisition, Eleanor, the pink and white MAN. Used to be sponsored by Team Hard of touring car fame. Simon Cole used to run the Mercedes Beast, as it was known, in Division 2. First full season in Division 1 this year. Ryan Smith still holding off Simon Reed. Stuart Oliver has got past the back markers on the Cooper straight there. No problem there. Here's the battle in Division 2. It's close between Evans and Powell. Powell only half a second behind now. Can the DAF, the Dutch machine, get ahead of the MAN? Look at this, the leader's weaving between the back markers. That looked pretty spectacular. Hasn't helped Ryan Smith's lap time, though. He's lost a couple of seconds there. Well, in fact, they're all slower because of getting through the traffic. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Craig Evans still hanging on in the lead, looking for his first Division 2 win. In 13th place overall. Slightly smaller field in Division 2 this year. That's because several runners have moved up into Division 1. John Bowler and Jock Borthwick among them. Simon Cole as well. Still bodywork flapping there from Craig Reed's truck. There's Simon Faulkner coming through. Pick up the Division 2 leaders. Here they come. Just between these two now. Powell is 8 seconds clear of Adam Bint, who's up into 3rd place, ahead of Paul Rivette. A couple of trucks getting the black and white flag. Numbers 10 and 6 is these two getting the driving standards flag, maybe for exceeding track limits. Lead gap is down to 1.745 seconds for Oliver ahead of Jenkins now. And Ryan Smith still with the fastest lap of the race. They're starting to close in on Stuart Oliver now. They know there's only a couple of laps left to run in this first British truck race of the day. We're on board with Ryan Smith. He's still behind Jenkins. You can see they're slightly closer to Stuart Oliver now. Looking back from Jenkins, there is Smith. Stunning looking Daimler Freightliner. Closer and closer all the time to the rear bumper of David Jenkins MAN. Is Stuart Oliver going to be able to hold them off? Cloud of dust there, someone's been off. Not sure who it was. There's Paul Rivette, the Napa Racing MAN. Here's a battle between John Bowler, Stephen Powell, and they've been caught by the battered Iveco of Craig Reed. It's not long to go now. We may well be on the last lap now. We'll wait to see as the trucks come round on this lap. The clock is showing 0, but it's been playing up during this race, unfortunately. So we'll wait for the leaders to come into sight. There's Ryan Smith. We look back from David Jenkins. The gap was 1.6 seconds, so I think Stuart Oliver is going to hang on to take the win. And if anything, Ryan Smith's dropping back slightly there from Jenkins. Here they come. Is it going to be checkered flag this time for Stuart Oliver, the man from the northeast, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion. Here he comes then in the GT tyres Volvo. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? It certainly is. There's the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver wins our first truck race of the day. David Jenkins second. Ryan Smith has to settle for third. Fourth, it is Simon Reed. Bradley Smith takes a good 5th position. Well done, Jock Borthwick, a fine 6th. His fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke, in 7th. 8th, it is Michael Oliver. 9th over the line is going to be John Bowler, just ahead of Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner. What about Division 2? Where are the Division 2 trucks? They'll be coming round the final corner now. Is it going to be Craig Evans or John Powell who takes the victory in Division 2? They're coming towards us now. It looks like John Powell's got ahead of Craig Evans. In fact, they come over the line. Yes, it's John Powell. Powell has won it. Craig Evans, a slower lap there on the last lap. I'll wait to see if we can see where John Powell took the lead. Was it Evans who ran wide? We saw that cloud of dust at Paddock. It was. Oh, what a shame for Craig Evans. Losing the class win with just a couple of laps to go. What a disappointment for Craig Evans. I saw that cloud of dust. We didn't see the cause of it. And that's what happened. He just ran wide through Paddock, and John Powell takes his 2nd Division 1 win of the weekend. Craig Evans still looking for his first ever Division 2 victory. 3rd place went to Adam Bint in Division 2 ahead of Paul Rivette, and then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the finishers. Well, pleasingly, everybody went the distance in race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here on this Easter Sunday at Brands Hatch. It's a win for the great Stuart Oliver, taking the win by just over a second ahead of David Jenkins at the flag. Ryan Smith having to settle for 3rd this time, so his unbeaten run comes to an end. 4th for Simon Reed ahead of Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick. Better result this time for Tom O'Rourke after a trying weekend so far. Michael Oliver in 8th. John Bowler taking 9th, the pole starter. And 10th place for Stephen Powell. That result, incidentally, will set the grid for race 5 at the end of the weekend, so it looks like it'll be Michael Oliver on pole. Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner completing the top 12. And then the Division 2 results. Disaster for Craig Evans with a couple of laps left. It was John Powell who inherited the win. Evans 2nd ahead of Adam Bint. And then the other finishers were Paul Rivette, Simon Cole and Jim Bennett. Let's hand down to Pointy in pit lane to talk to some of the drivers.
Well, just in time down here in the pit lane, we see Stuart Oliver taking the 1st place podium of the first race here on Sunday. Have we got the driver? Are we allowed to go in? We're going. They're going. They're sending them on. Looks like he's getting out of the trucks. We might be able to have a quick chance to have a word with him. I'm going in, I don't care. Stuart, come on over. Fantastic result. Well done. Congratulations. I believe they're shifting everybody on, but they're just getting someone in now. Incredible result. I completely, it's almost like I blinked and all of a sudden you were seconds ahead of the pack.
Yeah, I had a great start, you know. The start at Brands is always a little bit touch and go, and all credit to the boys in front. They maybe haven't got the experience as this old lad, but I managed to get a good start, get through and kept in tight, because the outside on Paddock Hill is not the place to be, so over the moon with that.
Absolutely fantastic effort, and the lead you kept the entire way through the race as well. You've got to be happy with that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was fairly comfortable. I knew I had a 3.5 second gap with Dave, and I just kept it at that, and I just kept it going.
Oh.
And then
Dave, great race for you as well. So we'll come and talk to you down in Park Fair, mate.
And I had a bit of a moment with Jim and Simon around the back there, and that's when they got up on us, and I thought, well, but they had to get past them as well. So yeah, it was all right. I like that.
Fantastic effort. So it's a good start to Sunday. Not your first trophy of the weekend though, so that's good news as well.
Absolutely, yeah, that's right. We've got a big trailer to take them all home in, so we'll just keep piling them up.
I'll say you got a few from last year as well, I think, so plenty of room left. Yeah, Stuart, thanks very much for talking to us. Congratulations. Brian Smith, another fantastic race, chasing the whole way through. Now we're going to head down to Park Fair Main, speak to some more drivers. It's time for a word from our sponsors.
Okay, well done to all our truck racers there, and thanks to all the sponsors of the British Truck Racing Championship. See them back out a bit later on. The next truck race due off at 10 to 2 after the lunch break. Well, next up, it's back to car racing, and it's Caterham racing, the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Championship, the Sigma 135 category. Ford Sigma 1600cc engines, producing, as the name suggests, 135 brake horsepower. They had a great race yesterday, won by Richard Groom. Earlier on, Ewan caught up with a couple of the drivers.
All right, we're about to go Caterham racing once again with the 135s. I'm here with Marcus Seals, car 161. Marcus, we've just been having a quick chat off camera. Third or fourth season, do it for fun, but this weekend, qualify. You said yourself, your words, I'm not very good at qualifying, but racing-wise, you made up quite a few places yesterday.
Yeah, no, I don't like qualifying. I don't know why. I can never go as fast in qualifying as I can in practice. But particularly yesterday was bad because it was first thing in the morning, and it takes me several cups of tea and 11 o'clock before I'm fully awake. And so halfway through the qualifying session, I was still driving in dream mode.
Okay.
And thought I've got to pull out my finger here and try and get a time in, and then it got red flagged. So,
yeah, there was a few of those yesterday. You've told me the last couple of seasons you've only done a few rounds. Are we racing the entire season this year?
No, I'll probably do 3 or 4 races.
Okay.
Well, three or 4 weekends with double headers on all weekends.
And what is a good weekend for you?
Good weekend's a top 10 finish.
Okay.
So
and keeping the car in one bit.
Yeah. No, I've always managed to do that. So yeah. I'm a good 9/10 driver.
Okay.
which doesn't get you on the podium, but it does keep the car intact.
Now, you told me you've built Caterhams before. You've bought this one just not too long ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I built one and raced it for 3 years, but then in the winter I bought this one. So this one was built by the factory, okay. But I built one which is I think going to end up becoming a road car.
Okay. Which one do you trust more? One they built or you built?
Well, now this has got the bugs out of it. I think they're pretty even, but on day one I definitely would go for mine.
Marcus, best of luck today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
Yeah,
right, let's go Caterham 135 racing. Up to you, Dave.
Good to hear from Marcus Eels there. Full of fun, as all Caterham racers always seem to be. He finished 11th in yesterday's race. It was Richard Groom third in the championship in this category last year, who took the win. New sponsor for the championship this year in the form of Morphme Vehicle Graphics. They've stickered up a lot of these Caterhams this weekend and wrapped them. The Morphme Caterham Graduates Championship has 3 classes. This club originally founded in the 1990s for graduates of what was then the Caterham Scholarship, now known as the Caterham Academy. Many drivers have stuck with it ever since. Caterham racing is one of the most enjoyable forms of racing in the UK. Of course, based on Colin Chapman's famous design for the Lotus 7, Caterham buying the rights to the design several years ago. This grid is set by the second fastest time for each driver in the qualifying session. It is yesterday's top 2 in the race, Richard Groom and Ben Wheatley on the front row. They had a great battle yesterday. Second row, 94 Stefano Mara. He had to pit with a loose nose cone in yesterday's race, finished at the back, so he'll aim for better fortunes here, alongside 62 Kevin Turner. Row 3, number 70 Tom Power and 80 Fraser Riddington. He had a spin at Paddock Bend yesterday. Fourth row, 77 Giles Derry, and number 53 Thomas Gunter, taking over from Russell Gunter in the family's car for today. Row 5, 133 Zach Lower, alongside 80 and number 90 Andy Cooper. Row 6, Neil Wardock, number 63 and 12 of John Hood. Alaric Barney and Michael Kew on row 7. Row 8 is Andrew Sagar and Paul Vokes. The 9th row, Marcus Eels, who we just heard from, and 39 of Andrew Cronin in the PT Sports Cars machine. Row number 10 is number 21 of Mike Waitman and 79 Mark Barrett. 27 Simon Nicholas and 40 Alistair Davidson on row 11. Row 12 Michael Seagal, a veteran of this championship, alongside Simon Ockenden, Merton Wood and Adam Waitman rounding out the field. In fact, that's not Adam Waitman in that car, it's actually Luke Waitman driving. He's taken over from Adam. They're sharing the car this weekend, so it's Luke Waitman driving today. Great battle between Richard Groom and Ben Wheatley. They finished a couple of seconds apart at the front. Yesterday was a terrific fight for third place between Tom Power, Giles Derry, Alaric Barney, Zach Lower and Kevin Turner. They all finished just a couple of seconds apart yesterday. Stefano Mara was part of that battle as well. He got the black and orange flag though when his nose cone came loose. He had to make a pit stop. And Fraser Riddington, that's the car with the yellow wheels, you can see there, number 80. He had a spin at Paddock Hill Bend, had to get out of the gravel trap and finish the lap down. And better fortunes here today. These identical Caterham Sigma 135 cars, based on the Caterham Motorsport 270R machine from the factory. 1600cc Ford Sigma engines, around 135 brake horsepower. New tyres for these cars this year as well. They previously used Yokohamas, they're now on Toyos, so it's lap records to be established as well. The fastest lap yesterday, Ben Wheatley, with a 54.098 second lap, so he currently holds the lap record. Into position then, with Richard Groom on pole, the black and red machine. Ben Wheatley alongside the black car with the red and black wheels. Then we've got Stefano Mara, the Italian, based in London, so on his local circuit today. The white car with the red cage, possibly a little bit far forward in his starting position there. We'll wait and see. Alongside him is Kevin Turner, the black car with the yellow cage. Then we've got Tom Power, the yellow and blue, alongside Fraser Riddington, the bright blue car with the yellow wheels and roll cage, hoping to make up for spinning in yesterday's race. Row 4, Giles Derry, the green car, and alongside him Thomas Gunter, the orange and black machine. Completing the top 10, Zach Lower. He had an aggressive drive, battling for third place yesterday, alongside the blue car of Andy Cooper, number 90. Looks like the last car just getting into line at the back of the field. The marshal shows the green flag at the back, so everyone is in position. This will be a 20-minute race for the Morphme Caterham Graduates Championship. And away they go. Great start by Ben Wheatley into the lead of the Sigma 135 class. A poor start for Kevin Turner in the 62. He drops back from the second row of the grid, but it's Wheatley who has got the lead ahead of the poleman Richard Groom, making a great start from the outside of the front row. Often you can get an advantage from the outside with the sloping start line here at Brands Hatch. Stefano Mara is in third place as they head up towards Druids for the first time. start to sort themselves out. Watch for the number 88 of Alaric Barney, starting back on row 7 in this race. He was in the battle for third towards the end yesterday. One car bouncing off the curb there as they come down the Cooper straight out of Graham Hill Bend. It's Ben Wheatley who has the lead in the 53. 23 Richard Groom, third in the championship in this category last year. They start to sort themselves out around this opening lap. There's the 63 car under fire from Alaric Barney. That's Neil Warnock in 63, not of football fame. Over the line to complete the opening lap, then it is Ben Wheatley who has the early advantage. Last year in the Sigma 135 category, it was Jamie Winrow who was almost unbeaten. Never mind that, because look at that, round the outside goes Richard Groom. Can he take the lead here on the run up to Druids? He's done it. We saw that a couple of times in yesterday's race. That's a great move. Unusual to see that so early in a race. Mara is in third place, then we've got Power in fourth, Fraser Riddington in fifth, but Richard Groom, he had his first ever season of racing after competing in track days with the Caterham for a few years in 2022 and came through for third in the championship behind Jamie Winrow and James McCaw. I was just mentioning Jamie Winrow won every race he started last year, but he didn't compete in the final round at Alton Park. So he was unbeaten in races he contested. There's 163, that's Thomas Gunter. It was Russell Gunter who raced that car yesterday. Over the line they go to complete the second lap. Richard Groom leads, chased by Ben Wheatley, trying to get the lead back again up the inside there. That was the 77 of Giles Derry, I think, making a move. Here comes the lead group. Yes, Derry side by side in there with Gunter. He's got the move done there, coming out of paddock up into 7th position. Chased by Kevin Turner, started on the second row, made a poor start and dropped back. Zach Lower in the yellow car just ahead of them. There's already battling developing in the midfield. You can see these cars not the most aerodynamic, so they have to rely on slipstreaming each other. Fraser Riddington, better run for him so far. Spun into the gravel at paddock early on in yesterday's race. We thought that would be the end of his race, but he managed to extricate the car with a bit of help from the marshals and was able to continue a lap down. He's ahead of Lower there. Side by side further ahead, Stefano Mara and Tom Power battling it out. Power trying to power around the outside, going into Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to get the move done? No, he's not. Two leaders nose to tail, Wheatley and Groom. Richard Groom, number 23, the man from Woking in Surrey. Tom Power just holding the inside line there, very close indeed for third. Stefano Mara had a bit of contact in the battle for third yesterday and his nose cone came adrift. He had to be flagged into the pits to remove it. Giles Derry a bit out of shape there, the 77, under fire from Tom Gunter in the 163. Bounced their way over the curb there through Surtees into McLaren. 94 of Stefano Mara, the Italian tricolour displayed proudly on the nose cone. First half dozen have broken away slightly. 7th is Giles Derry, ahead of Gunter. Then in behind him is Kevin Turner and Alaric Barney on the tail of this quartet over the line. Didn't go too well in qualifying, but coming through the field very nicely in both races so far. Is up the inside Ben Wheatley. Richard Groom ran wide there through Paddock Hill Bend, and Ben Wheatley has taken the lead. So Ben Wheatley retakes the lead, the man from Dunmow in Essex. Down towards Graham Hill Bend. Battle is rejoined between these two from yesterday. The Morphme Caterham graduates, Sigma 135 category. Groom's got the fastest lap of the race at 54.560. He's trying to fight back for the lead there into Clearways. 54.098 was the fastest lap yesterday, so that's the current lap record. Over the line they go, Wheatley back in front. Tom Power is in third place ahead of Stefano Mara. Here comes Richard Groom. He's going to try that outside run again into paddock, and he's straight through even before they get to Paddock Hill Bend. He slipstreams his way past Ben Wheatley and powers away into the lead. Tom Power still there in third in the number 70 ahead of Stefano Mara. Ben Wheatley determined to get back on level terms. He's run wide there, just understeering a little wide through Druids. Here comes Fraser Riddington, the number 80 car. There's a squeal of tyres there in the background somewhere as someone had a spin. We'll wait and see in a moment. Riddington still there in the number 80 car, man from London on his local circuit then this weekend. Chased raced by Zach Lower. We saw him racing in the factory-supported Caterham. We have had somebody had a spin. That's Andy Cooper in the gravel at Druids. Looks like he's just locked up and gone straight on. The Orange family are volunteer marshals in attendance as always. They're going to give him a push, try and get him going again. Yellow flags on the run-up to Druids, so no overtaking. So we've got marshals recovering Andy Cooper. He was just outside the top 10, I think. Fraser Riddington, Zach Lower there on the outside thinking about a move, but he saw the yellows. Looks like there's a bit of bodywork on the side of the circuit there, and Fraser Riddington's lost it. All on his own there, he just got sideways. That's his second spin of the weekend, and the safety car is coming out. Okay, safety car is coming out to allow the marshals to remove Andy Cooper. Poor old Fraser Riddington. He gets going again. There's the safety car has picked up Ben Wheatley and Richard Groom. It is Groom back in front. Okay, so we have our first safety car period of the day. I said a bit of bodywork was missing. Looks like it could be Alaric Barney has lost a rear wing there. Poor old Fraser Riddington. Just as the safety car was being scrambled there, he got sideways out of Druids and round he went. The safety car out just to allow the marshals to recover Andy Cooper's car from the Druids gravel trap. Another local man from Maidstone. Yes, there was no contact there. Fraser Riddington just sliding round on the exit of Druids, disappears behind the trees. So we're in order behind the safety car, single file. Richard Groom, head of data products for a company based in Woking. 3 podiums and 3rd in the championship last year. Leads Ben Wheatley, regional sales manager from Dunmow in Essex. Lists anything with an engine as his hobbies. Used to race karts. New to circuit racing though. It's Tom Power, number 70 in 3rd place. He comes from Redditch in Worcestershire, sales development manager. He won the Caterham Enduro at Silverstone in 2019. I was in the commentary box on that occasion. Well, there's Andy Cooper going off, just locked up on the run down the inside. Tried a move and missed his braking points. Into the gravel, car bogs down. Needs recovery from the marshals. The man from Maidstone, another local man. Safety car still out at the moment. Poor old Fraser Riddington lost 10 places with that spin. Alan Evans at the wheel of the safety car leads them round. No overtaking, of course. They have to keep single file. The clocks will still count down during this safety car period. Plenty of time to go, though. Not yet halfway through this Morph My Caterham Graduates Racing Club event. For the Sigma 135 category, I can hear what sounds like the engine of a telehandler in the background, so presumably Andy Cooper's car being plucked from the gravel trap up there at Druids. See again Fraser Riddington's incident here. Strange one that, the car just going light on him by the look of it, and around came the back end. Onto the grass, avoided the tyre wall. Notice there Alaric Barney, number 88, missing a rear wing. Giles Derry's dropped back as well into 9th position behind Kevin Turner, the green car, number 77. Completing the top 10, John Hood in the number 12. There's Riddington on his recovery. The pace starting to quicken. Are we going back to green flag racing this lap? Yes, looks like the lights are off on the safety car. That's how you know it's going to pull off into the pit lane this time. So those flashing lights go out. So Richard Groom will become the safety car and he'll set the pace up to the line. They can't pass until they cross the start-finish line. they come then. One car going into the pits, that's Andy Cooper, the car that was recovered. Now Ben Wheatley trying to position himself to attack here as we go green once again. Is he going to be close enough to have a stab at taking the lead into paddock? Well, Stefano Mara's moving up, and look at this coming up on the outside. That's Tom Gunter, I think, having a go at Zach Lower around the outside. Gets alongside him on the run out of paddock, trying to go for the outside into Druids. I don't think that's going to work. Stefano Mara tries to move to the inside of Tom Power. Lower in the yellow car, Alaric Barney right behind, then Turner, Derry and John Hood in the number 12. They're all close bunched up now. Tom Gunter does get down the inside into Graham Hill Bend, takes the place from Lower. Now they were side by side over the line, and if Tom Gunter did get his nose ahead of Zach Lower before they'd crossed the line there, the stewards might take a look at that. You can't pass until you're over the line and back to green flag racing. Giles Derry having a go at Kevin Turner. Going round to complete the 10th lap this time. It is still Groom from Wheatley. Powers pulled away slightly into third place. Stefano Mara under fire from a fired up Tom Gunter here, going round the outside in the 163 car with Zach Lower in his wheel tracks. There's a real battle developing here for fourth position. Stefano Mara, the London-based Italian, really under pressure now. Behind them Kevin Turner and Giles Derry muscling his way up the inside there past Alaric Barney into Druids. He'll be losing a wing if he's not careful. Gunter holding off Zach Lower. Sling their way through Graham Hill Bend. Here comes Kevin Turner in the number 62, the man from Tunbridge Wells. So another locally based racer to Brands Hatch. There's a hotbed of British motorsport talent here in Kent. Through Clearways and Clark Curve. Just under half a second in it for the lead as they cross the lines. Less than that now, less than 3/10 of a second, because Wheatley's just done the fastest lap, 54.181, a few hundredths outside the lap record he set yesterday of 54.098. And Ben Wheatley is ready to attack. They're taking Tom Power with them here. The battle for fourth. Here comes Tom Gunter around the outside of Stefano Mara. Then Kevin Turner's got past Giles Derry. Zach Lower's fallen back a few places there. I think he ran wide coming through paddock. Alaric Barney dropped a bit of ground there as well. So it's all chop and change in the fight for fourth position. Here come your leaders, Groom, Wheatley, Power, and Stefano Mara under intense pressure for that fourth position. So Gunter, Lower, Turner. Lower's dropped back now, so it's Gunter next then. Lower, here comes Gunter dodging about behind Stefano Mara. Yeah, Zach Lower's lost another place there. Looks like John Hood's got through. Over the line they go. Tom Gunter goes to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend in the orange car. Is he going to get through? No, he's not. Yeah, Zach Lower has lost out on that lap. He's down to 9th. Alaric Barney it is who's got ahead of him. He's held off John Hood though. Kevin Turner on the attack now. Look at this, the 62 car up alongside Tom Gunter. He's gone round the outside of him, coming out of Druids. Great move by Kevin Turner. Now having a go at Stefano Mara. Tries to draw up alongside him as they head along Cooper Straits. Great to see the spectator banking packed up there on this Easter Sunday. And the crowd are loving this. I'm sure the drivers are as well. Tom Power attacking for second place. Tom Power up the inside on Ben Wheatley because Richard Groom's pulled away slightly. Whether Wheatley had a bit of a moment there towards the end of that lap, but Tom Power's going to go through surely into second place at Paddock Bend. Yes, he does it. Yes, Wheatley's lap there was about over a second and a half off his personal best. The fastest lap of the race for Ben Wheatley, so he's had a moment somewhere. He's held second place there, retakes it into Druids. Tom Power attacking as hard as he can in the Anvil Hire sponsored car. Former winner of the Caterham relay race at Silverstone back in 2019. Took a pole at Silverstone last year, Tom Power. Won the Caterham Graduates Trophy, the series within a series, so effectively last season. This fourth place battle comes over the line. I heard a squeal of tyres there in the background. Has someone gone off? Can't see anywhere. Tom Gunter going for the outside line again. Here comes Giles Derry on the inside behind Kevin Turner. really jockeying for position as they head up towards Druids. Here comes Zach Lower. Very aggressive young racer is Zach, the yellow car. Oh, Tom Gunter sideways, power sliding his way around Druids. He's lost out to Turner. He could lose out to Giles Derry as well as they head down the hill. Yes, I think Derry will get round the outside of him with that loss of momentum. Yes, he has. Here comes Alaric Barney as well, the 88. This is terrific stuff in the lower reaches of the top 10. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th altogether. John Hood trying to get involved in the number 12 car as well. Behind them is Neil Warnock and then Michael Koo in the number 8. Gunter's run wide. He's throwing that car around a little too much here. He'll ruin his Toyo tyres if he's not careful. Here comes Zach Lower moving to the inside. His brother Charlie took a win at Alton Park last weekend. Tom Gunter, look at the way he's throwing that car around, using every inch of the Brands Hatch circuit. He's lost a few places here, though. He's lost out to Turner and Derry. Somehow Stefano Mara is still at the front of this group. Groom leads Wheatley by just under 1.4 seconds. Tom Power just behind them. Zach Lower loses it onto the grass coming out of Graham Hill Bend. He nearly spun it. Through go Warnock and Koo. So Zach Lower's going to be down to 12th place, I reckon. Goodness me. This is great stuff from the Caterham graduate, sponsored by Morphmy Graphics and Wraps. They'll have stickered up many of the cars in this championship this year. I believe Trackside Recovery, their recovery vehicles are stickered by Morphmy this year as well. Tom Gunter fighting back on the tail of Giles Derry. Just needs to keep a cool head here, Tom Gunter. Didn't race yesterday. It was Russell Gunter who drove that car. A couple of cars in this championship shared by two drivers. One does the first race, one does the second. There's Zach Lower, dropped down to 12th. Still your leader is Groom ahead of Wheatley and Power. Here's a battle further back, the 23 and 13. They're being lapped by Ben Wheatley. 23 Richard Groom, the leader, lapping the number 13 there, I should say. That's Merton Wood, and that's allowed Ben Wheatley up alongside him. They were delayed just a little there at Clearways. Ben Wheatley's going to have a go for the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to go through? He certainly is. Ben Wheatley retakes the lead. He was fastest of all in the first sector that time round. That's where he gained the time, but Richard Groom back up the inside into Druids. They're absolutely side by side. Terrific battle between these two. Tom Power's got a grandstand view for this as Ben Wheatley to the inside into Graham Hill Bend, and he's just about held the lead. Great fight between these two. Richard Groom delayed slightly at Clearways last time through, lapping Merton Wood in the number 13 car, and Ben Wheatley was able to pounce down the straights. Tom Power now trying to move up to challenge them. This is great stuff. Over the line they come once again. There's just over a minute of this race left to go now. So I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. Richard Groom's not finished yet. He goes for the outside. He's almost patented that move into Paddock. This time Ben Wheatley's wise to him. Moves wide, holds him off. He won't get the inside line at Druids either. One false move between these two, and Tom Power's going to be through like a shot as well. Between these three, they're nearly 7 seconds clear of the battle for 4th. I can tell you that Giles Derry has got past both Kevin Turner and Stefano Mara. He's up into 4th place. We keep our eyes on the lead battle. Here they come towards Clearways once again. Ben Wheatley hasn't quite bettered his lap record from yesterday. He's looking for his first win of the season. Up over the line they come. There'll be 1 lap to go. This time, 13 seconds on the clock as they cross the line. Tom Power's going to try and go for 2nd place. Richard Groom going for the inside into Paddock. Where is he going to unleash his attack? There's a back marker ahead of them as well. He needs to be mindful that the leaders are closing in. And Tom Power with another kamikaze lunge up the inside. That was never going to work. Had to slow up to avoid hitting Richard Groom there. Through Graham Hill Bend for the last time. The back marker traffic will hopefully move aside and let Wheatley through. Blue flags waving from the marshals. Yes, Wheatley gets through, so does Groom. It's going to have to be an attack into Clark Curve for the final time for the 23. of Richard Groom on the back of Ben Wheatley. I don't think he's quite going to get close enough. Another great race from the Morphy Caterham graduate Sigma 135 category, and it's a reverse of the top two from yesterday. Punching the air as he crosses the line. Ben Wheatley takes his first win of the season, Richard Groom second, Tom Power third, and they're well ahead of the battle for fourth. Who's it going to be in fourth place over the line? It's going to be Giles Derry ahead of Stefano Mara, Kevin Turner, and near photo finish there. In fact, I think a couple of cars have got penalties in that group as well. Yes, Stefano Mara and Tom Gunter slipping down the timing screen. Now, we've got a spinner on the final lap there. That's Andrew Cronin in the number 39's had a spin at Surtees. Now, let's have a look. Remember what I said about Stefano Mara at the start of the race? I think he's got a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start, and I think Tom Gunter's got the same. So Mara and Gunter have dropped down to 12th and 13th. It's Giles Derry in 4th place, Kevin Turner 5th, Alaric Barney 6th, then Tom Hood, Michael Koo, Neil Warnock and Zach Lower. Here's a replay of that spin for Cronin on the final lap there, battling with the 27 car of Simon Nicholas, and round he went. Number 39 run by PT Sports Cars, Andrew Cronin. Well, Ben Wheatley it is who takes the win. He gets fastest lap as well, 54.181. Few hundredths of a second off his best lap from yesterday, but he does go home holding the Brands Hatch lap record with the new tyres being used this year. Wins by a quarter of a second ahead of Richard Groom, and Tom Power takes third place. Giles Derry tops the battle for fourth ahead of Kevin Turner, then Alaric Barney, John Hood, Michael Koo, Neil Warnock and Zach Lower. Alistair Davidson 11th, and then the penalised pair of Mara and Gunter 12th and 13th with 10 seconds of penalties, presumably for an out-of-position start. Marcus Eales takes 14th. Fraser Riddington after that spin just as the safety car came out, completing the top 15. I can tell you all 25 cars went the distance in that race. Andy Cooper did rejoin after a visit to the pits when he went into the gravel. Let's head down to Ewan Dunlop in Parc Fermé to talk to some of the drivers.
Cheers, Dave. More epic racing in the Caterhams. We're going to have our top three drivers here. I want to run and speak to Tom Power, who's had 2 third places. Didn't get a chance to speak to him yesterday, so let's do it now. Tom, you've been involved in 2 epic battles this weekend, third on both occasions. What does it be like to be in a race like that?
It's great fun out there. The Toyo tyres were great actually in this lovely warm weather. I was trying to just keep with those guys. I think they're a little bit quicker for me, but it was close at the end and it was a shame I couldn't get involved.
I mean, you 3 guys are far ahead of everybody else. You made some good lunges and you made some great attempts to get into that top 2.
Yeah, I had Ben up the insides over there, I think. But ultimately, I think Richard's got the best pace, but Ben's maybe a bit more consistent. So, well played to those 2.
It was great fun to watch. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Let's go speak to a very, very happy Ben Wheatley. Get that number 1 cap on, Ben. A very well-earned victory. 2nd place yesterday. He's promoted himself to 1st. He's got the champagne. He's got the cap on. Mate, you punched the air when you crossed the line there. Well done.
Yeah, that was a good one actually. As you can tell, still out of breath. You could have at least given me another swig of the water first. Maybe I'll open this. But no, look, the car's been. We made a couple of changes over the course of last night. The changes seemed to work. The tyres lasted longer. CTS has done an incredible job this weekend. Absolutely incredible. So, got to hand it to them for the car prep. And yeah, race was awesome, absolutely awesome.
It's a great start to the championship, isn't it? For the 3 of you, you're already telling this story that it's these 3 guys at the front.
Yeah, with Jamie and James gone, who were 1st and 2nd last year, we knew it was going to be really tight between us 3. Richard drove fantastically. It was great, clean Caterham racing, and that's what it's all about.
Right. Well done, congrats.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, as you can hear behind us, let's just spin round. The Minis are coming out. It's their 2nd race of the weekend. Plenty of stories to tell in that one. Dave Goddard will talk you through it.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Ewan. Cars just coming into line on the grid then, ready for the green flag lap for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge, the identical 1600cc 130 brake horsepower BMW Minis. Let's have a look at the grid then. It's based on the result of yesterday's race, which means that Tom Ovenden, number 24, lines up in pole position. Another locally based racer, the former rallycrosser. Great fight yesterday with Jack Byrne, who lines up alongside in 4.86. The Irishman, last year's Rookie Cup champion. Second year in the category, so he's now in the Graduate Cup. We've got subclasses in this race. Rookie Cup for first year drivers, Graduate Cup for second year drivers, and the Directors Cup, which is for senior drivers aged 35 and over. Second row of the grid, number 17 Nicky Taylor alongside number 12 Alex Solly, both of them title favourites this year. On row 3 we've got the Rookie Cup winner from yesterday, Maximus Hall, winner of the Junior Saloon Car Championship last season in his Saxo, his first weekend in senior racing. He finished an excellent 5th yesterday, just lost 4th place in a photo finish with Alex Solly. Lee Pearce won the Directors' Cup yesterday. He lines up 6th on the grid in the blue car, number 23. Row 4 is number 21 Nathan Edwards alongside 53 James Black. Completing the top 10, Harvey Ryby in number 71 alongside 32 Frankie Taylor. Row 6, 62 Alex Keynes and 64 Harry Hickton. We saw what he can do in junior saloon cars last year. Row 7 is number 81, which is Luca Marinoni Osborne alongside 117 Reese Lysett. Row 8, 59 Reese Hurd and 60 Brendan Fitzgerald. Row 9, 22 Ashley Gregory, leading lady on the grid alongside 11 Gabe Fairbrother. He got a 2-place grid penalty for this race after being judged to have passed under yellow flags in yesterday's race. Was the safety car was coming out, I believe. Row 10, number 46 Paul Manning starts alongside 1, 2, 3 and Andy Cobb. Row 11, 15 is Cameron Richardson alongside 99 Ben Jenkins. The 12th row, 96 Sam Gornall and 86 Ben Taylor, recently engaged, so congrats to Ben and his partner Jasmine. Row 13, number 8 Dan Armstrong, 16 Jacob Heap. The penultimate row, number 3 Sophie Wright and number 7 of Mick Fitzgerald. And the final row, Katia Loggy in number 5 and 26 Callum Eason. He was the only retirement in yesterday's race, ended up in the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend on the first lap, so hoping to get some laps in this time from the back of the grid. I've just spotted that in our YouTube comments, watching on is a certain Jamie Winrow. Mentioned him during the Caterham race. Hope we see you back out in your Caterham this year, Jamie. As the cars head round on their warm-up laps, they get 2 green flag laps, so as it's only a short circuit. Just warming up the tyres on these identical BMW Minis. These are the touring car stars of the future, potentially. Most of these drivers have said their ambition is to get into the British Touring Car Championship someday. These cars identical, 130 brake horsepower, 1.6 litre normally aspirated BMW Mini Coopers, the trophy category. Of course, the top class of the Mini Challenge is the John Cooper Works cars. They're on the BTCC support package, running on Goodyear tyres, Team Dynamics 15-inch wheels. This category does race a couple of times on the BTCC package as well. New teams coming into the championship this year as well. We've got Napa Racing UK. We've seen them in the British Truck Racing Championship, in British touring cars as well. They've got Cameron Richardson and Callum Eason in their 2 cars for this weekend. Ashley Gregory making her debut as well in her self-run car. Former junior saloon car racer. She's been racing stock cars over the last couple of years at Wharton in Lancashire. Chandler Motorsports have made the move into this series as well from Britcar, the Britcar Trophy Championship, seeing them running their VW Golfs. They've got Reese Hurd and Reese Lysett driving their 2 cars. Also Westbourne Motorsport on their debut, and they've got the 2 junior saloon car rivals from last season, Max Hall and Harry Hickton. But it is number 24 Tom Ovenden on pole. He drives for Accelerate Motorsports, well known for their touring car exploits, of course. Jack Byrne alongside the Irishman in the Graves Motorsports car. They're the 2, I think, the biggest teams that run in this championship with, in terms of car numbers. Nicky Taylor's a Graves Motorsport driver. Alex Solly is as well. Max Hall for Westbourne, and then Lee Pearce in his self-run car, the Graduate Cup winner yesterday. In position then for what will be a 15-minute race. Revs are up and away they go. Great start by Jack Byrne from the outside of the front row. They're side by side on the run into Paddock Bend for the first time. Start from the fourth row by Nathan Edwards moving up there as well, the 21 car, but it's side by side for the lead. Ovenden on the inside, Byrne is on the outside, and Ovenden moves across to take the lead. Byrne slots in behind. Nicky Taylor trying to go around the outside in the number 17 car. We've got one car off into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Damage to the back of the car. I can't see who that is at the moment. We'll pick that up as soon as we can. There's Katia Loggy at the back of the field in the number 5, making her debut this weekend, the Scottish-born youngster. It's Tom Ovenden who's got the lead. Nicky Taylor's up to second ahead of Jack Byrne. I imagine we might see a safety car though with that car off at Paddock. Nicky Taylor, number 32, under fire there from the 53 of James Black, the ex-Renault Clio racer in the Britcar Trophy Championship. 62 Alex Keens behind them, but it's Tom Ovenden who has got the lead from Nicky Taylor in second, Jack Byrne third. And they're slowing up. Yeah, there's yellow flags out. The safety car is coming out. We saw everybody slowing up there. It's the number 71. Oh, that's Harvey Ryby that's gone off there in the Accelerate Motorsport car. You can see damage to the rear of the car. I think that car may have rolled over looking at the roof there. We didn't see the incident happen initially. We'll try and get another look at that if we can. We hope Harvey's okay. Newcomer this year. Was one of the contenders for Rookie Cup honours. You can see he's got the novice cross on the back of his car. But I think that car may have rolled over looking at the roof there. Oh, and there's somebody else off. That's Brendan Fitzgerald, the Irishman. Stuck there on the grass. I think that's coming out of Surtees. There's damage to his car as well. See again what happened. Watch the background. There goes Harvey Ryby. And yes, he does go over. Goodness me. Big accident there for Harvey Ryby. Let's hope he's okay. Yeah, just dug into the gravel sideways there and the car flipped. The Accelerate Motorsport car. He's only 16 years of age, Harvey, the driver from Lincolnshire near Scunthorpe. There's some bits of Brendan Fitzgerald's car on the track as well. He's gone off at Surtees. That's a great shame for Harvey Ryby, the former X30 junior karting champion. And in fact, the red flag is coming out. We can see in the background there we go, red flags. The race is being stopped to allow for recovery work to take place. Okay, I imagine that will be a full restart. We'll get news from race control on if the race length will be reduced. They'd only completed one lap. It looks as though Harvey Ryby's okay. Tough little cars, these BMW Mini Coopers. The other car we lost, Brendan Fitzgerald, the man from Dublin. He's headed back to the pits. We'll see it again, watch the background, straight into the gravel and straight over. That's a big accident for Harvey Ryby. He may have got some contact in the pack there, just sent him out wide. The car didn't seem to slow down at all. That's such a shame for the youngster, one of the youngest men on the grid. Let's have a look again from the reverse angle. No, there wasn't contact. He just got sideways, possibly hit the curb. Slid off and a double rollover. That gold roof on that car sadly not as shiny now. Harvey Ryby, thankfully no injury by the look of it. He will be taken to the medical centre just for a checkup. The cars are back on the grid, getting ready for a restart. Brendan Fitzgerald's car is in the pit lane. Did a fair bit of racing over in Ireland. Started at 16 in Formula Ford, Brendan tells us. He's now 52, so been racing for many years. Nicknamed Gas Monkey for his resemblance to Richard from the Gas Monkey Garage TV show. We've got Brendan and Mick Fitzgerald out there in the two yellow cars. Mick, 65 years of age. I think he's the oldest man on the grid, the former Fiat racing champion in Ireland. And now trackside recovery will do their stuff. The flatbed lorry being brought in to recover Harvey Ryby's Mini. Try and get news on the restart, if the race length will be reduced at all. There are a few glitches with the clock on the timing screen, unfortunately, so it only seems to activate when a car crosses the line. Drivers waiting patiently on the grid, trying to keep themselves cool. Tom Ovenden on pole, comes from a long line of rallycrossers based at the nearby Liddon Hill circuit. I know his family's construction business was involved in reshaping Liddon over the last few years, with the World Rallycross Championship returning there. Jack Byrne had a phenomenal season last year, a couple of overall podiums, and he won the rookie class in all but one race last season. Now looking for the overall title. So thanks to the Orange family. In my opinion, Orange family sounds a bit kinder than Orange Army, as they're often known. Certainly as regimented as an army, though. Very efficient clear-up taking place as Harvey Ryby's Mini is winched onto the lorry. Thanks again to Steve Bewers and the team at Trackside Recovery. They've been kept busy this weekend. Harvey Ryby will be just taken to the medical centre for a check over. I'm not sure we'll see that car back out for race 3, but you never know. The Accelerate Motorsport team, experienced in touring car racing for several years now, they'll do their best to put that car back together. So Harvey's being taken back to receive a checkup. Under the red flag here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Sunday then. Following a rollover at Paddock Hill Bend for Harvey Ryby in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. Car just being recovered at the moment, and once we get back underway there'll be another green flag lap just to warm the tyres up, and then we'll get underway. We'll await confirmation of the distance of this restart, whether the race distance will be reduced or whether it will be the full 15 minutes. After this, it'll be the lunch break, and then after lunch it'll be the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship, their first race of the weekend. We didn't see them yesterday. We had the OT Publishing Hyundai Coupe Cup yesterday with Wayne Rocket taking a double. Again, rumours of his retirement greatly exaggerated. looks like Brendan Fitzgerald is going to rejoin, heading down the pit lane there. He went off at Surtees. Harvey Ryby's car being recovered into the paddock. So we're almost ready to resume. There'll be one green flag lap. See a couple of gaps on the grid. Hopefully Brendan Fitzgerald will start from the pit lane. Don't forget the various subclasses we told you. The Rookie Cup for first year drivers, the Graduate Cup for second year drivers, and the Directors' Cup for the senior drivers on the grid. Lee Pearce starting as the favourite there. His rivals Paul Manning, the Fitzgeralds, and Andy Cobb, 1, 2, 3. Interestingly, Andy Cobb is running in both the Directors' Cup and the Rookie Cup because he's over 35 years of age and it's also his first year in the championship. You don't have to be a youngster to make your debut in the Mini Challenge. A lot of these drivers are aspiring touring car racers of the future, but there are many drivers who just race purely for the enjoyment in these very evenly matched little cars. Those BMW Minis have been seen in everything, even the Dakar Rally in the last few years. The X-Raid Minis. Rallycross as well, they're very popular. Tom Ovenden's raced in Rallycross in one of these, and in juniors with the Suzuki Swift. Nicky Taylor on the second row, fourth in the championship last year. Didn't quite manage to win a race though. It was Nelson King who dominated the championship last year, taking the title by a country mile in the end. Tom Ovenden had a win at Thruxton last season. Former champion Matt Hammond was a winner as well. Joe Wiggin, experienced saloon car racer, and Louis Capazzoli had a win too. I believe he's competing in a Honda Civic this year. Lee Pearce won the finale here at Brands Hatch. Charlie Mann had a win as well. Snetterton. Jack Byrne only beaten once in the rookie class, that was by Ollie Meadows at Thruxton. The Graduate Cup winner was Nelson King last year, the overall champion. It was Matt Hammond who won the Directors' Cup, but he's moved on elsewhere this year. Okay, the cars get underway for the green flag lap then, ready for a restart. Still awaiting confirmation of whether we'll run over the full 15-minute distance. Weaving to keep their Goodyear tyres warm. It's Callum Eason at the back in the Napa racing car, sponsored by Napa Auto Parts. Callum's parents both used to compete in British truck racing, Wayne and Joanne Eason. As we said yesterday, one of two husband and wife teams to have competed in truck racing together. The other one is Brian and Kaz Garnett many years ago. Sponsored by BFL, British Fuels Limited. It was DAFs they used to race. I think it was Kaz who rolled her truck here at Brands Hatch up at Clearways. Into position then, ready for the restart. Tom Ovenden in pole position, Jack Byrne alongside. They had a great fight with Nicky Taylor yesterday. They'll resume here. Max Hall looking for a second win in the Rookie Cup. Just lost fourth on the run to the line to Alex Solly in a photo finish yesterday. Last couple of cars into line at the back of the field. Callum Easton alongside Katja Loggy. Get the green flag at the back of the grid. Revs will rise in the 1600cc engines. And away they go. Full 15-minute restart. Good restart by Jack Byrne there at the outside. He's going to take the lead. He's outpaced Tom Ovenden into Paddock Hill Bend. It's the Irishman who leads the way. Nicky Taylor up there on the outside. A good start by Lee Pearce in the blue car as well. He's come through from the third row into fourth position. Again, proving the sloping grid here at Brands Hatch tends to favour the outside line. Lee Pearce trying to go for third, and somebody's gone off. I think that was... yes, it was Tom Ovenden. He's run wide through Druids. There's a couple of other cars have fallen over each other. Reese Lycett was one of them. 62 Alex Keynes was the other, further back. But Tom Ovenden ran wide there. I don't know if there was contact going into the outside of Druids. He's dropped back a fair few places. We'll see where he's rejoined in a moment. He's outside the top 10, certainly the white and red car there in the background. Side by side there between Harry Hickton and Frankie Taylor, both ex-junior saloon car drivers, as they come up over the stripe for the first time. Jack Byrne has the lead. Lee Pearce up into second position. Third, it is Nicky Taylor. Alex Solly in fourth. Then it's Nathan Edwards. Now, where is Tom Ovenden? Where has he rejoined? He's down in 13th place. Interesting to see if he can come back through the field then. Jack Byrne leads the way, looking for his first overall win, the reigning Rookie Cup champion. Pearce in second, then Taylor, Solly, Edwards. Max Hall is next in the order. There's Ovenden, back in that 13th place, just ahead of Paul Manning in the number 46 car, run by Manpower Motorsports. Alex Keynes under fire. We saw him tangle with Reese Lycett through Druids for the first time, further back in the order. But Jack Byrne starting to escape at the front now, ahead of Lee Pearce. Alex Solly trying to go for third place. There's Ovenden, the white and red car in the background. That's Luca Marinoni Osborne in the 81, coming under fire from Reese Hurd in the Chandler Motorsport car. Ashley Gregory up behind them, holding honour for the ladies in this one. 21 on the inside there is Nathan Edwards trying to take Alex Solly. Look at Max Hall trying to go through the middle in the 93. 3 wide into Paddock then, that rarely works. There's a bit of damage on Alex Solly's car there as well. He's had some contact on the first lap, the wheel arch hanging off. Max Hall, and there's more contact. Max Hall and Alex Solly. Nathan Edwards in there too. Who's that coming up behind them? That's James Black in the number 53 car. Frankie Taylor and Harry Hickton are next. Well, this is much more frantic than we saw yesterday already from the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. Alex Solly on the bumper, literally, of Nathan Edwards. Jack Byrne's escaping all this at the front, able to build his lead as Lee Pearce defends from Nicky Taylor for second. Fourth is now Max Hall. Alex Solly's been shuffled back to sixth. Here comes Frankie Taylor. No relation to Nicky, I don't believe, attacking Harry Hickton. Hickton's just gone through on the inside at Clearways. Harry Hickton was just beaten by Max Hall to the junior saloon car title last year. Harry, the son of David Hickton, long-time classic saloon car racer. Side by side, Frankie Taylor up on the outside. We saw him race in the Junior Saloon Car Championship before the global pandemic, making a return to racing over the last couple of years. And up the inside, Nicky Taylor takes second place from Lee Pearce into Druids. Ran over a bit of debris there on the inside. Max Hall in fourth. He leads the Rookie Cup. Lee Pearce in second, in third now, leads the Directors' Cup. Jack Byrne, head of the Graduates' Cup, leads the race overall. Here comes Tom Ovenden chasing Ashley Gregory. She dropped down the order in the second half of yesterday's race. She's currently fifth in the Rookie Cup, in 12th overall. Alex Solly battling with Nathan Edwards for fifth position. Somebody running wide there, that was Harry Hickton in the 64. Side by side for second. Here comes Lee Pearce back on the inside, the former 1300 stock car world champion on the short ovals. He goes through the second place. Max Hall's in there as well. They're almost 3 wide into Paddock again. Max Hall trying to go through the middle as he did last time through. He's going for second here at the inside. No, you don't, says Lee Pearce. Moves across and in. There's contact between the two of them. They nearly lose it. Oh, goodness me. I thought they were going to be sent spinning into the inside wall there. Nicky Taylor's been able to hold second place as a result. That was pretty dicey into Druids. Pearce third, Hall fourth. And this is allowing the next group to close in. Nathan Edwards, Alex Solly, James Black and Frankie Taylor. There's a general warning gone out from race control: respect track limits. You get warnings, too many warnings for exceeding track limits, you can get time penalties. Up the inside again, Lee Pearce. There's a bit of needle creeping into this battle now between Pearce and Nicky Taylor. And Jack Burns saying, well, if you're all going to squabble with each other for second place, I'm going to clear off in the lead. He's 2.27 seconds up now, Jack Byrne. Max Hall to the inside. That was a brave move. Lee Pearce moves to hold him off. Max Hall is really aggressive here on the bumper of Lee Pearce. And they're all coming up behind. Look at Nathan Edwards trying to go through the middle here. Max Hall, Nathan Edwards, Alex Solly. They're going to be 4 wide into Graham Hill Bend if they're not careful. That's never going to work. Pearce got the inside through Druids. Now Taylor's on the inside for Graham Hill Bend. He'll hold second place. Max Hall has a go as well. This is amazing stuff. Well, we said these are potentially the British touring car races of the future, and they're certainly living up to that reputation here. Lee Pearce up the inside into Surtees. Contact with Nicky Taylor, who goes rally crossing. Don't hit each other as you come back on, yet they just about hold it together. Max Hall gets hit by Nathan Edwards. This is proper touring car style racing. This is amazing. Nathan Edwards side by side with Max Hall now. Alex Solly's been shuffled back in the number 12 on the outside. Who's this coming through on the inside? That's James Black in the 53. Hall's in the middle again into Paddock Hill Bend. Solly on the outside, Black on the inside. Black's made up about 3 places there going into Paddock. Right, who's in second place? Well, by the time I finish telling you, it'll have changed again. Pearce ahead of Taylor. Nicky Taylor, that is. Nathan Edwards is 4th. James Black up to 5th. Hall down to 6th. Then it's Frankie Taylor, Alex Solly, and Harry Higton. As I draw breath, Alex Solly goes up the inside there to retake Frankie Taylor. We're not even at the lunch break yet, and I'm running out of voice already. This is fantastic stuff. Well, Jack Burns escaped. He's over 3 seconds clear. He's missing all the fun. Max Hall takes the 53 car of James Black through clearways up into 5th position. Black fights back on the outside. Squeezes Hall almost towards the pit wall there. It's going to be 3 wide again. This time Max Hall's on the inside though, not in the middle. Black's in the middle. Alex Solly goes for the outside. Frankie Taylor in behind them. Jack Burns away and gone. There's a challenge on for second place here from Nicky Taylor on the inside into Druids. He retakes the place. Nathan Edwards in there as well. Lee Pearce had to move across to make sure Edwards didn't get through for 3rd place. They're running wide behind as well. There could be more position changes down into the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. It's Hall, Solly, Taylor. Yes, I think it was the blue car of Harry Higton that went wide there. And up alongside him now is the 59 of Reese Hurd coming into this battle in the Chandler Motorsport car. Well, certainly the best race we've seen here at Brands Hatch this weekend so far. Harry Higton goes wide. Somebody's kicked up the dust there. Who's run around? Oh, it was Max Hall, and he's been hit as they come through there. Max Hall lost it coming into clearways there, and somebody hit him. Didn't see who it was. Here's a battle over the line. Luca Marinoni Osborne, along with I think that's the 59 car of Reese Hurd. Just behind them was Reese Lycett as well. Let's have a look at that again. Max Hall lost it coming into clearways, and he got walloped by the 59 car of Reese Hurd. That's ruined it for Harry Higton as well. He had to slow up, and his rivalry with Max Hall could be kicking off again. We saw them fighting for the junior saloon car title last season. Hall won it after Higton suffered engine trouble in the final round. Okay, I think things are finally settling down now at the front of the field. I say hesitantly. Nicky Taylor in second ahead of Lee Pearce. 4th is Nathan Edwards, but they're 3.5 seconds back on Jack Byrne now. Alex Solly has come through into 5th, and look who's coming back into this. Remember Tom Ovenden went wide on the first lap and dropped to 13th. Well, he's now back into 7th. He's just taken James Black into Paddock. Can he get back up with the leaders? Lee Pearce in behind Nicky Taylor. Then it's Edwards, Solly, Frankie Taylor. There's Ovenden, just taken James Black. Ashley Gregory's in 9th place. Reese Hurd is 10th. Yeah, the car that lost out in that melee at clearways. Max Hall was down to 15th place, and Harry Higton is 12th. One retirement in this race so far. It's number 123 has pulled into the pits. That's Andy Cobb. Here's a scrap further back, the 22. That's Gregory under fire from 59 Reese Hurd. Had a bit of a wallop with Max Hall through clearways a couple of laps ago. There's Luca Marinoni Osborne in his Accelerate Motorsport car, holding off the recovering Harry Higton. I think that is behind him. This is just outside the top 10. Here comes Hickton, you can see he's frustrated there. Had to go wide to avoid the out of control Max Hall. Meantime, back with our battle for second. Taylor, Pearce, Edwards and Solly is still the order. Tom Ovenden up the inside on Frankie Taylor at Druids. Makes up another place, he's up to 6th now. How long's he got to go? Not too long, I don't think. Black and white flag being shown to number 7, that's Mick Fitzgerald, towards the tail end of the field. The lead is with Jack Byrne, he's over 3 seconds clear. Everybody else trying to be second. This phenomenal second race for the mini challenge. Lee Pearce's exhaust has come loose, I've just noticed. That's bouncing around under the car. If it comes off or starts dragging, he might get the black and orange flag. There's just over 4 minutes of this race to go for the Virtue Motors mini challenge trophy category. Here comes Alex Solly attacking Nathan Edwards. And here's Jack Byrne, who has very much missed all the fun. He's getting on with going for his first ever outright win. Ovenden has just set the fastest lap, 56.967. First lap under 57 seconds in this race. Can he get past these 4 and into second? I don't think he'll catch Jack Byrne. Looks like he's got this race at his mercy. The inside, Lee Pearce having a look for second place into clearways there, but no, not close enough to Nicky Taylor. Lee Pearce leading the Directors' Cup. The Rookies' Cup is now being led by James Black, number 53, because Max Hall dropped back as a result of that incident at clearways. Is Max Hall still going, I think? But he's been into the pits, so he's running at the back of the field. Here comes Lee Pearce again. Here comes Nathan Edwards again. They're lapping a slower marker there. That was Max Hall, having just rejoined. Somehow Nicky Taylor hanging on for dear life in second place. Jack Byrne leads for Graves Motorsport, his teammate Taylor in second, Lee Pearce in a self-run car in third. Then it's Nathan Edwards, number 21, for Accelerate Motorsports. And then we've got Alex Solly in another Graves Motorsports car, the Essex-based team. Oh, and contact there. Lee Pearce tried a lunge up the inside. Nicky Taylor didn't see him and turned in. They've held it together, but now this is going to be interesting. Into Paddock Hill Bend. There's 4 of them. Line astern. Look at this. Nothing between them. 2.5 minutes of the race to go. What's going to happen into Paddock this time? Which side's Lee Pearce going to go? Well, Nathan Edwards is going to go for the outside. Alex Solly following him. And somehow Taylor has still held the place. Nathan Edwards now going for third. Lee Pearce moves back across. And again to defend, he's going to try and defend both sides at the same time. That's never going to work. Edwards has got through. There was no way he could make his Mini 3 times as wide as it should be there, Lee Pearce. And Nathan Edwards is up into third position. Alex Solly going for fourth now. He's got the inside, not quite on Lee Pearce. And here comes Ovenden saying, remember me, I went wide on the first lap. And now I'm back in your battle. Excuse me, he says to Alex Solly at Surtees, I'm going through. Excuse me, says Lee Pearce to Nathan Edwards. Bash into the side there. Edwards nearly lost it. Lee Pearce is being, I think, a bit overly aggressive there in my eyes. And he hits him again there. There's a bit of needle creeping into this, certainly, as Ovenden goes past all of them. And he's up into third place. Nicky Taylor's escaped into second. Goodness gracious. Well, Jack Byrne is all set to win. They're still at it behind. Alex Solly is up into fourth place now, ahead of Nathan Edwards. Tom Ovenden still just about ahead of him. He'll have the inside here for Graham Hill Bend. I think there'll be one more lap to go after this. Nathan Edwards down the inside. Pearce is now battling with Frankie Taylor. Behind them is James Black. I think he's still leading the Rookie Cup, just ahead of Ashley Gregory. Frankie Taylor staying ahead. There's Gregory in the red car in the background. Lee Pearce dropping back down the order. Black and white flag has been shown to Nathan Edwards, number 21, the driving standards flag. Well, we're into the last lap now, I can tell you, of this frantic race for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge trophy category, with Jack Byrne 3.5 seconds clear. He's all set for victory. Headlights ablaze into Druids. Slapping one of the back markers there. That was Katia Logie, I think. Still the fight goes on behind. Nicky Taylor safe in second. The fight is for third. What a recovery by Tom Ovenden. 13th at the end of the first lap. There's Loggy. First race weekend. She'll move aside and let the quicker runners through. But here comes Jack Byrne. He had some overall podiums last season, dominated the Rookie Cup. He's in the Graduate Cup now, and he's heading for his first ever overall win in the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category. Took the lead on the second start and has controlled it all the way. Here comes Jack Byrne, takes the checkered flag, his first ever win. Second goes to Nicky Taylor. Tom Ovenden, what a recovery for third ahead of the number 12 of Alex Solly. But I think there's going to be some penalties handed out there. Nicky Taylor has been given a penalty, I can tell you. So he'll drop down the order. So that's promoted Ovenden to second place, Solly in third. We don't know what the penalties are for at the moment. Lee Pearce has been penalised as well. Once I've got my breath back after that one, I'll give you the result. What an incredible race. Well, Jack Byrne has won it. Tom Ovenden second. So they might be joint leaders of the championship. Have that one. Alex Solly inherited third because Nicky Taylor was given a penalty there and he drops down into seventh place. A 5-second penalty I think he got there. So it's Byrne, Ovenden and Solly, your podium figures. This is all provisional at the moment, of course. Nathan Edwards taking fourth. In fifth position, Frankie Taylor. Sixth for James Black. He wins the Rookie Cup. Byrne wins the Graduates Cup. Seventh is Nicky Taylor. Eighth for Ashley Gregory. Great result for her. Ahead of Harry Hickton recovering well. And Reese Hurd rounding out the top 10. Reese Lysett was 11th ahead of Luca Marinoni-Osborne. Lee Pearce penalised down to 13th place, but he wins the Directors' Cup. 14th place going to Alex Keynes in the 62. Completing the top 15 was Paul Manning, second in the Directors' Cup for him. Just the one retirement there, Andy Cobb. Of course, we lost the 71 of Harvey Ryby as well. Hopefully we'll see him back out for race 3. And I'm going to hand down to Ewan Dunlop in a moment because I'm completely out of breath after that race. What an incredible encounter for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge.
Cheers, Dave. Well, tell you what, I'm glad we've got a lunch break coming up because we need to get our breaths back. What an incredible race. How Tom Ovenden got up to second place, nobody knows. We're going to find out in a second. But let's speak to our first ever win. Jack, congratulations first of all.
Yeah, thanks very much. That was a nice way to win the first one, to be fair.
I mean, have you got any idea what was going on behind you? Because you were so far ahead.
Yeah, I could see the guys coming in the mirror. I wasn't at ease just yet. I could still see them coming on, so you never know.
I mean, how do you celebrate this? There's one more race to go. Do you celebrate yet or wait until tonight?
I know there's still another race today. We'll save the celebrations for tonight.
Mate, massive congrats. Well done.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, buddy. Right, I think Alex Solly actually got third. Tom Ovenden. Tom, come here. Don't go too far. You left the racetrack, rejoined in about 12. What on earth are you doing in second place?
I don't know. I was so upset after the first lap. The first after the start, I nailed the first one. Thought that's it, we're sorted. Red flag. I thought I'd have to do it all again, and then I did the same yesterday, but I just messed it up again. Got to Druids, I lost the left rear, and I was like, how could this go any worse? And then I just thought, no, I've always learned to never give up, and I've ended up second, so I wouldn't have, if you told me I'd finish second after that first lap, I wouldn't have believed you, so
mate,
I'm happy.
It was so good to watch. At one point there was about 8 of you fighting for second place,
yeah.
And you were at the back of that pack, you made it through to the front. What is it like as a young racing driver, everybody in fairly similar cars, battling it out like that? And do you know what? Everybody kept it fairly safe as well. So much respect in this paddock.
Definitely, you just got to, as I had that bit of gap to the group in front, I was just looking at what they were doing and working out, okay, where am I going to make my moves on this person, where am I going to make moves on this person, and luckily I got through. But I've got to say a massive thank you to Abdul Works in Motorsport for getting me to this position, but I'm absolutely delighted to be in the podium after that horrendous start. So,
right, and one more race to come, we can't wait.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy, well done. I want to speak to Nicky here, crossed the line in third place. Nicky, Can we grab a word? Is that all right?
Yeah, I'm not on the podium. But...
I know you're not. We're going to talk about that. So you crossed the line in third. We want to talk about, first of all, incredible race, and then we'll get to the penalty.
Yeah, well, I crossed it in second, and then, yeah, just kept getting speed every single corner, every lap. So it's what it is. But with the track limits penalty, I think it's a bit harsh, but I can't appeal track limits.
Are you? When do you become aware? I think when you crossed the line, you weren't aware, and you've just found out. Do you know what it's for right now? Because we don't.
I know it's for track limits, and I saw it across the board. But at the end of the day, I'm more annoyed at the fact of the track limits. I couldn't really do much because I was getting forced off and getting forced the car width off every single lap. So it went from having a really nice race yesterday to now having where I literally feel like I'm going to get speared every single corner, which. It was a good race, don't get me wrong. I managed to get second, but it's just annoying because I feel like I had the pace to catch Jack, and I feel like with the setup change we made yesterday, I could have caught Jack, but it is what it is, and just have to deal with it. But starting 7th, I've got like 5 Graves cars ahead of me and 2 accelerate, or 4 Graves cars, 2 accelerate, so pushing through and win the last one.
One more race to come. I feel like you're going to be quite aggressive in that race.
Yeah, I'm winning it no matter what. No matter what, I'm winning that.
Right, good luck. We can't wait.
Cheers.
Cheers, buddy. I really want to speak to Nathan Edwards in the Intercleanse car. Nathan, can we get a quick chat? Cheers, buddy. First of all, incredible race. You were in that battle for second place with 7 or 8 cars. When you got out of the car, you looked a bit frustrated. Just talk us through that race from your point of view.
I think I was just a bit hot-headed. I think the race was pretty frantic out there. The Intercleanse Mini seemed to be on song. We were sort of second, third quickest in the race, and I knew we were on the podium, and then it all just sort of boiled over into the final corner. There was a bit of contact with a few other drivers, but I'm sure they'll sort that out after, and it puts us in a good place hopefully for race 3 because we're in the grid draw for reverse grid, but podiums don't come around that often, and when you're then sort of taking out that podium through someone else, you're a bit frustrated, but no, we'll hopefully sort it out later on.
I mean, last November, I remember we sort of celebrated the 2 podiums here at Brands Hatch. So it's a track you know very well. It's a track you can be successful at. You've got one more chance today. What can we expect from that race?
If it rains, I'll win. If it's dry, well, we'll see what happens. We don't seem to have that much pace in the dry, so we're sort of hanging on. But when the opportunity comes to a podium, that's why you're so on it. But yeah, we'll have a good go. We'll see what happens. I'm sure everyone's enjoying it at home. I've got loads of family and friends here as well that are enjoying the sun.
Mate, congrats, well done.
Brilliant, thank you.
Cheers, buddy. I want to go and speak. We haven't spoken to him yet this weekend. We're going to go for a walk, Ben, here. I want to speak to Harry Hickton. He was the guy that had the incredible battle with Max Hall in the JSCC last year. They both moved up to the Minis, and they're having a great time challenging each other. Harry, hello. We've spoken to pretty much every driver so far involved in that battle. I'm going to call it a battle for second because there were 7 or 8 of you. You were in that. Talk us through the race from your point of view.
Well, there's quite a lot to talk about. So before safety car, a red flag. I got a really good start, got up to 7th by the end of the first lap. But then I had to start again from 12th, so that was it, game on. And then I got a really good start again. I don't know where I got up to, maybe 7th or 8th again. And yeah, I was just battling up with the front, got past Frankie Taylor, and then I made a little mistake myself, and then I caught the group back up, started racing again, and then just a bit of misfortune with another driver, got held back a bit, and then had to come through again. But I mean, it's a lot of fun, definitely, and it is clean racing. It's hard, clean racing, so you can't knock it. It's a lot of fun. Just a bit of a shame for me. Because I mean, I got second fastest lap yesterday, third fastest lap on that race, so I know I've got the pace to be up there. But I just, I'm in this weekend just getting the experience of this hard racing. So I mean, throughout the year, I'm sure I'll be up there more consistently. I think I can be up there today. But I mean, yeah, starting from 9th, I think later. So I definitely think I can gain some good position, get a good first lap, and then hopefully keep my nose clean.
I mean, mate, it's absolute thrill to watch. There's 18 rookies on the grid this year. One of those is Max Hall. I know your teammate, so you've already sort of started this rivalry already this year. Is he sort of one that you want to beat, or do you just want to beat everybody?
I mean, I want to beat everybody. not going to say I don't, because I do. But yeah, I mean, there's some I want to beat more than others. But yeah, keep it at that.
Mate, well done.
Cheers,
buddy, thanks a lot. Right, I think we've spoken to pretty much everybody. Oh, let's take a look around actually. They're going to do the presentation here on the grid. We're going to get confirmed now who was 1, 2, 3, because when they crossed the line, we saw, I think there was more than one penalty. I don't think it was just Nicky Taylor getting that penalty, but we will find out. So it's great to see those, like the drivers in all 3 categories, or 4 categories in fact, are going to get a presentation shortly. I would like to speak to Alex Solly, who was promoted to 3rd place eventually. I'll see if I can sneak in here. Alex, can we grab you quickly? Is that all right? Fantastic. Now we've got our top 3 actually. Alex didn't cross the line in 3rd, but you're on the podium, mate.
Yeah, I've only just found out about it. Yeah, cracking race. Can't ask for much more, really. Really hard fight throughout the whole thing. Dropped back quite a few places to start with, but just picked them off one by one. Some people had mistakes. Just took the opportunities where I could. Yeah, fantastic race.
I mean, that was mini racing at its absolutely best. It was very respectful. There were a few connections, there were little bits falling off here and there, but when you've got 8 or 9 guys so close together, going around corners like Druids and things, there's a lot of respect between the drivers, but of course, everybody wants to win, don't they?
Yeah, well, yeah, Jack's done a great job to get ahead and just do his quality laps. You know, it's easy once you can do that, but breaking away from the pack to start with is really hard. Everyone's really tough in their driving technique in this game, so breaking away from everyone and actually getting clear laps in is the hardest part.
Now, reverse grid for race 3, so you're going to be starting 3rd or 4th. I'm guessing you're hoping for podiums again.
Well, yeah, I'd like to finish the weekend higher up. But overall, it's a good start so far, a lot better than last season, so I'm happy. Happy
Great
for the team as well.
Great racing, well done.
Cheers, thanks.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot. So I think we've spoken to top 6 or 7 drivers there, so that is our zone for the minis for the time being. We do have one more mini race later. We've got a lunch break now, then we're going to go into the MG Owners Club. We've still got a couple of British truck racing events to come as well, so do not go too far, but do enjoy your break. I'll throw you back to Dave right now. We'll be back down here in the paddock, the Park Lane and Parc Fermé as soon as we can.
Thanks very much, Ewan. Yes, I've just about got my breath back after that brilliant race from the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge. It's now time for our lunch break here at Brands Hatch. Our next race is coming up at 1:15, which is the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. All the fun of the fair for our fans at Brands Hatch. Monster truck rides, a little truck show taking place at trackside as well. So we will be back with you with live pictures at around 1:15 with the MGs, but for now we're going to show you a bit of truck racing highlights over the next half hour from earlier today here at Brands Hatch. We'll be back with live pictures in just over half an hour's time. Bennett alongside Craig Evans looking for his first Division 2 win. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo. John Powell alongside him. They had a win each yesterday. Paul Rivette behind them, the ex-saloon car star. Here we go. John Bowler and Craig Reed lead them up towards the red lights. Over 19,000 horsepower about to be unleashed. Here we go, the power comes on and they're away, down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. Good start by Stuart Oliver, good start by David Jenkins, but it's the 2 front row men who have the advantage into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. John Bowler, is he going to keep his nose in front as they go towards Druids, and off wide goes one of our front row men. That was Craig Reed. He's dropped back, just ran over the gravel there, but he's kept it going. There's a bit of slip and slide in the pack, and Stuart Oliver has come through as I expected into the lead. Stuart Oliver leads in the Volvo from 4th on the grid. It's side by side for 2nd, John Bowler and David Jenkins. Great cloud of dust in the background where Craig Reed ran wide. A bit of grass tracking there for Jock Borthwick. 3 wide through Graham Hill Bend. That doesn't work in cars, never mind in trucks. 92 of Simon Faulkner got squeezed in the middle there. Bradley Smith has dropped back a little in the 46. He's battling with the Reed brothers. Wait to see what the order is as they come round to complete the opening lap. Looks like it is Stuart Oliver who's got the lead, and Ryan Smith is in heavy traffic there in the midfield. Stuart Oliver's away and gone in front. David Jenkins having a go at John Bowler for 2nd place. Then it's the first of the Reeds. Which one is that? That's Simon Reed in 4th place. Craig, of course, ran wide on the first score. Impossible to tell the 2 Ivecos apart from a distance. David Jenkins trying to go through into 2nd place past John Bowler. They head up towards Druids. Ryan Smith is in traffic at the moment. He was down in 6th at the end of the first lap. Side by side for 3rd. Simon Reed trying to move past John Bowler. David Jenkins has already gone through up into 2nd place. There's Flying Ryan. That's a stunning looking Daimler Freightliner, the bonneted number 1, just ahead of Jock Borthwick in the 32. But look at the lead Stuart Oliver has built up already. He needs to build a good lead, because in case Ryan Smith does get through this traffic, he's having a go at Bradley Smith and John Bowler now. John Bowler holding him off. New to Division 1 this year. On their tails is Jock Borthwick, desperate to make up for a frustrating day yesterday, as is Tom O'Rourke. He's on the tail of Craig Reed. Ryan Smith having a look. There's no way through there on the inside down the Brabham Straights. Stuart Oliver leads. Over 3 seconds clear of David Jenkins. Look at the lead he's got there as he heads out of Paddock Bend. 10 times champion still leads, and John Bowler still holding off Ryan Smith, who now gets a run on the inside up towards Druids Hill Bend. Here he comes, on board with Ryan as they go round the right-hander, steering the truck one-handed, keeping his other hand on the gear lever through there. He's got through past the number 14. I think Bowler's lost another place. I think Josh Borthwick may have come through as well. We look back from David Jenkins in second place to Simon Reed's Iveco in third. It's the veteran from the northeast of England, Stuart Oliver, who holds the lead. A spin at the back of the field, that's Jim Bennett, the veteran in the Seddon Atkinson, sliding off at Surtees. He's learning the ropes on his comeback after a couple of years away, possibly a bit race rusty, the veteran. A veteran truck as well, the Seddon Atkinson. They haven't been made since about 2006. The Lancashire firm, I think, was bought out by Iveco. Here comes Tom O'Rourke attacking John Bowler. We ride with flying Ryan Smith. Who's he attacking now? Coming up on the back of, I think that's Bradley Smith, no relation, in the 46, fighting for fourth position. So Ryan Smith's made up a few spots. Along the Cooper Straight, that's Craig Reed a bit sideways. Michael Oliver's rather battered MAN behind him. Ryan Smith on the tail of the 46 of his namesake Bradley Smith, the youngest man in the race. The leaders head up towards the line, completing their fourth lap. Just under 11 minutes of the race to go. Jim Bennett's got going again, just being lapped there by David Jenkins and Simon Reed. Gentleman Jim is trying to stay out of the way of the Division 1 trucks there. Bradley Smith's had to go wide around him there. That could let Ryan Smith in for an attack into Druids. Yes, he's got the inside line. Ryan up the inside, squeezes through and up into fourth place. Now, next target, a little way up the road, is Simon Reed. Let's have a quick look back and see who's leading Division 2. It's Craig Evans, the number 10. One truck getting the black and white flag, which is the driving standards flag. That's Jock Borthwick running in 6th place. But he did cut across the grass at Graham Hill Bend on the opening lap. That's probably why he's got the warning there for exceeding track limits, possibly. Simon Reed staying with David Jenkins. Simon had 4 wins in last year's championship in Division 1. David Jenkins also had 4. Finished a little further down the points chart. David Jenkins was the runner-up last year, in fact, and Simon Reed was down in 7th. Didn't have the consistency to challenge the top runners. I think it was John Newell who finished 3rd in Division 1 in the points last year. He's gone to race on the continent in his MAN this year, the Yorkshireman. We might see him back at Convoy in the Park, possibly at Donington later in the summer. But Oliver from Jenkins. Jenkins just ahead of Simon Reed, and look who's charging up in the background. There is Flying Ryan. He's done the fastest lap of the race, 59.307 for the Daimler Freightliner. Steam coming from the wheels of David Jenkins. That's from the water-cooled brakes that these trucks run. Showing how hard David Jenkins is working the brakes. We saw that yesterday as well from the MAN. It's Volvo, MAN, Iveco and Daimler Freightliner. 4 different marks in the top 4 places. Behind them Bradley Smith, Jock Borthwick, then Tom O'Rourke, Michael Oliver. There's John Bowler, he's dropped back to 9th, and there's Stephen Powell. A quiet race for him, and damage to the front of Craig Reed's truck. What has happened there? I know he went wide on the first lap, but looks like the front bumper has come adrift on Craig Reed's truck. He's 11th, ahead of Simon Faulkner. And then we've got the Division 2 runners. Craig Evans is leading them. He's looking for his first ever Division 2 win. He's had a few podiums in the past. New fastest lap of the race for Ryan Smith last time through. 58.876. Can't tell you how long there is to go in the race because the clock on the timing screen isn't working, unfortunately. 7 laps completed this time. There we go, just under 8 minutes. Over the line go the Division 1 leaders. Stuart Oliver's lead has been reduced to 2 seconds now by David Jenkins. But clearing off early at the start like that is exactly what Stuart Oliver wanted to do, because he knows that the likes of Jenkins and Smith will try their hardest to close that gap. So it was important to build it as early as he could. And try and build enough of a lead. Again, a bit like in a cycle race. You've got to break away early. Hope you've built too much of a gap for the others to catch up. Ryan Smith is now on the tail of the 89 of Simon Reed. This is the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Bradley Smith going well, just behind them. Had a couple of podiums in his first full season last year. He was racing trucks even before he was old enough to have an HGV licence, because the only licence you need to race trucks is an ARDS licence, Association of Racing Driver Schools. You don't need to take a separate licence for trucks. That's why we've seen Paul Rivette make the move into truck racing from cars. And here's our Division 2 leader, the Brown Recycling Limited MAN of Craig Evans. Now, can he hold on in front for his first ever victory in the category? He's had several podiums in the past, but has not taken a win. He's ahead of John Powell by 1.5 seconds at last count. Paul Rivette is 3rd in Division 2 ahead of Adam Bitts. Jim Bennett, of course, we saw have a spin early on. Simon Cole's dropped back into the Division 2 runners as well. There's that truck of Craig Evans with the front bodywork loose after he ran wide early on. He has got ahead of Simon Faulkner's similar Iveco Stralis. I think that's an ex-Reed truck that he's driving, re-liveried for this year. Getting closer and closer for 2nd place now. Take a look at the lap times as they cross the line. 6 minutes of the race to go. Stuart Oliver does a 59.503, his personal best lap of the race. Yeah, Ryan Smith did a 59.9. He's being held up somewhat behind Simon Reed's Iveco. It's a slightly slower truck, that one, and he's going to be getting a little bit frustrated, although Ryan has dropped back slightly there, so maybe he had a moment on that last lap. You can see he's dropped back about a couple of lengths from Simon Reed, who's continuing to harry David Jenkins for 2nd place. David's father Tony was a truck racer before him, used to race an American-built Mack in the British Championship. Here's the battle further back for 9th place between John Bowler and Stephen Powell. Stephen went straight on into Druids for the first time in yesterday's race, unfortunately. Never mind that, because look at the way Simon Reed is going. He's right up alongside David Jenkins, but that's left the route through for Ryan Smith. He left the gap there, and Ryan says, thank you very much, I'll go through for 3rd place. Now, it won't take him long to have a go at David Jenkins. They are arch rivals, these two. What's the gap to the leader? It's gone out to 3.1 seconds that time through. David Jenkins and Ryan Smith have had a big rivalry on track for several seasons now. And Ryan's moving to the inside. He's not hanging about here. He needs to get past David Jenkins if he's going to stand any chance of charging after Stuart Oliver. Bit of a twitch there coming off Druids. Just under 5 minutes of the race still to go. On board with Ryan Smith, he's on the tail of Jenkins. Is he going to have a look here going into Surtees? I don't think he'll be close enough. Great shot riding on board these trucks are, thanks to Chris Clark for his help with the onboard cameras this weekend. Jenkins defending now. He wants to keep Ryan Smith behind him. Lead gap was 3.1 seconds. It's now gone, have a look as they go over the line. It's still 3.1 seconds. And Simon Reed's not finished yet. Look at the Iveco there, up alongside Ryan Smith, trying to go around the outside into Paddock Bend. And they've got back markers ahead of them now. Stuart Oliver's catching not only Jim Bennett, but Simon Cole as well, struggling a bit this weekend with his new acquisition, Eleanor, the pink and white MAN. Used to be sponsored by Team Hard of touring car fame. Simon Cole used to run the Mercedes Beast, as it was known, in Division 2. First full season in Division 1 this year. Ryan Smith still holding off Simon Reed. Stuart Oliver has got past the back markers on the Cooper straight there. No problem there. Here's the battle in Division 2. It's close between Evans and Powell. Powell only half a second behind now. Can the DAF, the Dutch machine, get ahead of the MAN? Look at this, the leaders weaving between the back markers. That looked pretty spectacular. Hasn't helped Ryan Smith's lap time though, he's lost a couple of seconds there. Well, in fact, they're all slower because of getting through the traffic. Less than 3 minutes to go now. Craig Evans still hanging on in the lead, looking for his first Division 2 win. He's in 13th place overall. Slightly smaller field in Division 2 this year. That's because several runners have moved up into Division 1. John Bowler and Jock Borthwick among them. Simon Cole as well. Still bodywork flapping there from Craig Reed's truck. There's Simon Faulkner coming through. Pick up the Division 2 leaders. Here they come. Just between these two now. Powell is 8 seconds clear of Adam Bint, who's up into 3rd place. Ahead of Paul Rivette. A couple of trucks getting the black and white flag. Numbers 10 and 6 is these two. Getting the driving standards flag, maybe for exceeding track limits. The gap is down to 1.745 seconds for Oliver ahead of Jenkins now. And Ryan Smith still with the fastest lap of the race. They're starting to close in on Stuart Oliver now. They know there's only a couple of laps left to run in this first British truck race of the day. We're on board with Ryan Smith. He's still behind Jenkins. You can see they're slightly closer to Stuart Oliver now. Looking back from Jenkins, there is Smith. Stunning looking Daimler Freightliner. Closer and closer all the time to the rear bumper of David Jenkins' MAN. Is Stuart Oliver going to be able to hold them off? Cloud of dust there, someone's been off. Not sure who it was. There's Paul Rivette, the Napa Racing MAN. Here's a battle between John Bowler, Stephen Powell, and they've been caught by the battered Iveco of Craig Reed. It's not long to go now. We may well be on the last lap now. We'll wait to see as the trucks come round on this lap. The clock is showing 0, but it's been playing up during this race, unfortunately, so we'll wait for the leaders to come into sight. There's Ryan Smith. We look back from David Jenkins. The gap was 1.6 seconds, so I think Stuart Oliver is going to hang on to take the win. And if anything, Ryan Smith's dropping back slightly there from Jenkins. Here they come. Is it going to be checkered flag this time for Stuart Oliver, the man from the northeast, 10 times British champion, 1-time European champion. Here he comes then in the GT tyres Volvo. Is it going to be checkered flag this time? It certainly is. There's the checkered flag. Stuart Oliver wins our first truck race of the day. David Jenkins 2nd. Ryan Smith has to settle for 3rd. 4th, it is Simon Reed. Bradley Smith takes a good 5th position. Well done, Jock Borthwick, a fine 6th. His fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke, in 7th. 8th, it is Michael Oliver. 9th over the line is going to be John Bowler, just ahead of Stephen Powell, Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner. What about Division 2? Where are the Division 2 trucks? They'll be coming round the final corner now. Is it going to be Craig Evans or John Powell who takes the victory in Division 2? They're coming towards us now. It looks like John Powell's got ahead of Craig Evans. In fact, they come over the line. Yes, it's John Powell. Powell has won it. Craig Evans, a slower lap there on the last lap. I'll wait to see if we can see where John Powell took the lead. Was it Evans who ran wide? We saw that cloud of dust at paddock. It was. Oh, what a shame for Craig Evans. Losing the class win with just a couple of laps to go. What a disappointment for Craig Evans. I saw that cloud of dust. We didn't see the cause of it. And that's what happened. He just ran wide through paddock, and John Powell takes his 2nd Division 1 win of the weekend. Craig Evans still looking for his first ever Division 2 victory. 3rd place went to Adam Bint in Division 2 ahead of Paul Rivette, and then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the finishers. Well, pleasingly, everybody went the distance in race 3 of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship here on this Easter Sunday at Brands Hatch. It's a win for the great Stuart Oliver. taking the win by just over a second ahead of David Jenkins at the flag. Ryan Smith having to settle for third this time, so his unbeaten run comes to an end. Fourth for Simon Reed ahead of Bradley Smith, then Jock Borthwick. Better result this time for Tom O'Rourke after a trying weekend so far. Michael Oliver in 8th. John Bowler taking 9th, the pole starter. And 10th place for Stephen Powell. That result, incidentally, will set the grid for race 5 at the end of the weekend, so it looks like it'll be Michael Oliver on pole. Craig Reed and Simon Faulkner completing the top 12. And then the Division 2 results. Disaster for Craig Evans with a couple of laps left. It was John Powell who inherited the win. Evans second ahead of Adam Bintz. And then the other finishers were Paul Rivette, Simon Cole and Jim Bennett.
Right then, head of our MG Owners Club racing today. I'm here with our pole sitter, Scott. Scott, we haven't seen you in this car before. Where have you come from, for those that don't know you?
Did karting when I was younger.
Yep.
Grew out of it, got a bit big, got on the pounds.
Your words.
And yeah, we went into Fiesta racing. My dad had a Fiesta, so I went and done the Ford Fiesta Championship. Enjoyed it. A lot of money.
Yep.
Couldn't afford to keep with the top boys. Then we've got a Ford Focus, which again cost so much money. It had like an ex-touring car engine in it, so it cost me a bomb. And then everyone was going, come MG racing, come MG racing. So we did a couple of rounds with these guys last year.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it. We understood that we had quite a few problems. So we've changed a lot, spent a lot over the winter, and it's paid off.
Awesome. It's paid off. You got a pole. Simon won 13 races out of 15 last year. He's already told me you look really quick. This could be a good competition this year.
I think it'll be good. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I've never actually put it on pole. Never been on pole, so it's exciting, daunting.
He was a bit annoyed, to be honest.
I bet he was. I'd be annoyed if it was the other way around, to be honest with you. But it's good. The only thing I do struggle with, I won't let him hit. I hate getting them off the line. I can't get it off the start, so that'll be interesting. But we can fight from here. We can put on a good show, and hopefully in front of a big crowd and go for it.
Mate, best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Let's go and speak to Simon. Simon Kendrick, like I say, 13 wins out of 15 last year, dominated. Incredible year last year in the MGs.
Yeah, amazing. I couldn't have hoped for better, really. Yeah.
You won a very special award. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I won the President's Cup, which is awarded to the most successful driver in BARC. So, yeah, it was a really good campaign. Tried motorsport rules the roost, but we'll see how long it lasts.
But you're on second, front row, but second is beating you to it.
Yeah, I had an issue earlier on subframe bolt sheared, so I had a bad clonk going in and out corners, so I nursed it back. So I only done half the qualifying. So, but that's just quality. We got a race.
Gonna take the lead back at corner one.
I'm going to try my best.
Mate, we can't wait. Good luck.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Cheers, buddy. I want to speak to a couple of F-Class drivers, particularly Simon Kendrick and Mark Baker. Stuart Plotnick was in there as well. They had an incredible championship last year. In the F-Class last year, the championship went down to the final lap of the final race. And it actually went down to a calculator as well. Simon, can I grab you, please? Let's talk about last year's championship. And then I'm going to talk to Mark about it as well. From your point of view, what happened?
Well, Mark was doing the points actually, which is the funniest thing. So by the time we gridded up for the last race, basically if I won, I thought I would win the championship, and I got a great start and led from lights to flag and went across the line and celebrated. And it was only the next day that he phoned me to say, I think I made a mistake. But Mark and I are old mates, and we've been racing for years, and it was actually funny rather than disappointing.
I've never seen you guys, especially in the F class, not having a joyous time together. It's like a little family down here, isn't it?
It absolutely is. We do this as a hobby. We're here to have a good time. The closer the better, but we all want to go home with a car rather than a bag of bits. Yeah. And 9 times out of 10, well, more than 9 times out of 10, it works out that way, and we have a lot of fun. So we're a little bit apart, a couple of us, but I think we'll get together at some point during the race, and it should be really, really good fun.
How's the car this year? What did you do over winter?
Quite a lot of the suspension was rebuilt over the winter. The dampers were rebuilt in particular. It makes quite a bit of difference. We came here and tested a week ago and tweaked the settings a little bit, and it was going pretty well, although there seems to be a lot less grip here today than there was last week, but I suspect that's because of the trucks and the diesel and so on. And I'm not looking forward to the big oil slick that goes along the inside. I'm on the left hand side of the grid, and I'm quite thankful for that.
Absolutely, good luck this season, good luck today.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers,
we're going to enjoy it.
Thank you.
Cheers,
buddy. Right, Mark, I've heard a rumour. Don't go anywhere. I've heard a rumour you got a calculator for Christmas.
I did get a lovely abacus off Simon, yes. After a small paddock maths infringement at Pembrey, so we thought Simon had won. You were obviously commentating as if Simon was winning, but yes, I made a mistake. But hey, it was a great race, given the circumstances that we knew Mark I had to be in front to win, but we had a great race, even though my abacus was a little bit out.
I mean, you guys always have a great race, don't you? You always have fun.
Yeah, look, I mean, that's what we're here for. At the end of the day, this is not our profession. We're here to have a good laugh, hard but clean racing, and that's what we usually deliver. Yeah. It goes wrong sometimes, but we just have a really good time.
Right, we can't wait for today's race. Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. And I want to speak to Will Sharp in the car number 66 if he's around. Will is usually like a ZR driver. However, today we're not used to seeing you in this car, are we?
I've raced this more than I ever raced my ZR. I've had it for years.
Okay. Because last year you were in the ZR, weren't you? But you've come back to the MG Midget.
Yeah, I've had reliability issues with this, and we managed to get it right. ZRs have never been my first choice of car, but this year I've got this all hopefully where I want it to be, and go out there and try and see if we can do something in the classic class.
How was qualifying?
Qualifying was really good. We've got bigger, wider tyres on these midgets now this year, so it was the first time out on them. It felt nice and stable. The engine felt good, everything felt right, good lap time, so hopefully we can carry that on in the race and try and get a win.
Now, it's going to be a different race because in the ZR you're generally at the front. You're in the mid-pack to the back now. There's going to be lots of traffic. How do you handle the race differently?
It's notoriously at this track, it's these slower ZRs in front of us that we're all doing about a minute lap. So if you can try and get in front of one of them and get a ZR behind you, but then that guy is generally quicker in the straight but then slower on the corners. Yep. So it's just really, it's trying to work something out with the back markers or the slower ZRs really.
Organised chaos, yeah?
Organised chaos, yeah.
Mate, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy, thank you. Right, the cars are in grid order here in the pit lane. They're not due to go out for about sort of 10 minutes or so, but we're going to sit back and enjoy the sunshine on this Easter Sunday at Brands Hatch. As ever, Dave Goddard is going to talk you through this MG Owners Club race.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ewan. Welcome back after the lunch break, ladies and gents, here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Sunday. A breezy but dry and sunny day. It'll be the first of 2 races today for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club. Lancaster Insurance backing the championship once again. They've been the title sponsor for many, many years now. And the MG's lining up in assembly in pit lane, ready to be brought around to the grid. As we've just seen, it is number 25 Scott Bugner who has set pole position in his ZR. The majority of the cars towards the front half of the grid are ZRs, and it's reigning champion Steve McDermott, who we've just heard from, starts alongside him, winner of the BARC President's Cup at their awards night in the winter for the most victories in the season. Second row, 83 of Phil Walker and 60 Andy Heitman. Row 3, 88 Jack Chapman and the number 3 of Adrian Olsen. Then we've got the first of the MGFs, number 44 Martin Wills heads Class F alongside 22 James Wade. And on row 5, welcome back Andy Robinson in number 30 alongside Simon Kendrick, number 42 in the Tiger liveried car. Row 6, 46 Mark Grant and number 5 Stuart Plotneck. I saw him being towed into the paddock in qualifying, so hopefully the white MGF is there. Row 7, 82 Jimmy Work. He's a newcomer. I believe he's Steve McDermott's cousin, making his debut in a ZR alongside Mark Baker. We've just heard from him, the points champion in the MGF class last season. Mark Abacus Baker, as he's now known. Row 8, number 76 Darren Leonard and 80 Phil Dicker, the ex-hot rod racer. Row 9, 67 Jake McDermott. Now, he's originally down on the entry list as Class F. I'm just going to check an amendment there. I think he's actually in Class B. Yes, he is. So Jake McDermott is actually in Class B for the less powerful ZRs. He's the only entry there. He's the son of Steve McDermott, alongside Will Sharp, back in his MG midget for this season. He heads Class A for Abingdon. Behind him, the other classic MGs, number 11 Chris Millard, alongside David Amphlett in number 14, the class champion last year. Malcolm Hill, number 7 in his MGB, starts alongside number 8 Paul Wisby with an MGF. And Mark Rihorski, the Canadian-born driver, alongside Paul Ogborn, number 90, a pair of MGBs at the back of the grid. A nice big field of MGs here today. Great to see. 24 cars we should see out in this race. There's Simon Kendrick, the Tiger striped number 42. We noticed his Tiger's Head coffee cup there as well during his interview. Kind of want one of those. The classic cars at the back. One car just going to get a push start. That's Malcolm Hill, number 7, the blue MGB. It's the yellow ZR of Scott Bugner, the ex-Ford Fiesta racer, who will start on pole. We saw him in the invitation class last season, but going for points this year, and he's out-qualified the double champion Steve McDermott in the number 1. There's Phil Walker, number 83, in the old Works MG colours. Andy Heitman going well, has moved up the grid over the last couple of years. Martin Wills, no mistaking his car, that very lurid green machine. Look out also for Darren Leonard, number 76. He's not in a ZR, but an MG ZS, the saloon type car. There it is, the yellow and blue car. Been a while since we've seen a ZS out there. I think it was an invitation class ZS we last saw out. I think it was one of the Golhar family that ran that. It was a diesel-powered ZS that we last saw in the championship. Stuart Plotneck is there in number 5. That's the white Tiger, teammate to Simon Kendrick. Just waiting to see if the full complement is there when they line up. This will be a 20-minute race. First of 2 races for them. So there's Mark Grant in his ZR. Not sure if Jimmy Work is there. We didn't see the 82 car come through. There's Jake McDermott Jr., number 67. The classic cars towards the back, Paul Wisby's MGF in among them. Up onto the grid they come then. The yellow ZR of Scott Bugner. That might be Ray Ferguson's old car, but I could be wrong. That's alongside Steve McDermott, going for a hat-trick of titles. Class Z for ZRs and ZSs, Class F for MGFs, Class B is for the less powerful ZRs, along with the MG Maestros and Montegos. We saw Alan Forster's Montego estate out last season, not here today sadly. And Class A for Abingdon, for the Abingdon Oxfordshire built MGs. Phil Walker in the grey and green car on row 2 alongside the yellow and silver of Andy Heitman. Row 3, we've got Jack Chapman's white and blue car. Number 3, Adrian Olsen, used to race an MG Maestro, starts alongside him. Then Martin Wills, the first of the MG Fs. He's alongside James Wade in his navy blue car, number 22. Jimmy Work is there, that's the black number 82 car alongside Mark Baker, the blue MGF with the white stripes. They've got all 24 cars out there, that's good to see. Ready for the season opener for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Steve McDermott won the title in the Z class last year from Jack Woodcock. He's moved on to race elsewhere this year, though we won't see Jack in the championship this year, sadly. Very talented young racer. This is an excellent grid of MGs out there. We're almost ready for a start then for this 20-minute race. The Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship is go. Adrian Olsen tries to squeeze through there. Great start by Martin Wills. Look at the MGF coming up. He's straight through the middle. Goodness gracious. I thought there was going to be contact there. 4 wide down to paddock bend. Martin Wills, a phenomenal start up into second place behind Steve McDermott. Not such a good start for Scott Bugner. Looks like he's down to third because Andy Heitman has got around the outside there into third position. How do you fit 4 cars wide into Paddock Hill Bend? That could have been very dodgy indeed, but they've all managed to survive it. Phil Dicker running wide there, the green car. Steve McDermott under fire from Martin Wills. They nearly made contact there. There is contact between Heitman and the poleman Bugner. Bugner, he takes third place coming out onto Cooper Straight. What a frantic start that was, to say the least. Phil Walker getting involved now as well in the 83 car with the green front. That's the colours used by MG in the British Touring Car Championship in the early 2000s and at Le Mans as well. Jack Chapman, number 88, is in there too, the white and blue car. But it's Steve McDermott who leads. Martin Wills, that was an incredible start. I hope it wasn't too good. I hope he doesn't get a penalty. We'll wait and see how things pan out. 5 places gained off the line as Jack Chapman up the inside now into Paddock Bend. He's up into 4th place past Andy Heitman. Then Phil Walker is next, then Simon Kendrick, Adrian Olsen, James Wade in the number 22 is next, the dark blue car, then Stuart Plotnick in the white Tiger MGF. Here comes Scott Bugner side by side with Martin Wills now, and he's up into second into Graham Hill Bend. Simon Wills has run wide and through goes Chapman. Well, Martin Wills made that brilliant start and it's rather come to nothing because he's back to 4th place again. What a frantic first couple of laps of the season for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Simon Kendrick under fire from the number 3 of Adrian Olsen. But it is Steve McDermott who takes up his almost customary position at the front of the field. They're still at it further back. Andy Heitman now attacking and Phil Walker on the back of Martin Wills. The MGF's not quite as quick in a straight line as the ZRs. Here comes Simon Kendrick up on the outside, trying to prove me wrong. Attacking Phil Walker, then it's Adrian Olsen. Andy Robinson behind them has got ahead of James Wade. Good to have Andy back out for the 2023 season as Bugner now having a good go at Steve McDermott for the lead. Down towards Graham Hill Bend for what will be the 3rd time. A brilliant start to this race. Starting to sort themselves out then after that frantic first couple of laps. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, was Jack Chapman, the white car, in 3rd place, number 88. Bugner all over the back of Steve McDermott, the man from Milton Keynes. He's got a little bit wide there coming out of Clearways. Bugner tries to move up. He and Sean Bugner used to share that car. It's not Ray Ferguson's old car, I apologise. Similar colour scheme, though. Jack Chapman up with them in the 88s now. Wills is further back in 4th place. He leads the MGF category. Then it's Walker, Heitman, Kendrick, Olsen and the rest of them. Class A further back is being led by Will Sharp in the MG Midget for the older cars. Class B, the lone entry is Jake McDermott, although he's showing on the timing screen as in Class Z. We were told he'd changed to Class B. Jack Chapman almost pushing Scott Bugner along down the Cooper Straights. Bugner's car unsettled there into Surtees. I think he clipped the curb on the inside. Jack Chapman ready to attack. Bugner's all over the place. He's sliding his way through Clearways there. Whether he got a bit of a tap from Jack Chapman there, I didn't see. It's McDermott who has the lead. These 3 going well clear of the rest. The change for 4th further back. Phil Walker has gone through into 4th position. So it's ZRs 1, 2, 3 and 4 now. In fact, has Martin Wills come through? He's not showing as having come through on this lap. No, he is there. His transponder must not be working. Yes, he's now been corrected on time, I think. So the transponder not working on the 44 car. Down the hill come the 3 leaders. The orange and black of Steve McDermott, the yellow car of Bugner, the white of Chapman. It's Walker, Wills, Heitman. There's Olsen under pressure from Simon Kendrick. You see the Tiger livery on his 42 car. Simon Wills a bit out of shape there. Bit of damage to the rear bumper. Yeah, he's had some contact there. You can see that was probably off the start line, actually. Andy Heitman gets through, coming through clearways. A gap back to the number 22 of Wade behind Kendrick there. Over the line they go. Wills back around the outside again. Seems to be stronger under braking at Martin Wills' car. And have we had a change there? Yes, into paddock while that was going on. We've had a change for the lead, and McDermott's back to third place. So the lead is now with Scott Bugner. That must have happened through Paddock Hill Bend. Try and get another look at what's happened there if we can. But Scott Bugner's now got the lead ahead of Jack Chapman. Zach Chapman used to race Toyota MR2s. Third is Steve McDermott. It's rare we see him beat in this championship. They're well clear of their opposition. They're only 5 seconds ahead of Phil Walker in fourth place now. Lost a couple of cars. Mark Baker, unfortunately, has pulled into the pits, the reigning Class F champion. We've also lost the ZS somewhere, the 76 of Darren Leonard, and also into the pits Jimmy Work in car 82 on his debut. So we've already lost a couple of cars, sadly. Martin Wills' car, for some reason, showing a lap down due to those transponder issues. Hopefully he'll get that lap credited back again by the timekeepers, because he's still there in the battle for fourth place. I think he's retaken fourth place, actually. 3 leaders line astern, down to Graham Hill Bend once again. Fastest lap of the race by Bugner, 57.828 in this opening race of the season for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. In the background, yes, it is Wills in fourth position. This place is changing all the time in the pack. So much going on. I think we've lost Phil Walker, actually. Yes, Phil Walker, I think, has pulled into the pits. He was in fourth. Here's some action further back in the field. Jake McDermott trying to go round the outside of the classic class pace setters and go straight on into the gravel. So the younger McDermott in trouble there. He's kept it going, though, the 67 ZR. And rejoins. Tried to go around the outside of Malcolm Hill there, but so went too wide. Steve McDermott, meanwhile, trying to go round the outside of Jack Chapman to retake second place. Terrific scrap here at the front. We have unfortunately lost Phil Walker into the pits. He was fourth, so problems for his ZR. Martin Wills has now been recredited into the top 5. There's Will Sharp, the little MG midget. Said pre-race he couldn't get that car to run properly last season, so raced a ZR instead, but he definitely prefers his MG midgets, and it's working beautifully for him today. He's 13th overall, leading Class A, ahead of the number 11 of Chris Millard and 14 David Amphlett, who won the points last year. The Class A king for many years was Jim Bainham, who runs this championship and races his famous MGB. Maybe we'll see him back out later this year. Meanwhile, Jack Chapman trying to challenge for the lead on the back of Scott Bugner, looking for his first win in the championship. Steve McDermott shadowing them in third position. A little lock up there into Graham Hill Bend over the curb. I heard a squeal of tyres there in the background. Has somebody had an off, I wonder? Martin Wills rather, is fourth. Excuse me. In fifth position, it's Andy Heitman, and at the inside, Chapman alongside Bugner. They tangle. It's a good save there by Bugner, but he's lost the lead. He kept his foot in to stop the car spinning, but Jack Chapman, there was contact there. Meanwhile, there's been a change in Class A there. We saw Malcolm Hills got ahead of David Amphlett. But a change for the lead overall, and in Class Z, Jack Chapman has taken the lead, but there was contact there at Clearways. Chapman put his nose up the inside. Got alongside Bugner. There was contact, and Bugner's not happy. He's fighting back. And Jack Chapman's missed his braking point. He nearly slid sideways there. Bugner says, "Thank you very much, I'll retake the lead." So down at Clearways there was contact. Bugner did well to save it. And Jack Chapman missing his braking point there at Druids to give the lead back to the yellow car. They're coming up to lap the Class A runners now. Take a look at that again. Into Druids. Jack Chapman was under fire from Bugner. I think he was too busy watching for Bugner in his mirrors and he missed his braking points. Nearly slid straight on. He could have ended up in the gravel there. Steve McDermott managed to avoid that. He's just biding his time in third place, waiting for the opportunity. This is the battle for second in Class A. Number 11 of Chris Millard ahead of Malcolm Hill. David Amphlett, who won the points in Class A last year. Number 14 with his MGB in behind them. Leaders come down. A couple of Class A runners ahead of them to be lapped. Number 86 Mark Rehorski in his MGB, and number 90 of Paul Ogborn, the ex-mini racer, just ahead of him in the Roadster version. They'll move aside, let the leaders through. And Jack Chapman meeting Paul Ogborn there at the last place he wanted to at Graham Hill Bend, and Ogborn needs to get out of the way here. Black and white flag for number 44 of Wills. It's the driving standards flag, probably for track limits. He's in 5th place now behind Andy Heitman. They're over 10 seconds down on these three leaders. How long do we have to go in this race? The leaders cross the line, just over 9 minutes of the race to go. It's Bugner who leads from Chapman. McDermott further back. Wills leads the MGF class. Stuart Plotneck is second of that division. Simon Kendrick is down in 11th place, in third in that class. 22 James Wade has got up into 5th place, and that's the reason why there's been contact between Heitman and Wills. Heitman rejoined very quickly there off the grass. They seem to be struggling with the entry to clearways, these cars, don't they? We've had a couple of incidents there. So Andy Heitman has dropped back 3 places there. Andy Robinson's got past him as well. There they are, going down to Graham Hill Bend. That's why Andy Heitman's dropped back. Contact with Martin Wills in the battle for 4th place. James Wade is up into 5th position, one of the newcomers this season. And returnee Andy Robinson is in 6th. There's Wills. Very smart car of Wade in 5th. Then Robinson in the yellow and black ZR in 6th position. Stuart Plotneck is in there now as well, the white car. Thankfully his problems in qualifying haven't returned. He's side by side with Andy Heitman, who's fighting back in the number 60 ZR. Behind them Adrian Olsen, number 3, veteran MG racer. You can see the speed differential there, the F and the ZR together. The ZR's much quicker in a straight line as Adrian Olsen draws through there. Racing since the days when this championship had full grids of MG Maestros and Montegos. Jim Edwards Jr. was a leading exponent in those days. Now races in brick car, of course, the Ginetta, father of Jade Edwards, the British touring car racer. Scott Bugner continues to lead. Sure there, it looked as if his rear suspension was slightly out of camp. Simon Kendrick's taken a knock somewhere as well. Look at the right rear corner of his car, the bumper flapping slightly loose. He's got Mark Grant in his ZR behind him. This battle for 4th heads over the line. Andy Robinson going well in 6th ahead of Andy Heitman. And Olsen behind. Stuart Plotneck is 8th. No, Adrian Olsen coming through into 8th, I apologise. Again, the MGF losing out. They're lapping these two back markers. Mark Rehorski, the London-based Canadian, in his MGB GT, and Paul Ogborn in the Roadster. Here are the leaders, and still Steve McDermott unable to get through into the top 2. Let's have a look how long there is to go as they cross the line this time. Just over 6 minutes remaining. There's Will Sharp. He continues to lead Class A, chasing Paul Wisby in his MG Midget. I think Paul's just got past him there for 13th overall. 4 retirements so far: Mark Baker, Darren Leonard, Jimmy Work and Phil Walker. Scott Buckner continues to set the pace, looking for his maiden win in the championship. There are the leaders coming out of Graham Hill Bend. They'll have the next group of Class A runners to lap soon. Getting busy in the pack as well. There's Plotneck, he's got ahead of Andy Robinson. Simon Kendrick is in there as well. and Mark Grant in the orange ZR, number 46. They've just lapped Paul Ogborn, ex-Mighty Minis racer. His family have raced in Minis. I believe Paul used to race in, the Ogborn family at least, used to race in the VW Vento Championship many years ago as well. Not sure if Paul did, but the Ogborn family certainly did. Simon Kendrick under fire from Mark Grant. A Tiger with a ZR on its tail. They're 10th and 11th overall. 0.7 of a second in it for the lead between Bugner and Chapman. McDermott half a second further back. 1.2 seconds covers the top three. Martin Wills still in fourth, but he's nearly 18 seconds behind the top three now, heading this group for fourth place. He's got James Wade on his tail. Leaders lapping David Amphlett in number 14 now with his MGB. They're having to go wide at clearways. Blue flag from the marshals to warn David that the leaders are there. Just to hold his line and let them go by. Over the line they go. If anything, the first two have pulled away a bit from Steve McDermott here, and a bit of a lock-up there from Bugner. I think there is something awry with the rear suspension on that car. It doesn't seem to be handling too well. Look at the left rear as it comes into Druid. Yeah, you can see that rear wheel looks very slightly out of camber on Bugner's car. Coming up to lap Malcolm Hill in the blue number 7. He gets through. You can see, yeah, the car, you see it hopping there as it comes out of Graham Hill Bend. There's something amiss, I think, possibly some contact off the line, or maybe the contact with Jack Chapman earlier on may have deranged the rear suspension slightly. You can see it bouncing around in the corners. Look at that left rear, very slightly out of camber. Bugner's having to work here to hold off Jack Chapman. Coming up to lap Chris Millard next. He's running second in Class A, but he's nearly 8 seconds down on Will Sharp. Again, a lock up there as they break for paddock. That leading car looks very unstable. Is Jack Chapman ready to take advantage? Chapman, a newcomer to the championship. Steve McDermott, the reigning champion, just looking on from third place. Watch again as they come out of Graham Hill Bend. A bit more stable that time through. Coming towards the closing stages now. Here's the battle for fourth. Wills, Wade, Olsen and Heitman is now the order. Heitman recovering after that momentary spin at clearways after a bit of contact. And now Jack Chapman could have a run here for the lead as they come down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the 19th time. Here they come across the line. He was close there. There was just over 2 minutes to go as they crossed the line, so we'll get a couple more laps out of this at least. And Steve McDermott's ready to attack now as well. Now things are starting to heat up between the three ZRs. Jack Chapman trying to get into position to attack into Druids. He goes to the outside on Scott Bugner. He'll try and cut back in. But the next corner's the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. Bugner's held his advantage in that rather poor handling ZR. Steve McDermott not able to get close enough to challenge. They're way ahead of everybody else. Everybody else is busy battling for fourth position. Over the curves, it was Chapman bouncing that time as he clipped the curb. Yeah, that slowed him up a little. Look, he's dropped a little way back. Throws his back up again, coming out of Clark onto Clark Curve. This is going to be close. Can Jack Chapman move up to challenge for victory? Over the line they go. 1 minute 20 seconds to go, so we get 2 more laps out of this. Chapman moves up towards the outside on Scott Bugner, the man from St Ives. Chased by Jack Chapman from Chelmsford in Essex. New faces at the front. Has Steve McDermott met his match here in 2023? We'll wait and see how the season pans out. They're coming up to lap Will Sharp in his MG Midgets. He's raced Porsches quite successfully as well in the past. Down Cooper Straight they go. They're coming up to start their final lap this time. Sharp will receive the blue flag from the marshals just to warn him the leaders are there. Still in the smallest car in the race. Which side's he going to go? He moves out wide. Very experienced club racer is Will. Through go the leaders. They'll be going into their final lap this time. Can Scott Bugner hold off Jack Chapman, or is Steve McDermott going to spring a surprise here on the last lap? Again, Bugner a little slower through Paddock Hill Bend here at Brands Hatch. Jack Chapman tries the outside into Druids. He'll try and get alongside on the run to Graham Hill Bend. Scott Bugner, that car not handling well. He's hanging on for dear life in front. Half a second covers the top three. Is Chapman going to try and get a run here down towards Surtees? Bugner moving to cover. Chapman goes back the other way. Bugner moves across again. He's weaving almost to protect his lead there. This is going to be very close indeed. They close right up on Scott Bugner now. Into the final couple of corners. Can Bugner hang on for his maiden win? Is it going to be a maiden win for Chapman, or is Steve McDermott going to ambush them? Here they come. Can Chapman move into the slipstream? I don't think he's quite going to get close enough. It's going to be a first win for Scott Bugner. He punches the air with delight as he crosses the line. Bugner wins it ahead of Chapman and McDermott. They were covered by less than 0.4 of a second over the line. Cracking race between the three ZRs, and they're still racing for the line behind. The orders all changed there as well. James Wade's dropped back. Looks like Adrian Olsen's got through into fifth, but still at the head of this group is Martin Wills. He's going to win the MGF category. Olsen might get alongside him on the run to the checkered flag. Not quite. Martin Wills will take fourth. He wins the MGFs. Fifth, it's Olsen. Sixth is Heitman. Plotnick seventh. Wade down to eighth. Then Kendrick and Grant. No, Robinson 10th, sorry. Grant 11th. What a frantic fight that was. Meanwhile, in Class A, Will Sharp, a lap down, has taken the win there. These two are going to fight for the line. Paul Ogborn's got his MGB ahead of Mark Rihorski's version. Will they swap places back again before they get to the line, though? Because Rihorski's going to the inside. There's battles everywhere you look in this race. Paul Ogborn with the white roof does hang on. That was the fight for 19th place. Well, they're all in now. And you can see there, look at the left rear wheel on Scott Bugner's car. It does look like it's slightly off camber there. The car wasn't handling too well. I think it was the contact off the start line that may have caused that. But Scott Bugner takes his first ever win in the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship by 1/4 of a second thereabouts from Jack Chapman, and just 1/10 of a second behind was Steve McDermott. Further back in fourth, Martin Wills. He wins the MGF category. Then it's Adrian Olsen, Andy Heitman in their ZRs. Stuart Plotnick, the second MGF home in seventh. Then James Wade, Simon Kendrick and Andy Robinson completed the top 10. In 11th place was Mark Grant ahead of Phil Dicker. Paul Wisby took 13th, a lap down with the Class A cars. Will Sharp winning the Classic 14th ahead of Chris Millard, finishing nearly 9 seconds apart. The other finishers, Malcolm Hill, David Amphlett, Jake McDermott, he won Class B. Then Ogborn and Rihorski completed the finishers. We lost Phil Walker, Jimmy Work and Mark Baker into the pits, and Darren Leonard was also a retirement. Another breathless race there, brilliant from the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Next we move on in the timetable to the British Truck Racing Championship, race number 4 of their weekend, with another reverse grid. This one based on race 2 yesterday, the top 8 finishers in each division reversed. Soon we'll hand down to Ewan Dunlop, who can hopefully talk to some of our drivers from that MG Owners Club race. Brilliant race to open the season. Congratulations to Scott Bugner on his first ever win.
Cheers, Dave. We've sprinted down the pit lane because they drove past Parc Ferme, but I do have our winner here. Scott, it came true. You said I'm not very good off the line. You didn't get very well off the line, but you brought it back.
Don't know how. I'm sweating. That was it. That's probably one of the better starts I've done, to be honest. But yeah, it was good. It was hot, really hot in there. And yeah, just managed to sort of manage the tyres and go from there. And a bit of contact. I don't like getting hit too often, but it's what it is, isn't it?
We've seen a few times this weekend in different classes, races with 3 guys at the front for the entire race. That was exactly the same. That could have gone any one of 3 ways. How did you hold off those 2 guys? Because they're great drivers.
Luck.
Nah.
No, I practice online loads. And I always get told that I'm good at white lining and just defending my line.
Yeah.
So I just try to keep my head, and it worked out.
And big fist bump when you crossed the line there.
First ever race win.
Amazing, well done.
Oh, good, thank you for that.
Mate, we'll see you later as well. Good luck, well done. Cheers, buddy.
Thank you, cheers.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure how much time we've got. I'm sure my director will tell me if we can't do this, but I'm going to go for a walk down the pit lane because our other racers are here. I know we're going to the pickup, not the pickups, the bigger ones than that, the British truck racing shortly. Here's Scott McDermott. Scott, didn't go all your way, but still a great race for us to watch.
Yeah, it was a close, good race. Yeah, they were a little bit too touchy-feely for me.
What was the difference?
They were putting it all on the line, and yeah, I want to take my car home in one piece, so I just waited for some mistakes, and it didn't come later on. I thought it was going to come, but they were pushing so hard. They were nearly off at nearly every other corner.
Okay.
So I thought I'd wait.
So with race 2 coming up later, do you approach the race differently at all?
Yeah, if I can get in front, I will manage it a little bit different, but yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mate, well done, we'll see you later.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Cheers, buddy, thank you. We might have time just to get one more in here. If I can get a quick one in, apparently, can we? The MGs are all in the pit lane today, which is quite rare. Do you know what? Let's speak to Simon here. Come on, Ben, run! We're going to get a quick chat in. How did that go for you?
Very badly, very badly. I'm afraid one of the other cars turned me around, almost around at the hairpin, and just kept his foot in. So it wasn't a very happy race, to be honest.
Do you know what? This is the second time in a couple of interviews we've said there's a little bit too much touchy-feely in that race.
There shouldn't be any touchy-feely. It's a non-contact sport, and we're here for fun.
Because the MG Owners Club, we said at the start, it's like a massive family, isn't it?
Yeah, and usually most people are very respectful, but I suspect a few boys back in the car for the first time, and being way over ambitious with their braking.
That's a real shame. I mean, ahead of race 2, do you have a chat with guys that do that, or you just let it go?
I'm just going to go and have a chat with him now. Okay. I mean, what's done can't be undone, and I'm sure it was a mistake, and we'll shake hands and everything will be all right.
Any damage?
Cosmetic, but the car was handling very badly on left-hand turns afterwards, so I suspect the rear toes out a bit, but we can fix that. No problem.
We'll let you have that chat. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, mate. Thank you. Right, there we go. So a little bit too much touchy-feely at the MG Owners Club today. We've got one more race to come later on, but coming up now, we're going back to our feature races of the weekend. It is the British Truck Racing Championship. Dave and Pointy, over to you.
The big rigs next out on track then, the British Truck Racing Championship making its way out onto circuits for their 4th race of the weekend, their 2nd of today. 2 wins so far for Ryan Smith and 1 for Stuart Oliver in Division 1, 2 for John Powell and 1 for Adam Bint in Division 2. We'll see in a moment who is going to make it who are going to be the next race winners here at Brands Hatch on this Easter weekend. First, a word from our sponsors. Thanks again to all of our partners and sponsors here at Brands Hatch this weekend, the British Truck Racing Championship. The GT Tyres MAN leading the trucks up to the grid then. The grid for this race based on race 2 yesterday, but with the top 8 positions in each division reversed. So it is Craig Reed, who finished 8th yesterday, who will take pole in truck number 68. 46 Bradley Smith alongside. Second row, number 3 Stephen Powell, the local man, and 32 Jock Borthwick, the Scotsman. Row 3, 89 Simon Reed, and alongside him David Jenkins in the 69 truck. Row 4, number 7 Stuart Oliver, winner this morning, and number 1 Ryan Smith, double winner yesterday. He's got to come through from 8th this time. On row 5, it's number 14 John Bowler, number 12 Michael Oliver. Row 6, 86 of Tom O'Rourke. He failed to finish yesterday's race, went off into the gravel and suffered broken steering, unfortunately. Simon Cole missed race 2 yesterday. He starts alongside, as did number 92 Simon Faulkner. He failed to take the restart, so he starts at the back in the 92. That race, of course, was cut short because Ricky Collett suffered a blow-up in his 95 truck. We saw a spectacular blow-up down the Brabham Straight. He has withdrawn from the rest of the weekend, so won't be in this race. Then there's a gap, and we've got the Division 2 trucks. They'll start in reverse order as well. Jim Bennett's number 28 in the Seddon Atkinson will be at the front of them. Alongside him, number 22 of Paul Rivette. And it's Adam Bint, number 5, number 10 Craig Evans, and number 6 John Powell going for his 3rd win of the weekend from the back of the grid. Craig Evans so unlucky in this morning's race. He led Division 2 all the way, and then with a couple of laps to go ran wide at Paddock Hill Bend, went through the gravel, and John Powell went through to take the win. Interesting grid lineup for this one. Ryan Smith, double winner yesterday, now back in 8th on the grid. He made it up to 3rd in the race this morning. Couldn't quite get past David Jenkins for 2nd place. It took him a while to get past Simon Reed's Iveco as well. Bradley Smith put up a good fight. He could be one to watch here, the 46 on the outside the front row, the youngest man in the championship. Number 7 Stuart Oliver, the winner this morning. He made a great start from the 2nd row of the grid and cleared off in front. They couldn't quite close the gap on the veteran. Looks like one truck we're missing. I can't see Simon Faulkner down there, unfortunately. Fabulous shot there in the cab of one of the trucks. That is John Bowler, I believe, in the number 14 we're looking at. We've got a cam on Craig Evans as well, we're told, in this race as well. There we are in Craig Evans' truck. The MAN, can he take his first Division 2 win at long last this time? Okay, we roll away then, in convoy for the formation lap. Watching the driver at work in the number 14 machine, John Bowler, his Division 1 debut this weekend. Craig Evans in the MAN. He's at the front of the Division 2 grid. The GT Tyres 3-axle MAN leads them round. Craig Reed on pole, just one win in his Division 1 career so far. That was here at Brands Hatch the end of last season. Simon Reed alongside David Jenkins. There's John Bowler, our camera truck. We can see John at work during this race. There's Adam Bint in the Volvo. John Powell at the back of the Division 2 grid this time, going for his 3rd win in a row. Ryan Smith looking for win number 3 of the weekend. Stuart Oliver for his 2nd win. Are we going to see a new winner in Division 1 for this season? I reckon Stephen Powell might have a chance here from the 2nd row of the grid in the number 3. Repaired after that accident with Jock Borthwick yesterday up at Druids. Jim Bennett on pole in Division 2 in his almost classic Seddon Atkinson. Great to have Gentleman Jim and his team back in the championship this year. He's been greatly missed in the paddock. Craig Reed minus his front bumper after a bit of contact in, the front valance after a bit of contact in the race earlier on. Race 4 of the weekend then for the British Truck Racing Championship. Bit of steam coming from the water-cooled brakes on Adam Bint's truck. There is the DAF of John Powell at the back. The pace truck is into pit lane. Craig Reed and Bradley Smith on the front of this partially reversed grid. Can one of them hang on to take their first win of the season? 15 minutes of truck racing coming your way here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine on this Easter Sunday. The power comes on and away they rumble down towards Paddock Hill Bend. Good start by Craig Reed, the man from Stoke in the Iveco Stralis. Will lead into paddock for the first time. Good start by Stephen Powell there, just getting a bit of dust kicked up on the inside. They've all made it round paddock for the first time. Let's hope they make it around Druids. Craig Reed has the lead. Stephen Powell making a move up the inside, side by side with his old adversary from yesterday, Jock Borthwick. Simon Reed behind them. They've all made it round, I think. Great stuff. David Jenkins running a bit wide there. We're on board with Craig Evans, giving chase to Simon Cole in the number 41. We're having a few teething troubles with his MAN, known as Eleanor, this weekend. He certainly hasn't gone in 60 seconds just yet, though. Craig Reed has the lead, though. Over the curve, and straight off goes Simon Reed. Goodness me. Straight on he goes, misses the tyre wall. And it's a good job he stopped. They got the truck stopped there and didn't cannon back into the pack on the other side there as they came out of Clark Curve. That would have been disastrous. Somebody else running wide there, Jock Borthwick, kicking up the dust out of Clark Curve there. He's lost some ground. Now, was there contact between Jock Borthwick and Simon Reed? We'll wait and see if we can get a replay of that. Bradley Smith is in third place behind Stephen Powell. Stuart Oliver's up to fourth, and Ryan Smith is fifth. So it's Craig Reed from Stephen Powell. There's Bradley Smith in third place. Let's hope Simon Reed can get going again. That's 89 truck. That was definitely a Code Brown moment there for Simon. Absolutely flying off Tom O'Rourke sideways there in the 86, just ahead of John Bowler. As they head down towards Graham Hill Bend for the second time. Let's see if we can see what happened there for Simon Reed. Something broke there. There was no contact. That was either a steering or brake failure. The truck just charged straight on. That was a scary moment indeed for Simon. Just went straight off there. No way he could slow the truck down. And he was very lucky. There was a lot of open space for that truck to come to a halt in. That could have been very nasty. I would imagine that's end of race for Simon. Tom O'Rourke under fire there from John Bowler in the number 14 down the pit straights. Bowler trying to get around the outside. It's still Craig Reed with the lead ahead of Stephen Powell. Stuart Oliver is up into third place ahead of Ryan Smith. Bradley Smith has dropped back in the number 46. Now he's come through only in 11th place overall. Yeah, there he is. So he's had a moment somewhere as well. Jock Borthwick under fire from his fellow Scotsman, Tom O'Rourke. Leading Division 2, meanwhile, is Adam Bint. He's up in 10th place overall, the black Volvo. We've lost Simon Reed. Wait to see if he gets going again. Ryan Smith onto the tail of Stuart Oliver, the two bonneted trucks together. Ahead of David Jenkins. They're chasing down Stephen Powell now for second place in the number 3, the HGV Direct MAN. On board with Craig Evans, back in the Division 2 pack. He's currently showing us fourth in Division 2 with John Powell ahead of him. Coming up on Simon Cole in the Division 1 machine. Simon's still just getting used to his new MAN as Craig Evans goes through. Adam Bint still leads Division 2 ahead of Paul Rivett incidentally, and now Ryan Smith has caught Stuart Oliver. They've got ahead of Stephen Powell coming through Paddock and Druids there, so up into second and third places. Now down to the business of trying to catch Craig Reed for the lead. Craig looking for his second Division 1 victory of his career. It is slightly light in Iveco. Again, he runs wide there, coming out of Surtees into McLaren. That's as wide as his brother went well over the grass. Number 3 and 4th place, Stephen Powell. Then we've got David Jenkins. So the cream rising to the top in Division 1. Next in the order is Michael Oliver Jr. in a good 6th position, his best run of the weekend so far. Here comes David Jenkins up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend, past Stephen Powell, up into 4th place. Now Craig Reed will be able to see these two in his mirrors, Oliver and Smith. Needs to keep a cool head here, try and hold them off for his First win of the season, his second of his Division 1 career, the former Division 2 champion. That was in 2021. There's Michael Oliver, Tom O'Rourke, Jock Borthwick, then John Bowler. And there's Adam Bint, the Division 2 leader, by a fairly clear margin at the moment as well. 5.5 seconds near enough over Paul Rivett. Borthwick makes a move at Surtees, goes past Tom O'Rourke into 7th. That's just Jock Borthwick running in the colours of My Name's Doddy, charity set up by Scottish rugby legend Doddy Weir to raise money for motor neurone disease, to which he very sadly succumbed at the end of last year. And a young supporter, Holly, was touring the circuits with Jock Borthwick and his team, riding her bicycle around the circuits to raise money as well. Tom O'Rourke retaking the place there down the straights, and they've caught the race leader. Craig Reed coming under a bit of pressure now from Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith dodging about in that third place. They're starting to stack up now behind the Iveco, you can see. David Jenkins is 4th. Stephen Powell hanging on to the lead group in 5th as well. Ryan Smith wants to get past Stuart Oliver here. Oliver defeated him in the first race today, race 3 of the weekend. He's all over the back of the Volvo VNL. Similar looking machine, but Ryan Smith's the Daimler Freightliner, run by Worldwide Truck Racing, based in Nottinghamshire. I'm sure Ryan would dearly love to contest the European Truck Racing Championship as well, which sadly doesn't visit the UK anymore. It all comes down to budgets. Bradley Smith's been into the pits, so he did have a problem. That's a great shame for the man who started on the front row. His fellow front row starter still hanging on to the lead. Now Stuart Oliver looking ready to attack, but he's got to be mindful that Ryan Smith is there as well. Smith dodges to the outside. Stuart Oliver moves to cover. Here comes David Jenkins. Oh, Craig Reed's run wide, coming out of Druids. This is Oliver's opportunity. If he can get up alongside, he'll never go round the outside of Graham Hill Bend, surely. Still side by side. If Oliver keeps his foot in, he could take the lead down the straight. Yes, he's done it. Stuart Oliver leads. Craig Reed moving to cover there, but I don't think he'll stop Ryan Smith getting through at Surtees. No, Smith's going to go through into 2nd place, and Jenkins could get 3rd as well. No, Reed able to defend from Jenkins. He's down to 3rd, and it's Oliver versus Smith for the lead now. Still plenty of time to go in this 4th race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship at Brands Hatch. See how much time there is to go as they come up over the line. Just over 7.5 minutes, so we're coming up towards half distance. And here comes Ryan Smith, here comes David Jenkins up on the outside as well. Ryan Smith is not holding back, he's going for the lead. Round the outside of Stuart Oliver, back to the inside. He's driving that truck like a touring car. David Jenkins to the inside on Craig Reed. He's surely going to go through here for 3rd place at Druids. Yes, he's done it. Achievement to get 2 cars side by side successfully through Druids, never mind 2 trucks. Stephen Powell still 5th, Michael Oliver still 6th. And now here comes Ryan Smith. Is he going to have a look at Surtees? No, he's not. Not quite close enough that time. 7 laps in the book. Black and white flags being shown to a couple of trucks. The 69 of David Jenkins, number 10 of Craig Evans as well in Division 2. Still Adam Bint who leads Division 2, but Paul Rivett has closed the gap slightly. Now, David Jenkins ran a bit wide there in 3rd place, but the leaders are coming up on Jim Bennett to put a lap on the Seth Atkinson. Bradley Smith back in the pits. Unfortunately, a cloud of steam from his MAN. Looks like some issues there. That's a great shame for the young gun. Ryan Smith up the outside. Jim Bennett needs to check his mirrors here. The slower Seth Atkinson about to be lapped, and they've met him not in the best place for them here. They may have to wait until, no, they won't have to wait until the straight to pass him. He moves aside, lets him through. Good driving by Gentleman Jim. Stuart Oliver continues to lead. David Jenkins still 3rd. Craig Reed still there in 4th place, the early leader. Stephen Powell rounding up the top 5. A better run from him this time after a tough start to his weekend with that crash in the first race yesterday. Ryan Smith on the tail of Stuart Oliver over the line. David Jenkins, incidentally, has got the fastest lap of the race, 59.773. Here's the Division 2 leader, Adam Bint, looking for win number 2 this weekend. On board with Craig Evans. He's 4th in the division, behind John Powell ahead there in the DAF. 2nd ahead of them, Paul Rivett, a better run for his MAN this time, the Napa Racing truck. The other Division 2 runner, of course, is Jim Bennett. He's been lapped. I believe Simon Reed is still running as well in truck number 89. He did get going, but he's a lap or two down as Ryan Smith. Oh, he tried a move there by the look of it. He's gone wide at Graham Hill Bend. What happened there? David Jenkins up alongside him. I saw something fly up into the air. Was there contact there between Oliver and Smith? Yeah, Smith's still on the wide line. Throws the truck back across in front of David Jenkins. You know these two are deadly rivals. He does not want to let Jenkins by, but he's going to have to through Clark Curve there. Yeah, Jenkins up alongside. He's going to go through. Is there damage to Ryan Smith's truck? It suddenly seems not to be handling as well. Was there contact there with Stuart Oliver we didn't see going into Graham Hill Bend? Try and get a replay of that if we can, hopefully. Whether there was contact, but suddenly Ryan Smith lost pace on that lap. Only a couple of seconds. It's enough to drop him back. He's back up the inside though on David Jenkins into Druids. He goes through. He'll be fired up now, Ryan Smith. Did he just try a lunge at Stuart Oliver and it didn't work and he ran wide? Through the left-hander. Towards the closing stages now. Let's have a look again. Ryan Smith was up behind Stuart Oliver coming down to Graham Hill Bend. I think he almost clipped the back of him, but he didn't expect Oliver to go so wide into the corner, and Ryan Smith had to lift off, or maybe he did just clip the back of Stuart Oliver then. Someone into the pit. Oh, is that Craig Reed? It's one of the Reed trucks coming in. Is that Craig or Simon? No, it's Simon. There's Craig. Possible to tell those two Ivecos apart from a distance. Meanwhile, Michael Oliver moving into 5th position. Past Stephen Powell. Possibly Stephen Powell's truck still a bit battered and bruised after his accident yesterday. Michael Oliver was caught up in that. Well, as I say, that Powell retakes the place into Druids. Good scrap between these two. Behind them, Jock Borthwick and Tom O'Rourke. Still leading Division 2 in 10th overall is Adam Bintz. See the damage on those two trucks from that wallop into Druids yesterday. Simon Reed has finally brought the Iveco in. He did get going in after that scary moment on the first lap when he went flying across the grass. Now, Ryan Smith has just done the new fastest lap of the race, 59.716. Can he get up alongside Stuart Oliver? Over the line they go. Less than 3 minutes of this race to go now. Simon Cole and John Powell have been given the black and white warning flag for driving standards. There's Adam Bintz in that menacing looking black Volvo Aerodyne. With Craig Evans. The Division 2 pack definitely closing up. See there, Paul Rivette is being hunted down by John Powell. They're coming up to lap somebody there as well, as Michael Oliver again takes Stephen Powell. On board with John Bowler. John working the wheel. One hand on the wheel, one hand on the gear lever. They throw these trucks around driving with just one hand on the wheel. Incredible. Meanwhile, flying Ryan Smith has got the gap right down on Stuart Oliver. He's having a look on the outside here as they come up over the line this time. What's the gap going to be? There's less than 2 minutes left on the clock now. They get 2 more laps out of this, and now Ryan knows it's time to attack. He goes to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. David Jenkins watching on in 3rd place. Throws it to the outside again. Trying to confuse Stuart Oliver. Which side is he going to go? Stuart Oliver, immensely experienced. Racing trucks since the 1990s. He's a 10-time champion, one-time European champion as well. Again, right on the rear bumper of the number 7 Volvo there. Ryan Smith, he's going to try and pull out and go for the lead. This is it as they come down towards 30s. Oliver squeezes him almost onto the grass. No, you don't, says Stuart Oliver. This is great racing between these two. Where is Ryan Smith going to make his move? They're coming round to start what I think will be their last lap this time. David Jenkins has been able to close up as well. We could be in for a grandstand finish here. Here they come. Smith's lost a little bit of momentum as a result of that, and he was squeezed towards the grass. Yet less than a minute on the clock, so this is the last lap. Into Paddock Hill Bend. Stuart Oliver, the man from Hexham in Northumberland. Ryan Smith from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire. David Jenkins from Stafford. What can Ryan Smith do? Closes up again. This is where he's stronger. But getting up alongside or on the tail is one thing, passing is another. Stuart Oliver, you can see it moving to defend as they come down towards Graham Hill Bend. Is it going to be win number 2 for Stuart Oliver? This would tie the score at 2 wins apiece for the weekend. The decider will be race 5. With Craig Evans over the line and challenging John Powell for a podium place in Division 2. Here they come into the final couple of corners. I don't think Ryan Smith's going to do it. I think he's going to have to settle for second place. Stuart Oliver gets his foot down. Ryan Smith will try and get up alongside. He'll try the outside run, but he's not going to do it. Stuart Oliver takes win number 2 of the weekend. Ryan Smith second. David Jenkins third, covered by less than 1.5 seconds of the line. And well done, Craig Reed, a fine 4th place. Further back, Michael Oliver, his best finish of the season so far in 5th. Stephen Powell in 6th, then Tom O'Rourke, Jock Borthwick and John Bowler. And here comes Adam Bint, the Oxfordshire driver in the older Volvo. Is going to come in to take the win in Division 2. 3.5 seconds clear of Paul Rivett. He's led Division 2 all the way. We're on board with Craig Evans. He chases them home. Bint takes a clear win in Division 2. Paul Rivett gets his best result of the season in 2nd, and John Powell just holds off Craig Evans to take 3rd. They were the last trucks on the lead lap. Behind them, Simon Cole a lap down, then Jim Bennett. Simon Reed should come in as well. Trademark sideways celebration from Adam Bint. Shades of Kurt Goranson, who took so many wins in a Volvo similar to that in the late 80s and early 90s. There's one retirement there. We lost Bradley Smith with the technical problems, sadly. Well, some highlights from that race. It was Craig Reed who led early on. Brother Simon almost went flying. A scary moment for the Iveco pilot. Craig Reed then ran wide coming through Druids, and he held the lead for a few laps. That was all the invitation Stuart Oliver needed. Round the outside into Graham Hill Bend to get up alongside, then put his foot down along the Cooper Straight to take the lead. It wasn't long before Ryan Smith and David Jenkins were through as well. Ryan Smith trying his hardest from there on in to chase Stuart Oliver for the lead. Oliver drawing on all his years of experience and guile to hang on in front all the way. Good drive by Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith got closest through Graham Hill Bend, but had to run wide to avoid the back of Oliver, else it could have taken them both out. And it was Stuart Oliver who went on to victory ahead of Smith and Jenkins, covered by 1.4 seconds at the line. Craig Reed in 4th ahead of Michael Oliver. Good result for him. Good battle with Stephen Powell. Tom O'Rourke 7th, battling fellow Scotsman Jock Borthwick. John Bowler taking 9th, and well done Adam Bint. 2nd win of the weekend in Division 2. Paul Rivett behind him ahead of John Powell and Craig Evans. Then Simon Cole and Jim Bennett a lap down, completing the top 15. Simon Reed did get going again after a visit to the pits. He was the only other finisher because Bradley Smith sadly dropped out. Let's head down to Pointy in pit lane.
Welcome down to the pit lane here at Brands Hatch, where once more this weekend, Mr. Stuart Oliver, let me give you a pat on the back, sir. I can't believe I'm talking to you again with Ryan Smith snipping at your heels that entire race pretty much. I believe that's not meant to happen, but it's okay, you're outside the truck, you didn't stall it. We just wanted a bit more airtime for the side, didn't we?
Right, yeah, just a bit more, you know,
that's it, yeah. So, Stuart, tell us, the pressure you must have been under to keep Ryan back the second half of that race. It was so close.
Yeah, I knew he was there, but I knew Dave was behind him, and Dave wouldn't be giving him any grace, so I was sort of playing it a little bit. But no, he was there without a doubt, you know, but I enjoyed it. That's what we come for, you know what I mean? That's proper good.
That was a real race, that was. And we saw as you managed to just slide past Craig Reed, everybody up there was like, oh wow, he's done him. Here we go, let's welcome in Ryan Smith.
It was so good fun, that brilliant drive.
Yes, come on.
Yeah, that was great to watch from where I was standing.
I bet it was, yeah, I tell you. But some great driving from all three of you, weaving through the Division 2s, lapping a couple of those guys at the tail end of the pack as well.
I was attacking Stuart, Dave was attacking me. You know, he didn't put a foot wrong, so where can I go? You know, we have to be patient, and you know what, that's what we signed up to race for. He was on me. He was defending from me, but not at a slow pace, by the way.
No,
he was still
it was
a fast
fast
pace,
yeah.
so No, delighted, Stuart, well done.
And Dave, lots of pressure putting Ryan under that entire second half of the race. You were having a bit of trouble with traffic at one point, weren't you?
Yeah, it was just a typical truck race, wasn't it? We had a little bit of traffic, and ultimately the reason I couldn't keep going forward with these guys is I haven't just quite got that last missing 2/10 at the moment, but as soon as they tripped over each other, I was on them, able to think about a move again, but we need to just find a little bit more speed.
You'll do it. We've got the rest of the season. We've got another race, another 2 races. No, 1 race this weekend. No, it's the grid walk I keep thinking about. That's a big part of my life. Well, thank you very much, Dave. Thank you very much, Stuart. Right. Let's get you back down to the paddock. That's all from the pit lane here now. Let's head back over to the BARC stream to see what racing action we've got from Dave.
Cheers, Pointy. Well, what we've got next is BMWs, the Kumho BMW Championship. They had their first race at the end of the programme yesterday. James Card, the reigning champion, took the win after his nearest pursuer, Jason West, went flying off in similar fashion to Simon Reed did in that race, actually, but he did recover to finish second. Earlier on, Ewan Dunlop caught up with some of the drivers from the Kumho BMW Championship.
Right, folks, we're about to go BMW Kumho racing once again. I'm here with Kevin Denwood, car number 7. We're going to talk about your car in a minute. Yeah. First of all, let's talk about yesterday, 5th place. Is that a successful day for you yesterday?
We lost the power steering.
No, then?
That was no. I had a bit of oversteer. Done a few tweaks on it. Prep Malay, Russ at Prep Malay, done a bit of tweaks on the suspension. We've actually disconnected the power steering because it was fighting me. So I'm going round today with no power steering.
Seriously?
Yeah, let's get out there, get the numbers up there, try to be best, see how we go.
Now, a couple of drivers from yesterday have dropped out. They've got up to Snetterton, Brian Branson, Jazz Sapra. So you're effectively on the second row of the grid today.
Yep, and a good start yesterday. Went between the two of them, Woody and Jazz, and then backed out in the corner, naturally on a brand new car. Yeah. Big test session, I could say, so I'm just going to see how we get on.
Perfect. Let's talk about the car. You're the only compact on the grid, and you're the only car, I'm going to say, with sponsorship by family, friends, children's hands here. Yep. What's going on?
Grandchildren, friends, all the team here, their kids and that. We thought we'd do something to make it look a bit better. So a bit of painting, hand painting.
And handprints on the side of the car, plenty of tape on the top of the car, new engine. Yep. I mean, is it going to hold together?
It'll hold together. Of course it will, yeah. The engine's sand, that was built by Gareth, Autologic. The actual car, all put together by Russ at Prep and Lay. Like I say, just no power steering. We struggle, but we'll get there.
I mean, going through Druids with no power steering, is that like wrenching it round?
I hope not. Yesterday, because it was 1 minute it was there and then it wasn't. I was fighting it. I'd have it and then I wouldn't, and it'd try and throw me back. Yeah. So at least now, when I turn it, it will stay there.
Well, we're going to find out shortly, aren't we?
I'll have arms like a wrestler after.
Kevin, best of luck, mate.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Right, let's go BMW Kumho racing for the second time this weekend. Over to you, commentator Dave Goddard.
Thanks so much, Ewan. And that paint job's certainly a nice touch, isn't it, on Kevin Denwood's car? BMW's coming up to the grid then. Now, a couple of the cars, as was mentioned there, that we saw in yesterday's race are not here today. Jazz Sapra, who was racing the turquoise M3 yesterday, also Brian Branson. They're sharing a car in an endurance race over at Snetterton today. I'm not sure if Kevin Clark is there either, because he was racing one of Jazz Sapra's cars. No, he's not there either, so there's no second row. Brian Branson retired from yesterday's race. He went over the grass clogged his radiator and he overheated, so he had to retire. He would have been at the back, so we've got 3 cars missing, unfortunately. Jazz Sapra has quite a collection of BMWs and races in various events, and with the clashing event at Snetterton, the team have had to go there today. But it is a quality entry of cars. This is who we've got then. James Card, the reigning champion, lines up on pole by virtue of his win yesterday, alongside Jason West, car number 76. No Jazz Sapra on the second row, or Kevin Clark, so row 3 becomes row 2. It's Paul Wood, number 85. He's running, I think, in the invitation class. Kevin Denwood, who we just spoke to, is alongside him. 74, Chris Walton, he's in Class B, alongside Trevor Ford, who's in Class C, number 25, and James Ford, son of Trevor, number 69, in Class D. Okay, the cars head off on their green flag lap then. Opening weekend of the season for the Kumho BMW Championship, supported by Kumho tyres for over 30 years now. It's James Card, the silver M3 at the front, the quickest and most powerful cars in Class A at the front of the field. Here are the cars of James Card, Jason West and also Kevin Denwood. There's the Ford family. James in the E36, that's a 318i I think, not an M3 at the back of the field. Trevor, his father, the chairman of the BMW Racing Drivers Club. They had good presence at the Autosport show this year, Autosport International Racing Car Show at the NEC in Birmingham in January. No Kevin Clark either, vastly experienced racer on the short ovals and in BMWs. Raced in Eurocar as well, but he was in Jasvir Sapra's car, one of Jasvir Sapra's collection of BMWs yesterday. I would imagine he's gone to Snetterton with the rest of the team. Jason West has repaired his car, got the gravel out from underneath it and the grass after he went off at Surtees chasing James Card in yesterday's race. Eventually managed to finish second. We're going to see these two, I think, duel for the victory again. Paul Wood running in the invitation class, so not eligible for points, but he could get an overall podium here, the man from the West Midlands. And watch out for Kevin Denwood. It's a warm day here at Brands Hatch. Would you want to be running with no power steering and a rear-wheel drive BMW at Brands Hatch in heat like this? I certainly wouldn't. I do like that hand paint job by his children and grandchildren there. That's a very nice touch indeed. Have a close look at that hopefully as the race goes on. 7 cars out there then, the revs are up and away they go. Down towards the first corner, Jason West gets away well in the 76. We've already seen him take a couple of wins in the Classic Thunder Saloon Championship at Silverstone this year. And he has outpaced James Card around the outside there going into Paddock Bend. Leads the way up towards Druids for the first time. 20 minutes of racing then for the Kumho BMW Championship. Home for all BMW models for many, many years. West leads from Card as they head down into Graham Hill Bend. Paul Wood is in third. Then we've got the E46 Compact of Kevin Denwood, the very modified E46 Compact. Not the best of starts for the Class B runner there, Chris Walton. Engine type and power output decides the classes for this championship. It's very much a case of quality over quantity among the entry this weekend. We'll see entries rise as the season goes on. Of course, there are so many places that you can race your BMW in UK motorsport these days. The drivers are spoilt for choice. That's why Jasvir Sapra and team are elsewhere today. Good to have them here yesterday, though. Sapra and Kevin Clark had a good scrap for third place. Paul Wood in third at the moment. It's going to be these two who are going to scrap it out for the lead. The two leading Class A runners. James Card finally captured the championship he'd been chasing for so long last year. I'm sure that one was in memory of his father Roger, who raced in this championship with an E30, a beautiful E30 M3 for many years that James still owns. Hopefully we'll see him bring that out later this year. Jason West from Surrey. Look on his YouTube channel for some on-board footage from his car in the days to come. Both lapping in the 51-second bracket in the early stages of this race, this pair. They're already nearly 3 seconds clear of Paul Wood in third place. Kevin Denwood is fourth in the compact. And James Ford up into 5th position. There's Woody. Comes from Solihull. Used to race a BMW E46 Compact, as did Kevin Denwood and Russell Dack. We heard Russ's name mentioned, the man behind Prep and Lay Racing. There's a lot of the prep work on these cars. I've seen him out in his M3 over the last couple of years as well. Russell Dack, former champion in the Kumho BMWs. Other great names to have raced in recent years, including Peter Chalice and Gary Whittaker. There you can see that's paint job by Kevin Denwood's grandchildren. Certainly something a bit different, isn't it? I do like that idea. Well, BMW famous for its art cars, of course, at Le Mans and so on. And that's a BMW art car with a bit of a difference. I like it. Kevin in 4th place at the moment. He's about 9 seconds clear of the little group at the back here. We've got James and Trevor Ford. Our family tie is going to be ditched here, I wonder. Are they going to battle each other? James number 69, Trevor in 25. I wonder if young Madeline's watching their unofficial mascot over the years, James's daughter. Behind them is Chris Walton, the black and yellow BMW. Walton in Class B, the lone Class B runner. Trevor Ford in Class C and James in Class D. So they're all in different classes, these 3 cars. So they're not going to be taking any points off each other, but racing for fun. James has got through up there, I think. No, he hasn't. Trevor ahead at the moment. Trevor and James fighting it out. So I wonder if they're having a family battle and the loser buys the McDonald's on the way home or something like that. Other fast food takeaways are available, of course. In fact, James could lose out here to Chris Walton. Made a bit of a slow start, the 74 car. Now pulls alongside. Yep, he's going to take James there on the Cooper straight. He's through, up into 6th position. Trevor in 5th place. Still your leader is Jason West. He's just done the new fastest lap, 50.939, so he's lapping under 51 seconds now. One of the quickest cars we've got here this weekend, the 2 M3s at the front of the field. Paul Wood looking rapid as well. There go the leaders through McLaren. 76 Jason West. We've seen him taking on the likes of the V8 supercars and the other modified saloons in the Thunder Saloons over the last few years. James Card in second, a devotee of this championship. We were mentioning some of the big names that have taken this title over the years. Peter Chalice, I remember in the 1990s, had his BMW M5 that he raced very successfully. Now competes in a Porsche in GT racing. Gary Whittaker dominated this championship for many years. There was one year when I think he led every lap of the season. I have to check my records on that one. Also Rick Kerry, who went on to race his 1 Series in the British Touring Car Championship briefly. Also the likes of David Kempton, John Wilcox, Evelyn Buanick, who can often be found driving the safety car at events these days. Glenn Frampton, Terry Truss, just some of the names I remember over the years. Doug Simon as well, who sadly lost to us last year. Paul Bellamy, who went on to become a star in a Super Touring replica BMW in classic touring car events. Started their careers here in Kumho BMW, supported by Kumho tyres for over 30 years. There's Trevor Ford. Mr. Chairman, under fire from Chris Walton now, recovering after a bit of a slow start. Lead gap is just over a second between West and Card. There they are, coming through Surtees. Paul Wood is on his own in 3rd place now. He's nearly 8 seconds down on the 2nd place man, but he's 17 seconds ahead of Kevin Denwood. So Paul Wood with nobody to race with at the moment. He's been concentrating on improving his lap times, I would think. 1.2 seconds in it now. Jason West pulling away slightly from James Card. New personal best for Card that time through, 51.124. West the only man to lap under 51 seconds so far. Wood lapping in the 52s, Denwood in the 54s, 55s. Trevor Ford in the 55s, likewise Chris Walton, and James Ford in his less powerful Class D car is in the 57s. Jason West has just lapped James Ford. He's in the only non-M3, I think, in this race. Well, with the exception of Kevin Denwood's compact. That's a very modified BMW compact, as we've seen. We have seen a BMW Mini class over the last couple of years as well. Hopefully we'll see them back soon. Walton's got ahead of Trevor Ford now. The leaders are coming up to lap them. They've got their headlights on just to warn the back markers that they are there. car we haven't seen on this opening weekend as the pink and white car, Brad Sheehan's Days of Thunder replica. I hope to see that back out soon. A spectacular looking car. Another driver that started his career in this series only a few years ago was GT racing superstar Lucky Khera, the fastest Punjabi as he's known. His first race was in one of these cars at the season opener at Silverstone in about 2017. He's gone on to become a two-time Ferrari Challenge UK champion, racing in the British GT Championship this year with the Race Lab McLaren. I believe it's Ewan Hankey he's sharing with this year. Courteous driving there from Trevor Ford. Points the leaders through on the inside. Jason West, a little bit of a power slide there coming out of Druids. Leads by nearly 1.5 seconds. Now he's pulling away slowly but surely from James Card. Now lap Chris Walton as well. Just a quick blue flag from the marshals. Just to warn Chris they're there. You'll have seen the headlights in his mirror. James Card a little bit held up there by Chris Walton coming into clearways. Chris wasn't sure which side to go there to let James through, I don't think. That'll have opened the lead gap up a bit. Yeah, it's 2 seconds now. So James Card lost about half a second there. Lapping Chris Walton, who's in 5th position. So it's just the 3 Class A cars and the invitation class runner Paul Wood on the lead lap. Paul Wood is 12 seconds behind James Card. See where Kevin Denwood is in relation to him. The Compact's also having a lonely race in 4th. BMW, the name everyone wants to race for. The saying goes that Formula One drivers want to race for Ferrari, touring car drivers want to race for BMW. Certainly back in the super touring era, BMW E36 M3 was king. Well, it was an E30 M3 that won BMW's first BTCC title. That was in 1991 with Will Hoy. And the E36 is one for the next 2 years with Tim Harvey and Joachim Winkelhock. And even today, BMW is still on top in the British Touring Car Championship, courtesy of the great Colin Turkington. There's Paul Wood in 3rd. New fastest lap that time for Jason West, 50.755. Must have had a lap clear of traffic. They'll be coming up a link to lap Kevin Denwood soon. The BMW ARC car. We had the eBay Motors replicas in this championship a few years ago as well, the 1 Series, remember those? That was the Cannon family. Russell Dack was champion around that time in his compacts. I think Paul Wood took a title a few years ago as well. Very loyal drivers to this series out there, none more so than James Card. They're ever present for many seasons now. Chasing Jason West, who's nearly 2.5 seconds clear. Card is upping his game to try and catch him. You can see Jason sliding about a bit there. Doesn't want his Kumho tyres to go off because there's still plenty of distance to run. Just under 8 minutes of the race to go now. The battle between, well, this is Paul Wood, in fact, trying to lap Trevor Ford, who's in 6th place. And Denwood is nearly 30 seconds behind Paul Wood now. James Card, in fact, dropped back on that last lap because Jason West did a 50.628. He's getting quicker, Jason West. Presses on. Ah, there's Denwood, he's about to be lapped in the number 7. Over the line together with the leader. 50.9 was West's lap that time through. James Card does a 51.2, so he's dropping back here, James Card. These two could well be joint championship leaders after today, Card and West. The 46 M3, of course, was taken to the World Championship by Andy Prio, the World Touring Car Champion 3 times. Andy Prio, MBE as he is now. Kevin Denwood lifts off, lets James Card through. Confused me at first, seeing Kevin Denwood's compact on the grid yesterday. I thought it was a 1 Series first, those wide arches. Kevin Clark has raced a 1 Series in the past. That's what threw me off on the grid for yesterday's race, if you were listening in. As Kevin Clark was in the grey M3, normally raced by Jasmine Sapra. I think that's the car that he and Brian Branson will be racing at Snetterton today. Lead gap is now nearly 4 seconds, so Jason West continues to pull away. Kevin Denwood possibly be getting a bit tired in there now with no power steering. On his modified E46 compact. Wonder if the shorter tail helps with the handling. Work in progress, it says on the side. I think he should leave the paint job as it is. I think that's a good look. A nice nod to his family. There's Paul Wood, the invitation class runner. He's keeping it going, just happy to take an overall podium. Well, invitation class cars not eligible for points or trophies, of course. Next up it will be the Caterhams, incidentally, the Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigma 150 and Sigmax, sponsored by Morphmite. That'll be the pickups for their grand final. We do have the grid for the pickup trucks final. So it'll be Alan Cooper starting on pole. As Jason West continues to pull away from James Card. Although Card lapped very slightly quicker on that last lap. But the lap time's about half a second off their personal bests. It's 4 seconds in it now for the lead. Paul Wood still third, then Kevin Denwood, Chris Walton, Trevor Ford and James Ford. So it looks like Trevor's going to have the family bragging rights. There's James. 69. There's Jason West, eager to make up for yesterday when I think he slipped up on a patch of fluid going into Surtees, possibly. It might have been water from Brian Branson's car, actually. It may have been some coolants, because Brian Branson, if you missed yesterday's race, got onto the grass more than once coming out of Druids in his bright orange M3, ploughed down the grass on the outside, collected a load of grass in the front air dam and the radiator of his car, and a few laps later the inevitable happened and it overheated and sprayed water everywhere. Yeah, it may be the same colour as a Flymo, but not as effective, as we said yesterday. And that's also left grass all over Graham Hill Bend. No problem today, though. Jason West able to continue. He's still got the fastest lap of the race at 50.628 seconds. Coming into the closing stages now, we'll see how long there is to go as he crosses the line to complete his 20th lap. Just under 3 minutes to go in this second race of the season for the Kumho BMW Championship. Driver I remembered raced in this series was Darren Fielding, who we now sometimes see in historic super touring cars. Got a Vauxhall Cavalier among his collection. There's quite eminent names in UK motorsport have raced with Kumho BMW over the years. Jason West, the latest to dominate here at Brands Hatch today. Had to give best to James Card yesterday after that off. It's over the grass coming through Surtees. Lost about 5 seconds. He's now over 6 seconds clear of James Card. There is James in the background. His M3 just a little bit off the boil today, I think. They're well ahead of everybody else. Paul Wood in a safe third. Just a couple of minutes left, less than that on the clock now. I think we'll get 2 more laps out of this. As Jason West laps James Ford and Trevor Ford. There, I always get those two mixed up. I apologise. Trevor still leading Class C in 6th place. Over the line goes the leader. And we'll get 2 more laps out of this. James Card dropping back all the time. He's 7.5 seconds behind now. He knows he's not going to catch Jason West. I think he's settled for second. 24 seconds ahead of Paul Wood in 3rd place. It's just those 3 cars on the lead lap now as the leader passes Chris Walton to lap him for a second time. Over the line he goes to start his final lap. Making up for his off yesterday, a dominant display by Jason West. He's already had a couple of wins in Classic Thunder this year at Silverstone in much less favourable conditions than this. He had to clear a load of grass and dirt out from under the car after going off yesterday with a couple of laps to go. No problem at all this time for the bewinged BMW E46 M3. The man from Guildford in Surrey in the underscore BMW M3, Jason West. A dominant display here at Brands Hatch today in round 2 of the 2023 Kumho Tyres BMW Championship. Here he comes, up towards the line, flag to flag for Jason West. Well clear of James Card, who will come over in 2nd place. See what the gap is as they come through this time. There's the silver car over the line second, nearly 11 seconds in it at the end of that race. So whether James Card had a problem or whether he just settled for second. And this man is going to be third. The man from Solihull, number 85. The Deutsche Tech BMW of Paul Wood. Here he comes in for 3rd place. There's Kevin Denwood over the line in 4th. Wood takes the flag nearly 23 seconds down on James Card. He completes the podium, wins the invitation class. 4th, it's Kevin Denwood, and 3rd in Class A. Chris Walton will take 5th. 6th for Trevor Ford, and James Ford will come in 7th. All 7 cars go the distance then in Kumho BMW race number 2. Jason West wins by nearly 11 seconds and gets the fastest lap of 50.628. A dominant display from the number 76 car. James Card in 2nd place. The only other man on the lead lap was Paul Wood. He wins the invitation class. The compact of Kevin Denwood, a probably very tired Kevin Denwood after driving without power steering, takes 4th position. 5th, and the winner of Class B is Chris Walton. 6th, winning Class C, Trevor Ford, and he wins the family battle with James Ford, who wins Class D. Thanks to the Kumho BMWs this weekend then. We'll see entries grow, I'm sure, as the season goes on across 2023. It'll be down to Ewan shortly to talk to our race winner.
Cheers, Dave. Well, with only 7 cars, bit of a procession at the front for Jason West in the end. We'll have a chat with him in a second. And James Card. Tell you what, Jason West struggled to find the number 1 spot for about a few seconds. They had to do a 5-point turn to get in, but he had a lovely race. We'll have a chat right now. And I love to see this sort of camaraderie after all the races. We'll wait for Jason to get his helmet off. Got a bottle of champagne here and the number 1 cap. So 1 win apiece for James and Jason this weekend. Great way to start the championship for them. That's them done for the weekend. One apiece. Good weekend.
Yeah, that was good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, not the most exciting to watch, I'm sure. But James kept me honest to start with, but then I think had a misfire or something.
But very interestingly, you were lapping in 50.5 seconds, right? The British touring cars do about 48 seconds. These are incredibly powerful machines.
Yeah, our good friend Gary Whittaker, I'm sure, once got his E36 M3 round here in something like 48.9, but then he is a legend, so...
He is, yeah. I mean, that's your weekend done. It's a first and a second place. Interestingly, you went from pole to second yesterday. Today you were second, had a great start. Why doesn't anybody want to win from pole in these cars?
I think we're going to have to ask our good colleagues in the trucks as to why they like to leave oil slicks off pole.
That's a really good point, really good point. How do you celebrate this weekend?
I'm going to have a sit down, I think.
And?
Yeah, why not? Let's have some rather fetching, I'm sure, English sparkling wine. Excellent.
Great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. We'll have a quick chat, James, as well. Just saying, a bit of a procession in the end, though, once he got away, but happy with your weekend's work?
Yeah, happy to. Well, that was unfortunate because we were having a good race, but it just started to develop a misfire at the corners, and it happened after about 4 or 5 laps, and he was just eking away from it. Then at the end, it was getting worse and worse. So for the last kind of 9 minutes, I wanted to finish because we need as many cars finishing as we can.
And that was quite hot, I imagine.
To be honest, I wasn't pushing for half the race. So I was all right in there because it wouldn't rev down the straight. So I was short shifting and everything. So, but so it goes.
Great start to your championship defence.
Yeah, it's been a good weekend.
Well done. Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Let's speak with our third place finisher, Paul Wood. Paul, lovely way to end the weekend for you.
Yeah, not bad. Obviously, going in, knew there wasn't really the pace to obviously match Jason and James, but it's all about being out there having a bit of fun. Yeah.
Nice Sunday drive, wasn't it?
That's it. Just having a little look round, see what it's about, giving them a wave. Time to get an ice cream now.
Points on the board, well done, mate.
Cool. Cheers,
buddy. Thanks
Cheers.
a lot. As you can see behind us now, we're about to go Caterham racing. It's the 150s and the Sigmats coming out. We finished off with the 135s for today and this weekend, but the Caterham's taking over once again, and Dave will talk you through it.
Thanks, Ewan. Yes, just waiting for the Caterhams to be released out onto the grid. The Morphme Caterham Graduates Racing Club. This is their other 2 classes. We saw the Sigma 135s earlier on. Now it's 2 classes combined, the Sigma 150s and Sig Max. Sigma 150, as the name suggests, is 150 brake horsepower Ford Sigma engines based on the Caterham Motorsport 310R model, while the Sig Max cars based on Caterham Road Sports spec cars with engines of about 140 brake horsepower. So they're pretty evenly matched, the 2 classes. It's 2 Sigma 150 cars are on the front row, the 2 Harrys, Harry Senior in car number 1 and 121 Harry Kramer. Start on the front row alongside on the second row rather is the first of the Sig Maxes. That's Steve Arnold, number 6, lost most of his front body panels in yesterday's race. That's alongside number 61 of Angus McLean. You can recognise the drivers' classes from the colour on the outside of the grid there, blue for 150 and white for Sig Max. Row 3, Dan Livingston, number 85, and 58 of Rob Warner. Watch for him off the line, made a quick start yesterday. Row 4 is number 4, Kevin Barrett, and 82, Matt Willoughby, the chairman of the Caterham Graduates Racing Club. Row 5, Andrew Whitton, 112, and Doug Christie in number 67. On the 6th row, 83, Jonathan Ems, and 33 car of Gareth Cordy. Row 7, number 3, Oliver Smith, and 199 of Nick Powell. Row 8, number 101, Paul Fielder, and 10, Phil Clark. Row 9, 32, Ian Anderson, and number 5 of Paul Jepson. Moving back to the 10th row, we have 64, Amanda Anderson. Won a title with the Caterham Graduates a few years back. She's done some GT racing in Ginettas as well. Starts alongside number 34 of Neil Evans. And we've got number 7, Rob Appleton, 9, Martin Gleach on row 11. On the 12th row, we have number 84, Ong Sengi from Singapore, 36 of Sean Cronin, and also to add back to the back of the grid, number 2, Duncan McCall. He missed qualifying yesterday with gearbox problems, was allowed to start from the back of the grid. So number 1, Harry Senior, leads them round, the defending Sigma 150 champion. Last year, meanwhile, in Sig Max, it was Max Hayes who took the title on that occasion. Max Haynes has not appeared this weekend, been confining his racing to sim racing so far this year. Finished ahead of Andy Molsom and Kevin Barrett in the Sig Max points this year. Kevin Barrett is out there, car number 4. In Sigma 150 last year, Harry Senior beat Ben Winrow and Stephen Clark to the title. Up to the grid they come then. Harry Senior took the win yesterday after a great battle with Harry Kramer. He's in the all-red car. In the Sigmax division, it was Dan Livingston, the green number 85 car, who took the victory on that occasion. Steve Arnold was up there at the sharp end, but had his challenge blunted when he lost his nose cone, had to be flagged into the pits. Similar to Stefano Mara in the other Caterham race yesterday. Senior and Kramer, the two Harrys on the front row of the grid, then Steve Arnold, the yellow car on the inside of row 2. Alongside Angus McLean in the purple number 61 with the orange roll cage. Row 3, Dan Livingston in green, Rob Warner in blue and orange. A quick starter, so watch for him coming through from row 3. Fourth row, Kevin Barrett in car number 4, could be one of the favourites in Sigmax, alongside 82 Matt Willoughby. Mr. Chairman in the red and black car. Also in red and black is Andrew Whitton, and the all-black number 67 of Doug Christie completes the top 10 on the grid. This will be a 20-minute race for the Morphmy Caterham Graduates Racing Club Sigmax and Sigma 150 combined grid. We could see a Sigmax theoretically take a win overall. It's more likely to be a 150 though. I think the winner's going to come from one of those two on the front row. Get the all clear from the marshals then. Revs rise and away they go. And down towards Paddock Bend for the first time. The two Harrys together. Is Harry Kramer going to get the edge over Harry Senior? I think he might just about get there around the outside into Paddock Bend. Yes, he has. Harry Kramer takes up the lead in car number 121. They will make it round Paddock Bend okay. Another good start from Rob Warner. He's up into 4th place behind Angus McLean. Steve Arnold drops back into 5th position as they sort themselves out through Druids. It's Harry Kramer who leads from Harry Senior. McLean in 3rd, then it's Warner. Steve Arnold in 5th, Dan Livingston in 6th position. A good start there from the orange, I think that's number 83 car of Jonathan Ems, up into 7th position. Can Harry Kramer hang on in front this time then? They swapped the lead on a few occasions, the two Harrys in yesterday's race. All round okay for the first time. Number 34 there, that's Neil Evans in the bright green machine further back. 7 Rob Appleton in the powder blue and orange car. It almost seems to be a rule that has to be a car in those colours in every meeting in the UK. As to the outside goes Harry Senior. He's not going to get through there at Paddock Bend. He'll switch back to the inside on the exit. He might have a run on Harry Kramer here into Druids. Angus McLean is up into 3rd position. Steve Arnold going for the outside. He's got the early lead in the Sigmax category, hoping his front bodywork stays together this time. He's got ahead of Dan Livingston. Down the hill into Graham Hill Bend, Harry Senior has the lead. Swapping places with Harry Kramer in the early stages. He managed to make the move stick coming out of Paddock Hill Bend and into Druids. Angus McLean up there in 3rd position. Bouncing over the curbs there. Terrific action already. Now 4th Caterham race of the weekend. Without doubt some of the most enjoyable racing in all UK motorsport comes from Caterham. We've seen the factory supported series at Alton Park already this season as Harry Kramer goes for the outside into Paddock Bend. He goes straight through. You saw him use the slipstream there from Harry Senior. He tucked in behind Harry Senior going into the Sir Jack Brabham straights, and now Senior's going to try and do the same thing. He's clipped the back of Harry Kramer. His nose cone's come off. Exactly the same as we saw with Steve Arnold and Stefano Mara yesterday. They're so fragile, the nose cones of these cars. Now surely Harry Senior is going to get the black and orange flag if that bit of bodywork doesn't come off, and he's going to have to call into the pits to remove that because that's dangerous if it could fly up into the air. He's pulled to one side there. He's trying to defend 2nd place. That's going to affect the handling of the car if he gets caught up in the suspension. Angus McLean in behind him, then it's Rob Warner, Steve Arnold and Dan Livingston. Steve Arnold will be thinking, I know what it's like for that to happen. That happened to me yesterday. Although Steve got going again after they removed the nose cone, and then his bonnet flew off as well. Steve Superleggera Arnold, as he's now known. Yes, Harry Senior still going. Wouldn't be surprised though if he gets the black and orange flag, the meatball flag as the drivers call it. Lost 2nd place there to Angus McLean. Rob Warner in behind in the blue and orange car. Harry Senior still going for the moment. I'll have to watch the marshals on the start-finish line to see if the black and orange flag does go out. Harry Kramer clearing the lead as a result. He's not slowing Harry Senior down, is it? Still attacking. There's Steve Arnold in his multicoloured number 6 car. He's leading the Sigmax division, but only just ahead of Dan Livingston. Third in Sigmax, it's Kevin Barrett, number 4. So Senior down to 4th place now because Warner has come through and Arnold, it's slowing him down now. Harry Senior, he hasn't got the straight line speed because the aero has been compromised by that loose nose. He clipped the back of Harry Kramer coming up into Druids, and Rob Warner up the inside takes Angus McLean. Under braking for Druids. Good move, Rob Warner, but Angus McLean fights back. Tremendous racing here for the minor placing, but all this is going to allow Harry Kramer to escape at the front of the field. Steve Arnold leads the Sigmax division. He lost out in a photo finish further back down the order with Matt Willoughby after they'd both dropped back with various issues. About 3,000ths of a second in it, I think, as they crossed the line in yesterday's race. A hand goes in the air from Harry Senior. He's heading for the pits. That's courteous driving there from Harry Senior, letting his rivals know that he was coming in. Well, that's kiboshed his hopes of a second win this weekend. Harry Kramer, I would say this is his race to lose now. The red 121 car from Northwich in Cheshire. Rob Warner battling Angus McLean for second. McLean at the inside. Rob Warner's gone wide. Going into Druids. He's lost out as well to Steve Arnold. So we've got a Sigmax car in the top 3 overall. Rob Warner goes down to 4th. Behind them, Dan Livingston, the second Sigmax. Then I think it's Jonathan Ems, the number 83, next in the order. Behind him could well be Doug Christie, the number 67 car. Experienced name in the Caterham Graduates Racing Club, sponsored by Morphmy for this year, the vehicle livery specialists. These 3 breaking away now to try and go after Harry Kramer. Harry's lead is over 2 seconds now, 2.3 seconds. As McLean scraps it out with Arnold and Warner, the second, third and fourth. Steve Arnold technically doesn't really need to get past Angus McLean because he's leading his category. Will get the maximum points if he stays in front, but you try telling that to a racing driver in the heat of the moment. You don't need to overtake the guy in front of you. Kevin Barrett's in there behind Jonathan Ems. There's Andrew Whitton, Doug Christie, and behind them Matt Willoughby, the chairman. He dropped back with a few problems yesterday, ended up battling Steve Arnold in what was left of the number 6 car. It's good to see he's got his body panels back and is able to reattach them. He's tucked in there in 3rd place. The sun still shines here at Brands Hatch, the huge crowd loving this. They may be here to see the trucks, but they enjoy their Caterham action as well. There's a couple of cars being given 10-second penalties for a false start. One of them is number 32, Ian Anderson, and the other one is the number 5 car, that's Paul Jepson. Now they're back in around 15th and 16th places at the moment, so 10-second penalty, false starts for cars 32 and 5. Meanwhile, Steve Arnold has got ahead of Angus McLean up into 2nd place. And he's now going to try and go after Harry Kramer. Arnold's just done the fastest lap of the race, so the Sigmax cars may be about 10 brake horsepower less powerful than the Sigma 150s, but they can certainly keep up with them. Could we have an overall winner from the Sigmax division? Can Steve Arnold do it? 2.7 seconds behind Harry Kramer, who's just done new fastest lap of the race, 53.893. Side by side there, Jonathan Ems, and I think that was Andrew Whitton on the outside. Kevin Barrett's just got past them, so running wide there, that was Dan Livingston. Under fire from Kev Barrett. They're fighting for 2nd in Sigmax. The Caterham Road Sports equivalent cars. 82, that's Matt Willoughby ahead of Ollie Smith in the number 3, the white and green car. And behind them, that looks like Gareth Cordy, number 33. We saw him lose a wing in yesterday's race. Caterham race meetings mean that the factory is kept busy making those wings over the wheels. Yet to see a race where we don't lose at least a couple. Harry Kramer, 9 laps in the book. Just under 12 minutes of this race to go for the Morphmy Sigma 150 and Sigmax categories of the Caterham Graduate Racing Club. Created back in the 1990s for graduates of the Caterham Scholarship, as it was then. Steve Arnold still slugging it out with Angus MacLean for second place. He takes the place back again there. Jonathan Ems on the inside and Doug Christie. Oh, Andrew Whitten tried to turn across there, just avoids Doug Christie through Druids. Then Willoughby and Smith behind them. 82, Matt Willoughby sliding about there. He's losing Andrew Whitten rather losing traction. Willoughby and Whitten in similarly coloured cars there. Steve Arnold still holding second place, but they're dropping back from Harry Kramer all the time. He does a 53.815. Is Steve Arnold going to respond this time? No, he can't. There's 3 seconds in it between the two of them now. Harry Kramer with the new fastest lap of the race. Doug Christie side by side with either Whitten or Willoughby there. It's the 82 of Matt Willoughby gets through on Doug Christie. There's Andrew Whitten, the brighter red car. Behind them, Ollie Smith, and then it's Nick Powell, historic racer as well as Caterham racer. Powell will be racing, of all things, at the Goodwood Revival in an Austin A35. He's also raced a Lotus Elan with his son Eddie for a number of years. That sadly got wrecked in a crash at Spa-Francorchamps a year or two ago. Over the line they go. Lead gap about the same, just over 3 seconds. Harry Kramer to Angus MacLean. MacLean and Arnell seem to be swapping places every lap. There they are into Druids. Steve Arnold still leads the Sigmax division ahead of Kevin Barrett, car with the white nose there, and Dan Livingston, number 85. There's Powell, 199 ahead of Ollie Smith. Gareth Cordy behind them, and that's the 101 of Paul Field. Ems running well in the 83 car, they're in 7th place. Matt Willoughby now starting to chase him down though. Struggled a bit in qualifying yesterday, did Matt? Black and white flag for a couple of cars, the number 10, which is Phil Clark, the 34 of Neil Evans. Harry Senior's car unfortunately is still in the pit lane. He didn't rejoin after pulling in, so maybe that nose cone has damaged the suspension. Still Harry Kramer out front. The gap has come down slightly. There's the number 10 car we just mentioned of Phil Clark. Makes a move on car number 6. That's number 9, Martin Gleitch. Apologies there. Things calming down a little now. We've got this little scrap going on further back. It's Kevin Barrett coming under fire from Jonathan Ems. This is the fight for 5th position. And Steve Arnold again up the inside retakes Angus MacLean. They've swapped places more times than I can count now. Rob Warner shadowing them, looking to get onto the podium. Jonathan Ems holding off Matt Willoughby. Doug Christie's just got ahead of them. Christie and Willoughby the big movers at the moment. Fastest lap of the race is with Rob Warner now, 53.492. They're getting quicker and quicker all the time, especially on these new Toyo tyres. Switching from Yokohama this year, this championship. Black and white flag being shown to car number 9 of Martin Gleitch. Over the line they go, look at this, they're passing a back marker there. Side by side once again between MacLean and Arnell. MacLean comes out ahead on the inside. Harry Kramer still nearly 3 seconds clear. Now Rob Warner at the inside, he's taken Arnell for 3rd place. Good opportunist move there into Druids. So Rob Warner into a podium position now. Steve Arnold in that 4th position. right back here, still leading the Sigmax division, so it won't matter too much that Rob Warner has got ahead of him. He's third in the 150s and overall. It's over 6 minutes of this race to go. Bit of a twitch there for Rob Warner in that third place. He tries to chase down Angus MacLean now for second place. That position does matter because they're in the same class, the Sigma 150s. I don't think they're going to catch Harry Kramer here, looking for his first win of the season. Just under 5.5 minutes of the race to go now. Kramer leads it. MacLean, Warner, Arnold. For the first time, I think, no changes within a lap there in that battle for second. They're being caught by Kevin Barrett now as well. He's dropped Dan Livingston. Livingston third of the Sigmaxes behind Barrett. A few changes back in the pack. Gareth Cordy, we see there battling with Andrew Whitton. Paul Fielder, I think, has got ahead of Ollie Smith as well. Well, he had. Smith back ahead now. And they're all closing up on Nick Powell in the orange number 199 car. It's the battle for 10th place. The only retirement, sadly, Harry Senior, the number 1. Over the curb, McLaren into clearways. Gareth Cordy under fire from Andrew Whitton. The 112 car tries to move for the inside. Moving to the outside is Rob Warner. To the inside, Steve Arnold into Paddock Bend. He's back into third place. The Sigmax leader back into an overall podium position. Now here comes Kevin Barrett. He's been able to reel these two in. Now Kevin Barrett in the camo liveried car there. If he can get ahead of Steve Arnold, will take the lead of the Sigmax division. I don't think Arnold realised that Kevin Barrett was closing, and Dan Livingston's not far away either, the number 85, the man from Crowborough in Sussex. Arnold just about holding it together, ahead of Warner. There's the very distinctly liveried. I wonder if More For Me, the championship sponsor, were responsible for the number 4 livery on Kevin Barrett's car, the Essex driver. Certainly an impressive looking machine. Over the line they go. The lead gap, if anything, has come down just a little there. Angus MacLean, he's escaped these 4 now, so he's going after Harry Kramer. There's Kramer. There's the purple car in second place. Angus MacLean. With Steve Arnold kept busy battling Warner, Barrett, and now Livingston shortly as well. This is going to allow MacLean to escape and go after the race leader. Sideways there, Rob Warner. Through Graham Hill Bend. He's gone wide. This is going to let Kevin Barrett get through, I think. Up towards Surtees. He's the long side, and he goes through. Up into 4th overall. And now he is going to go after Steve Arnold for the lead of the Sigmax category. Dan Livingston's going to try and get through as well. Rob Warner's going backwards. You see just that slightest loss of momentum there as he got sideways and went wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend. It only takes that minimal loss of momentum in a Caterham, and everybody behind in your group behind you gets through, and you have to start again from the back. Lead gap comes down again. 2.1 seconds now. Angus MacLean took 4/10 out of Harry Kramer on that last lap. There's not much time left to go though. I think Angus is going to run out of time to catch Harry here. Dan Livingston having a go at Warner. See how much time there is left to go. There's less than 3 minutes to go, I think, as they crossed the line last time through. And Livingston all over the back of Warner. Leader coming up to cross the line to complete his 20th lap. There's less than 2 minutes on the clock now, and the gap is down to 1.8 seconds. I think Angus MacLean is going to run out of time to catch him, as round the outside goes Dan Livingston. Now that won't bother Rob Warner too much. As I said, they're in different classes. Warner is still third of the Sigma 150s. He's He's not going to catch the two in front of him, so he's going to settle for third, let the Sig Maxes go and just take it easy to the end, I think, now. Steve Arnold and Kevin Barrett will battle for Sig Max victory. Still this midfield group dicing. Nick Powell, I think, has been taken there by Doug Christie. Yes, he's got through into 8th place. Kevin Barrett trying to go after Steve Arnold. Is he going to catch the yellow machine? Over the line they go, less than a minute on the clock. We might get 2 more laps out of this. There was about 58 seconds left, I think. We'll have to wait and see whether they'll get 1 or 2 more laps, whether this is the last lap or it'll be the next one. Tricky to judge sometimes when it's a timed race. The lead gap is still 1.8 seconds, so I think Harry Kramer is safe at the front. Been a slightly lonely race for him this time, with no Harry Senior to battle with after that bit of damage forced Harry to pit. Up towards 30s goes the red machine. Can Angus McLean catch him? He's really pushing there, Angus McLean. Steve Arnold is 1.9 seconds clear of Kevin Barrett, so it looks like he's got the Sig Max win sewn up to make up for the disappointment of yesterday when he had to pit with that loose bodywork. Over the line to start the final lap goes Harry Kramer. They are going to get 1 more lap in. He had to give best to Harry Senior yesterday, but the company director from Northwich in Cheshire, Harry Kramer, in his 4th year of Caterham Graduates Racing, is heading for victory here at Brands Hatch. Through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend, along the Cooper Straights, safely clear of Angus McLean. Through towards Clearways for the last time, ready to celebrate a 2nd and a 1st. I think will put him into a clear championship lead in his category. Up and over the line, Harry Kramer wins at Brands Hatch. Angus McLean 2nd, he got the gap down to 1.3 seconds at the end, and well done Steve Arnold, makes up for the disappointment yesterday by winning the Sig Max class in a fine 3rd overall. 4th for Kevin Barrett, then Dan Livingston. Rob Warner will be 3rd of the Sigma 150s and 6th overall. 7th goes to Matt Willoughby. And we had a bit of a tangle there on the last lap. Jonathan Ems hasn't come through. Jepson and Anderson had their penalties applied. That drops them back. Yes, I think we've lost the number 83 of Jonathan Ems, unfortunately, on the last lap there. He may have tangled with Andrew Whitten, because he's dropped down to 13th place. His last lap, was about 5 or 6 seconds slower than his best there. So there may have been a tangle there on the final lap. We may have lost John Ems. We'll look for where he's gone. No, he has come in. He came in 17th place. Yes, there we see cars going off into the gravel at Paddock Hill Bend. Tricky to see who they were, though. The 2 cars that haven't come through on the last lap. One of them's Ian Anderson, the other Martin Gleach. Yes, there they are. 32 Ian Anderson, number 9 Martin Gleach. Those are the 2 cars that tangled at Paddock Hill Bend on the final lap. They're in the gravel. Drivers appear to be okay, though. Let's confirm the provisional results then. Harry Kramer taking the win by 1.3 seconds from the chasing Angus McLean, and Steve Arnold, an overall podium in 3rd place, wins the Sig Max division ahead of Kevin Barrett. Dan Livingston 3rd in that group. 3rd of the 150s was Rob Warner in 6th, and 7th for Matt Willoughby. Doug Christie topping the battle for 8th place ahead of Nick Powell. Completing the top 10, Gareth Corley. Then it was Ollie Smith, number 101 of Paul Fielder was next home. And Andrew Whitten had a bit of a moment on the last lap with Jonathan Ems. Amanda Anderson was 14th, and Phil Clark completing the top 15. Just a couple of non-finishers there. We lost Gleach and Ian Anderson into the gravel on the last lap, and Harry Senior, sadly, a retirement, some damage from that loose nose cone, I think, put him out of the race. Let's head down to Ewan in Parc Fermé to talk to our race winners.
Cheers, Dave. Last Caterham race of the weekend, and it was a fantastic one too. Harry Kramer, a second and a win to top off your weekend.
Yeah, not too bad. We'll take that, won't we?
I mean, you got out front and nobody was ever going to catch you after that, were they?
Well, that was certainly the plan. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what happened with Harry. He had a little tap on the back of my bumper. I'm guessing he lost a nose or something as a result. It was a tiny touch, but he seemed to hold everyone back from me, which was terribly polite of him. Yeah, and I just sailed off into the sunset. So,
now, were you teasing them? They got within 1.3 seconds in the last lap. Were you letting them get that close? Were you sort of like cruising around?
Well, I like to give a bit of a spectacle, don't I? No, to be honest, I was just trying to manage the pace a little bit, not take any risks. I could see Angus in my mirror, so I was just trying to, stay away from the curbs, no track limits, just manage the pace a little bit. So, yeah, also makes it more interesting for the crowd.
It does, absolutely. Great weekend, well done.
Thank you so much.
Buddy, thanks a lot. Right, let's go and find our second and third drivers. Rob. Rob,
really good.
Let's have a chat. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir.
Take that one.
Yeah, I'll always take a podium. Told you yesterday, 2 podiums in a row from having none. Absolutely stunning.
I mean, what did you put that down to? That's a big turnaround.
Honestly, what I put down to, my mother's turned up today. First time in 30 years she's been to a race meeting. So she's.
Where's she watching from?
She's watching over at Paddock, I presume. Okay. So yeah, it's really good to see her come out. Brought my daughter along with her, and yeah, just another great day out. Really, another result I'm struggling to believe, but obviously, going around quick enough, so I'll take anything I can get.
I mean, it is big smiles. What are you going to do to celebrate tonight?
Go home and go to bed, probably.
Not going to buy your mum a drink?
She might have a drink, but I won't. So we may stop on the way home. I had to stop for pizza last night. It cost me a load of money. I dare say it'll cost me some more tonight.
Congrats, mate. Well done.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's go and see if we can have some more chats here. We got the Sigmaxes. Congratulations!
Thank you very much.
I mean, that was a great race. There were several drivers. Could have finished anywhere between sort of 3rd and 6th in there at one point.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a really tough race. I mean, the guys sort of around me, really close, really tight racing, really fair but hard all the way from the lights to the flag.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't really think the win was mine until about 4 laps from the end, and that's when I saw there was enough gap that I could keep it apart. Just had to keep it clean, and yeah, got the win.
You are right up there with the 150s. There's not that much difference, is there?
I think the main problem we've got is on the straights. They've got a bit more. So if I keep in their slipstream, it's fine. But if it's the other way around, it's really hard for me to defend. But thankfully, Angus and I worked together to try and pull me away from my competitors. So it was a nod to that guy. So thanks very much.
Hey, great weekend, well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, buddy, thank you. As you can see behind us, we'd like to have a few more chats, but the pickups are going out. This is their grand final race. They've had 2 qualifying races. This is the big one to close their weekend out here at Brands Hatch. Dave Goddard is going to talk you through it.
Pickup trucks on track then here at Brands Hatch in the sunshine. This is the grand final. The other 2 races being taken as qualifying heats effectively for the grid for this grand final. So the grid for this race based on the aggregate finishes of the 2 heats, but again, just like in qualifying, the top 6 are flipped around. So the top qualifier was Dale Gent in terms of his results in the earlier 2 races, so he starts 6th. It's Alan Cooper, number 72, who starts on pole with number 21 Dean Tompkins alongside him. Second row 93 of Michael Smith, and number 40 Rhys Jones, the reigning champion. Matt Simpson, winner of the race yesterday, starts 5th on the grid alongside our earlier winner today, number 83 Dale Gent, aka Dale Earnhardt. Row 4, number 12 Paul Tompkins, and 41 Aaron Thompson. 5th row, number 5 Dan Fisher. Hopefully he's got his timing transponder working this time. Starts alongside Chris Brockhurst in the number 89. Row 6, 84 Matt Moore, the newcomer this season, alongside 71 Simon Ward. Row 7, number 3 Jeff Simpson, and 13 of Richard Ayling. The penultimate row, 25 Russell Smith, our other newcomer, and 39 of Danny Hunt, failed to finish the second race earlier on. 65, Mark Willis rounds out the grid because Tom Hutchins has had to withdraw. Unfortunately, Mark Willis with a non-finish earlier on had to make a pit stop in yesterday's race as well, so he starts from the back. Watch for him coming through. All 17 are there. Shame we've lost Tom Hutchins. He's a bit of a Brands Hatch specialist. Had problems with his truck in the first race yesterday and had to pull out at the weekend. This will be another 18 laps of the Brands Hatch Indy circuits, and this should be a very close encounter indeed. Alan Cooper on pole, the number 72, was dropped back a couple of spots in the race earlier on, ran wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend and Druids after a little bit of contact. Dean Tompkins had a bit of a rivalry with him in that race. He's alongside the younger Tompkins in number 21, his dad Paul back on row 4. Began his career in the Bangers where he was very successful, has won hot rod races as well. Dean Tompkins has done a few banger race meetings too. We've even seen former pickup champion George Taricki racing bangers in recent times as well. George now racing national hot rods on the short ovals this season, so going back to his roots somewhat. Michael Smith, ex-Formula 1 stock car driver, on row 2. Good to see Aaron Thompson out there, number 41, following in his father's footsteps. His father, Steve, raced in Eurocar in the 1990s. They made a comeback over the last couple of years, sharing a Renault Clio in the Brick Car Trophy. They came close to winning the title last season. Actually, 2 years ago that was, I apologise. Aaron in the number 41 there on row 4 of the grid, just ahead of Chris Brockhurst, his first full season in pickups this year. Graduated from racing the space frame Vauxhall Tigra Silhouette. Dan Fisher, number 5, alongside him. Awaiting the all clear to get this race underway. There's got a bit of a clear up going on down at Paddock Hill Bend. Those two Caterhams have been recovered. You can see there the marks in the gravel trap. Fair play to the marshals and the recovery teams once again. Most of these drivers have come through, as we said earlier, the ranks of stock cars and hot rods. There's a few that have come through the saloon car ranks, particularly here at Brands Hatch. Rhys Jones, also Dan Fisher. He raced in the Cannon's Tin Top series that used to run here at Brands Hatch. Tom Hutchins as well. 71, Simon Ward. Used to race his Vauxhall Astra GTE in the Classic Touring Car Racing Club in the pre-93 Touring Car Championship. Look out for Jeff Simpson, number 3, in the ex-Roger Dormer truck, father of Matt, who's on row 3. I remember watching Jeff in his national hot rod when I was very young at Hensford Raceway. Richard Ayling, number 13, alongside him. Newcomer Russell Smith at the back, alongside Danny Hunn. He failed to finish the race earlier today. Mark Willis, a luckless weekend, one of the most experienced men on the grid in pickups, along with Michael Smith, I think. One driver that we had hoped to see this weekend was Neil Tressler, number 37, the Isuzu-bodied truck, but transmission problems forcing them out of the weekend, sadly. Hopefully we'll see them back out soon. Well done trackside recovery there, flatbed taking the Caterhams away. Just a slight delay here while a couple of Caterhams that ended up in the gravel on the last lap of the previous race are cleared. It's a shame we don't still have the 1.5 mile Rockingham Motor Speedway in Northamptonshire, where these pickups used to achieve speeds of nearly 150 miles an hour on the ovals. That's how close, that's the closest we've got to NASCAR in recent years in the UK. I remember the ASCAR Days of Thunder series that used to run there as well, attracting drivers of the calibre of Ben Collins and Jason Plato. The NASCAR Wheel and Euro Series does visit Brands Hatch every year for the American Speed Fest, of course. Pickup trucks do feature there. Rockingham is still intact, but not used for racing, very sadly. Well, here we go then, ready for the rolling start. Used to go around Rockingham to the strains of We Will Rock You. I know, because it was me that played it several times when I was in the box at Rockingham. Alan Cooper in pole position then. Dean Tompkins alongside. Dale Gent and Matt Simpson are earlier winners on the third row this time. I reckon Rhys Jones could be a good bet here. Russell Smith, newcomer at the back. Laps the distance then. Who's going to come out on top in the first grand final for the pickups this season on the Brands Hatch Indy circuits? 2-litre engine, space frame built pickups, incredibly evenly matched machines. Pace car brings them round. Pulls into pit lane. Alan Cooper and Dean Tompkins together on the front row of the grid. The tension begins to mount. They're in grid formation. The red lights will be on. They can't start racing till the red lights go out. The revs are up, ready for a start, and away we go. We thunder down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time in this grand final for the pickups. It is Alan Cooper who has held his lead from pole position, but only just. A couple of trucks bounce up on the curb on the inside. Dean Tompkins slots into second place. Rhys Jones tucks in behind. He's going to try and go up into third on the outside of Michael Smith. They're side by side into Druids. Dale Gent trying to get around the outside of Matt Simpson. They're all round Druids A-OK. It is Alan Cooper who leads. Jones has got ahead of Smith up into third place. Dale Gent's got ahead of Matt Simpson. Bit of a slow exit there by Paul Tompkins, and problems for Richard Ayling. He's gone off onto the grass, spins around. He'll try and get going again from there. Unlucky 13 for Richard Ayling. He'll rejoin at the back of the field. Been a quiet weekend for him so far. They come round to complete the opening lap then. Who's going to be leading across the line for the first time? It looks as though Alan Cooper has held his lead. The black and green number 72 ahead of Dean Tompkins and Rhys Jones over the line. There you go. Down into Paddock Hill Bend they drop once again. Let's have a replay of what happened there. We saw Paul Tompkins get a very slow exit from Graham Hill Bend there, but it was Richard Ayling who got onto the grass. No grip there for the rear wheel drive machine. Round he went. Drags a bit of grass onto the circuit, but was able to rejoin. Michael Smith side by side with Matt Simpson ahead of Dale Gent. Now Paul Tompkins was the one who lost out there at Graham Hill Bend. He's down to 8th. Cooper leads it with Dean Tompkins and Rhys Jones right on his tail. The rest of them fairly close, bunched up behind, side by side between Simpson and Smith now for 4th position. Dale Gent is tucked in behind them. Looks like Aaron Thompson next in the 41. He's running well. Down towards paddock once again. Alan Cooper looking to hang on for his first win of the season. Oh, he's run wide there, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. This is Dean Thompson's opportunity. We saw Alan Cooper just slide slightly wide there. He's managed to cover the line though as Michael Smith and Dale Gent battling out. Dale Gent's driven all the way around the outside there of Michael Smith. Good move by the number 83. The Dale Earnhardt look-alike gets ahead of Michael Smith. Then it's Thompson. Paul Tompkins, bit of a slow first lap for him. He's down in 8th position. Can Alan Cooper start to pull away then? Up the inside, Rhys Jones trying to take second place as they head into Clearways. See if he's made that move stick as they come into the Sir Jack Brabham Straights. Yes, he has. He's through into second position. Matt Simpson up into fourth place. And now here comes Dale Gents in the black livery of the Intimidator. Dale Earnhardt, can he intimidate his way up into a podium place here? From sixth on the grid. He was the top qualifier from the two races earlier on, along with Matt Simpson, but of course the top six flipped around on the grids. Up the inside, Rhys Jones and Matt Simpson. Is Jones going to take the lead here from Alan Cooper? Yes, he's done it. Coming through Druids, Rhys Jones takes the lead. I said he'd be one to watch in this race. The pink truck has got the lead. Then Matt Simpson going for second. Dale Gent under fire from Dean Tompkins as he moves through past two trucks there on the run through Druids. Dale Gent is flying in the 83. He could go for third place here into Clearways. Up the inside on Alan Cooper. And yes, Gent, I think, has got through there into third position. Yes, he's done it. Side by side between Michael Smith and Aaron Thompson further back. But it's Jones who leads from Simpson, Gent, Cooper, Dean Tompkins. Smith and Thompson side by side. Then it's Paul Tompkins trying to bump draft his way through. We clips the back of Aaron Thompson. I thought Aaron was going to spin there. Chris Brockhurst getting involved in this battle as well now, the 89. Thompson goes wide, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, as Dale Gent up the inside, side by side with Matt Simpson, side by side between Dean Tompkins and Alan Cooper as well. Paul Tompkins has leaned Aaron Thompson wide again and gets to on the inside. They're racing almost in pairs here, with the exception of Rhys Jones, who's pulled away in front. Everybody else fighting behind him, and Jones is able to put clear air between himself and the rest of the pack. Running wide there, Chris Brockhurst in the 89. I think that's Mark Willis up behind him, who's come through from the back of the grid. This is great stuff. Dan Fisher in that group as well. There's Willis, the red and blue number 65. Somehow they've all kept it on the island. They're all still running. Last runner Richard Ayling after he spun earlier on over the line. The order this time: Jones, Matt Simpson, Gent, Dean Tompkins, Cooper, Paul Tompkins, then Thompson, Michael Smith, Brockhurst and Dan Fisher, your top 10. Rhys Jones leading by 1.3 seconds. Matt Simpson up into second. He and Dale Gents, the two race winners earlier in the weekend. Can they catch Rhys Jones? Dean Tompkins still ahead of Alan Cooper, the pole sitter in this race. One on the Mallory Mile Oval in the past. 1 mile oval up in Leicestershire. See them swinging about, these rear-wheel drive machines. Not a lot of grip out there, as Aaron Thompson, continuing his rivalry with Paul Tompkins, has a look on the inside. Nearly contact between the two of them there. He'll try again down the pit straight. They've got ahead of Michael Smith in the 93. Again, Paul Tompkins trying to move to cover. Rhys Jones continues to lead, the local man from Herne Bay. Matt Simpson in the 303. In the, well, number 30 he is now. He was 303 in his days in the hot rods. Slough in Berkshire. His dad Jeff was 303 as well. That was a regression back to my younger days on the ovals there. Third place number 83 of Dale Gent. And Dean Tompkins going well in fourth. His dad Paul trying to close up on Alan Cooper now. Aaron Thompson has dropped behind Michael Smith. There's a battle further back. Jeff Simpson on the tail of Simon Ward. Danny Hunn still struggling a little in the 39. He's a bit off the pace today. Had some problems earlier on. They're getting a little more strung out now. Except for Alan Cooper, who's on the tail of Dean Tompkins and trying to take fourth place away as they come up to Druids. He's got the inside line. Is he going to go through? He certainly is. Cooper up into fourth place. Paul Tompkins giving chase now to his son Dean. It's Michael Smith, Aaron Thompson, Chris Brockhurst and Mark Willis from the back of the grid up to 10th. Dan Fisher is 11th. Matthew Moore is in 12th place in the 84. Used to race an RSR Escort, the Space Frame Mark 1 Escort. Black and white flag being shown to number 72, Alan Cooper. Possibly for exceeding track limits. There he is, still ahead of Dean Tompkins. The first three have got away now from this battle. Cooper back ahead of Tompkins now after that move at Druids. There's the leaders. Now the gap is coming down because Matt Simpson has just done the fastest lap of the race, 51.858, and he's on the tail of Rhys Jones now. Dean Tompkins fights back. This is where he lost the place a lap ago. Going up towards half distance in this pickup truck's grand final, and Alan Cooper defending there as they come through Graham Hill Bend. And Rhys Jones is having to defend now because Matt Simpson is going for it. He's already told us he's going to be contesting the full season this year. I reckon Matt Simpson could be a good bet for the pickup truck championship this year. Already on the evidence of this weekend's form. On the tail of Jones, Gent in third, and then everybody else fighting for fourth. There's 6 of them stacked up now behind Alan Cooper. The Tompkins boys are there. Smith, Thompson and Brockhurst next in the order. There's Brockhurst, the turquoise car there, the turquoise truck there at the back of this group. And a small gap back to Dan Fisher and Mark Willis fighting for 10th place. Now, have family ties been ditched here among the Tompkins clan? Are they going to fight each other? Never mind that, because look at the way Matt Simpson is going. He's almost up alongside Rhys Jones. Jones moves to cover. They're sliding about as they come into Surtees and McLaren. Matt Simpson all over Rhys Jones now for the lead of this race. Dale Gent's not far away either. They come round to complete lap number 10. 8 laps to go this time. Over the line they go. The gap is just 0.2 of a second. There's only half a second covering these 3 now at the front of the field. They're 4 seconds clear of Alan Cooper in 4th position, who's still ahead of that train. I think Paul Tompkins has got past his son Dean now. Yes, he's up into 5th position. Now Simpson goes to the left, trying to get the overlap on Jones there down towards Graham Hill Bend to get the inside line. He'll try again. He has a start the inside. There's going to be contact between the 2 of them. Simpson spins out. Simpson spins out. That's his chance gone. Well, that was a bit, in my opinion, a bit over-enthusiastic there by Matt Simpson. He was positioning himself coming out of Druids, trying to get the line away for Graham Hill Bend. It didn't work, and oh, something's happened to Dean Tompkins. He's sliding about there. Has he got a puncture, I wonder? Something's wrong with the 21 truck. He was all over the place coming into Surtees there, just slid offline. I thought he may have suspension damage or a puncture possibly, but he looks okay. He's kept it going as Mark Willis makes a move on Chris Brockhurst. Let's have a look at that again. You saw Simpson was trying to get up alongside Jones to get the inside for Graham Hill Bend. Then he saw another chance going into the turn. There's the contact. Round goes Matt Simpson. Who was responsible? Probably depends who you ask. Rhys Jones then has the lead ahead of Dale Gent now. They lap Russell Smith. Simpson has got going again, I think. Yes, down in 15th place. Aaron Thompson attacking Alan Cooper. He's coming on strong in the closing stage of this race. He could make a move for possibly for 4th position here. Paul Tompkins is up into 3rd in the number 12, with Dean Tompkins having made that mistake and Simpson having spun. Look at Aaron Thompson up the inside here. He's going for 4th place. He's going through and he's taking Michael Smith with him past Alan Cooper. It's all change in the order here. They lap Russell Smith on the inside. And now Michael Smith really attacking Aaron Thompson. Michael Smith, I think, would have raced against Aaron's father Steve back in the Eurocar days. There are the leaders. The gap is coming down. It's Dale Gent's turn to attack Rhys Jones now. They're coming around to complete lap 13 this time, so there'll be 5 to go. There's Paul Tompkins in 3rd. Aaron Thompson going great guns in 4th place. Then Michael Smith 5th. Cooper 6th. 7th place, it is Mark Willis who's come through from the back. They are well behind these 2. They're coming up to lap Richard Ayling in the number 13, who spun earlier on. Can Rhys Jones hang on? They're nearly 5 seconds clear of everyone else, these 2. The inside. Rhys Jones in the DLRD truck run by Dave Longhurst, former World Hot Rod champion. He's manager for Lee Wood in his British touring car days as well. On Cooper Straights. 4 laps to go after this one. Paul Tompkins still 3rd. Michael Smith has got past Cooper now into 5th position. It's Willis, Brockhurst, Fisher. Dean Tompkins down to 10th after that error through Surtees and McLaren. Black and white flag being shown to the race leader, number 40 Rhys Jones, and to Aaron Thompson. Just need to be careful here. A all 17 trucks are still running. There's the battle for fourth. Paul Tompkins has escaped ahead of them. Aaron Thompson under fire from Michael Smith. Thompson goes wide, Smith going through, up into fourth place. Alan Cooper will try and out-drag Aaron Thompson up to Druids as well. And in behind him is Mark Willis. He's going to go through. Aaron Thompson is going backwards. Oh, what a shame. He'd fought his way up into fourth. He's thrown it all the way there by running wide at Paddock Bend. Bikes back on Mark Willis, nearly clips the back of Mark Willis. He's all over the place. Aaron Thompson onto the grass. I wonder if his tyres have gone off. It's to the back of this group now. Brockhurst's gone through, so have Fisher and Dean Tompkins. I think Aaron Thompson's got a problem there. Lost about 5 or 6 places in one lap. In such a short lap, that is a lot of time to lose. Mark Willis now having a go at Alan Cooper, try and move into the top 5. They lap Richard Ayling. Chris Brockhurst running well in the 7th position. Here are the leaders, less than 3 laps to go now. Can Rhys Jones hold off Dale Jent? Poor old Aaron Thompson, he's just lost 6 places in about 4 corners. Shows how evenly matched these trucks are. You run wide just once and everybody powers through. And you start again at the back of the queue. Less than 4/10 of a second in between these two last time through. Maybe just 2 laps to go this time. Jones from Gents. Less than half a second in, 0.448 to be precise. They're nearly 6 seconds clear of Paul Tompkins in 3rd. He's 1.5 seconds clear of Michael Smith. There's Paul in the background. He's heading for a podium. More battling further back. Chris Brockhurst, Dan Fisher and Mark Willis trying to go 3 wide into Druids. That's not going to work. Dan Fisher thinks better of it. Chris Brockhurst, he's been one of the more impressive names this weekend, in my opinion. First full season in pickups this year. Dan Fisher, excuse me, says to Mark Willis, and goes through. And fighting back is Dean Tompkins. Remember me, he says. After he's off earlier on, coming back into the equation. Gets ahead of Mark Willis. Behind him is Aaron Thompson after he's off earlier on. And Matthew Moore, number 84, in 11th place. Thompson gets ahead of Willis now. Truck 71 has got a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That's Simon Ward. He's in 14th place. But the leaders are on their last lap now. What can Dale Jent do? It's going to take a last bend lunge, I think, to try and get up alongside Rhys Jones. Yes, the reigning champion starting to pull away slightly along Cooper Straight. I think he's got this race sewn up. Said he'd be one to watch in this one. Consistency paying off from the heats earlier on. Round clear ways for the final time. I don't think Dale Jent's going to get up there with him, and it's going to be a first win of the season for the reigning pickup truck racing champion here at Brands Hatch. Rhys Jones takes the checkered flag, less than half a second ahead of Dale Jent. I think that will put Dale Jent into the early championship lead this year. Paul Tompkins comes over in 3rd ahead of Michael Smith, and then Alan Cooper heads the train for 5th position, although I think Cooper may have got a penalty there. Yes, penalty for Alan Cooper. I assume that's for exceeding track limits. So 5th go to Chris Brockhurst, great drive by him. 6th for Dan Fisher. Dean Tompkins 7th, then Aaron Thompson, and Cooper down to 10th behind Matthew Moore. Matt Simpson, after that spin while fighting for the lead, recovers to finish a no doubt disappointed 11th. Mark Willis is 12th. Danny Hunn 13th, Jeff Simpson 14th, Simon Ward also with a penalty finishes 15th, 16th goes to Richard Ayling, and 17th Russell Smith, both of them a lap down. The winning margin 0.349 of a second. The 2 leaders were around 7 seconds clear at the flag of Paul Tompkins in 3rd. Michael Smith in 4th, and well done Chris Brockhurst, some good controlled driving as he begins his first full season in pickups, a fine 5th place. Good result for Dan Fisher, coming through for 6th as others hit trouble around him. There'll probably be a few discussions over that tangle between Matt Simpson and Rhys Jones. We'll see it again here. You see Rhys Jones moved across to defend from Simpson as he tried to take the line. Simpson had another stab at it. There's the contact. And round went Matt Simpson. Good avoiding job by Dale Jent as well. There's likely to be a few discussions about that. That's Rhys Jones taking the flag. And Ewan Dunlop is going to be down there in a few moments' time to greet him in Parc Fermé.
Three races for pickups, and for Rhys Jones it's a third, second, and finally that win he was after this weekend. We're going to wait for him to get out of his car. We did see his teams give it a big fist bump as he drove into his position here, number one. Shame for Matt Simpson. We'll talk about that connection between the two drivers. Then, of course, Paul Tompkinson getting his first podium of the weekend after just missing out in race number 2, coming fourth. He's been promoted to third. So great racing all round. Rhys is getting out right now. Rhys, third, second, and first.
Yeah, I said we wanted to move forward, and yeah, we've moved forward. I'd like to thank the team because I've put them through some grief this weekend, getting some diffs sorted out. We've had 3 axle changes this weekend, so to get to where we needed to today. So yeah, can't thank them enough. Getting it done.
Got to ask the contact with Matt Simpson earlier on, from your point of view.
Yeah, he just took a dive. Maybe the track weren't really there. He got up on the curb, and I think as he jumped back down, he hit the throttle and lit him up. So,
in terms of the championship, that could be so important.
Yeah, especially for Matt. Yeah. Yeah, look, we'll just keep doing what we're doing and keep moving forward.
Mate, great weekend, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Right, let's speak to Dale Gents around here. Just look at these cars; they're absolutely incredible bits of kit. It's another podium. It's a great weekend, isn't it?
Brilliant weekend.
Yeah.
It's well pleased with it. That's it. Just want to thank, I've never done it earlier, BP Mitchell and MA Ponsonby and J26 for coming on board for this year.
Yeah.
Can't do it without them guys and that, and everyone else who's helped us build this car up from this big crash it had at Mallory a couple of years ago. James at Relentless, getting it ready, and the boys, we were still finishing it off Friday morning it was before testing, so yeah, can't thank them guys enough for getting it here for us.
I mean, every driver here, it's a massive team. You're the guy that gets in front of the camera, but it's a big team, as you just said, isn't it?
It is a big team with it. I just pedal it. I know.
Send it.
I just try and do the best what I can with and then them guys, yeah, can't thank them enough for it.
How'd you build on this?
Oh, hopefully when we go off to Mallory, we keep going forward. So we're on it this year. I'm hungry. So.
What was your view of the incident between Rhys and Matt?
Matt just got loose. I think he just got on the power a bit too much. It was so tight, and there was nothing. He just got loose and went round.
I think you'll come back fighting the next round, don't you?
Oh yeah, I think he will. we can't count Matt out. So,
mate, well, and great weekend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. And we'll try and speak to Paul Tompkins. Sorry. Come on in. Finally got that podium.
Yeah, long awaited, but yeah, well chuffed with that.
I mean, you took advantage of everything that was going on around you, wasn't it?
Yeah, once we got away from that pack, we sort of got gone, but they've already driven into the sunset. So, but
no chance of catching them.
Well, they was getting closer, but they had too much of a gap and we'll run out of laps really. But would I have got them? Probably not. It's hard on them old cars.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pleased with that. Apparently Matt went off, so done me a favour. I'll take that.
One podium between you and the boy. You happy with that? Is that a good weekend?
Yeah, it's good for me.
Yeah,
love it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We'll see you next round. Well done.
Yeah, you will.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much. So there we go. That is 3 pickup truck races done this weekend. We go on to Mallory for them next time. Now coming up, it is our 5th and final race in the British Truck Racing Championship, our headline event of the weekend. Pointy is going to be doing a grid walk very shortly. They're not quite on the grid just yet, so just to go through those places once again, it is back to Dave.
Okay, getting ready for our final truck race of the weekend then. See who's going to be leading the championship coming out of this weekend. The grid will be based on the results of race number 3 earlier on in the weekend, with the reverse grid in operation once more. Let's head down and see who Pointy's found to talk to first of all.
Well, I had the opportunity to head down into the paddock earlier and have a quick chat with Jock Borthwick with regards to moving from Division 2 to Division 1. Well, hello again. You join me now down outside Jock Borthwick's tent, where we've managed to steal a few moments out of a very busy race schedule. Jock, how you doing, buddy?
Great, fantastic, loving it. Great to be back out again. It's a long winter and everybody's raring to go and it's magic. Brilliant.
Now, you were with us in Division 2 last year. Division 1, quite the jump. Obviously you did quite well, but what made you want to get ahead into the Division 1 so quickly?
I just think probably the competition, the numbers maybe dropping off a little bit in Group 2. You're always want to improve and move on, and yeah, I thought now or never. I'm 60-year-old, I'm not getting no younger, so let's go now.
Don't look a day over 58.
Cheers, Pointy.
So obviously now you've got a brand new engine for this year, one of the MAN D26s.
Yeah, we put the Caterham engine in and delighted with it. What a difference to drive. Obviously got a bit more horsepower. Chassis wise we've got a bit to go, because basically we're just still running the Group 2 truck with the Petrofit in it, so we've got a bit of work to do with axles, suspension and bits and pieces, and we're building a new truck just now, which I was hoping to get out towards the end of the season, but the time you keep this on the track and do your work, I think realistically that'll be out next year. But you're gaining experience racing in Group 1 this year, and hopefully by the end of the season we'll work and get it somewhere nearer the pace. But more than happy for the first time out. I mean, we basically finished getting it together Thursday morning at 5 o'clock. I think I finished.
That's a late night, that is, or an early morning.
Drove it on the trailer and we're here, and to get it going round and no really have any big disasters, and be there or thereabouts. I know we're probably 3/4 of a second up the front runners, but to run where the truck is and what the chassis is, I'm happy, or as happy as I can be.
As happy as you can be. Probably happier than you were a few weekends last year. We found you at very late hours of the night rebuilding gearboxes, swapping parts between yourself and Ryan Smith's gearbox, I believe.
Yeah, I know, it's just what you do, and that's why you do it. You just love it.
There's all that push to the finish line, off and on the track.
Absolutely, yeah. Just deadline. And it's great, but I'm loving the Group 1. And you've got a lot of quick guys out there, so you learn for them.
Yeah.
And even if you're tagging on for a little bit just to learn, you're learning quickly. So.
No, totally. Now, just quickly, so I know we've obviously got a nice grid walk to get up to very shortly. What kind of differences do the Division 2 trucks have to the Division 1? So you said you're still running a kind of Division 2 truck. To get into that Division 1, is it just power and top speed? Well, it can't be top speed because they're all limited to 100, aren't they?
Engine's a big bit, but obviously the chassis, suspension is equally as important. You can have all the power you want, but if you can't lay it down or can't turn in, or it's pointless having the power. So it's
right.
you need the bit underneath the power to make it work. And then the drivers has something to do with it, I suppose.
So what's your background before you got into truck racing? What's your day job, I suppose?
Oh, my day job's a truck mechanic.
Of course.
Truck mechanic. But,
you can tell that by how you work on your own trucks. So
and I do enjoy it still. So been at it a long time, so that's my day job. Repair trucks and anything to do with trucks. So just come racing at the weekend for a little change,
Yeah, busman's holiday. You get to break it and fix it.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely.
Oh, well, look, Jock, thank you very much for joining us. And of course, good luck in Division 1. It is a serious jump. To those of you out there that aren't too sure about truck racing, there's a pretty big difference with regards to the standards in Division 1, the standards in Division 2. There's a lot to keep up with, isn't there? So thanks for joining us. Good luck for the season. Jock Borthwick, Division 1.
Thank you. Thanks, thank you.
Well, lots of action so far this weekend, but we managed to head down into Parc Fermé to have a quick chat with some drivers after race 4 this afternoon. Right, you join us down here in Parc Fermé and the paddock as a whole, of course, with a fantastic Napa racing backdrop. All very proud of their driver, Paul Rivette, for pulling that second out of nowhere. My goodness, what a fantastic race that must have been for you. And with the trouble you started the weekend with, you've got to be happy.
Absolutely over the moon with it, absolutely drove the wheels off that Napa truck in that one to pull that second place out the bag. We're still 10k down in a straight line, so we're still having issues with the truck, but we just seem to keep finding a little bit more pace, and when we get this thing right, I mean, fingers crossed it's going to be watch this space, because we're in the race already and we've got issues, so when they're sorted, we'll be there.
Indeed you will be, and a bit of trophy silverware to take home with you this weekend as well. Have we started a fresh cabinet for this season?
Yeah, well, we're going to add to the man cave at home, so I'm going to have to put some more shelves up, I think, looking at the size of those trophies.
Yeah, just getting out there, he's already got some trophies, of course, ladies and gentlemen. So, obviously, we're happy with the truck, we're happy with the result. We've got one race left. Are we going to make any serious changes to try and find that 10k you were talking about?
The guys will keep working away on it and see what they can do. We think our problem is we're missing the high split still on the truck, but the truck's all been rewired before this weekend, and we're gradually, Sean's here doing more and more with it, and we're getting more and more data as the weekend goes on and finding out more and more. You know, it's first race of the season for us, and it's a learning curve without being here last year. So we're learning, we're heading in the right direction, and we'll keep that up.
That's fantastic. Right, another quick clap then for Paul Rivette getting his first trophy of the season. Well done, Paul. Thanks for talking to us. And, of course, massive well done to the other drivers we've got here from Napa Racing as well. Let's go and have a look who else we can find down here in the paddock at Brands Hatch. Hi, Jim. Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, great to be back, mate, after 3 years.
I know, it doesn't feel like that long, but obviously it really has been, hasn't it? Like pre-lockdown that you stopped racing with us.
November 19th was the last time I raced here.
She's that's insane. Of course, the same truck, Old Faithful?
Old Faithful. A bit of modification, but needs a bit more tweaking. But she's going around the track, she's coming home. I can't ask for much more, really.
I know, I'll tell you what though, there's a lot to be said for the consistency and reliability of a truck, because we've had a lot of people in Division 2 over the years come out with, like, oh, we've got the speed, we've got the power, and then they spend most of the time in the paddock.
Yeah, I never have had that problem, but...
What, the speed? But I've got to say, you are a fan favourite. You know, you've been in the truck racing game for how long now?
13 years now.
You see, you know...
Excluding the 3 years, I got excluded last year, in the 2 COVID years, hence for 3 years.
But you made it through COVID and so did the truck?
Yep.
That's fantastic, that's what we like to see.
The nettles and the acorns were growing quite profusely, but...
Giving back to nature, I see.
Yeah, of course.
And we managed to scrape the moss off it just in time for Brands Hatch this year.
Well, a little bit more of that.
Just the bits you can see so far then.
Yeah, well, it's the odd one or two, but most of this has been resprayed. And
now, I know it's not something you're always used to, but of course, race 2, earlier on's race today, you actually finished ahead of one of the Division 1 trucks, didn't you?
I have no idea.
Yes, you did. You did. You finished ahead of a Division 1 truck. Mr. Simon Cole not having a great weekend so far, and you were just there chugging along. You, Division 2, Jim Bennett, finished ahead of Division 1.
Yeah, I thought I was at the back, but obviously I wasn't. Yeah.
Fantastic effort as far as I'm concerned. Let's have a little round of applause for the returning legend, Jim Bennett. Thanks very much for talking to us, Jim. Excellent effort, and I'm sure we'll catch up with you more through the season. Jim Bennett, ladies and gentlemen, down here in Parc Ferme at Brands Hatch. Well, you join us down here right at the far end of Parc Ferme, of course. That means because we're with the first place Division 2 driver, Adam Bin. Adam, congratulations on that win. Well deserved.
Yeah, it was a nice drive, and I managed to keep up with the Division 1 as well, and it's nice to be mixing it up with other people as well.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, isn't it? Because Division 2 starting with Division 1 this year, we've seen a lot of different kind of dynamics over the last few years of where we're starting, where we're not. Is there a gap? Are you in front? Do you think this one's working at the moment?
Yeah, I definitely do, and I think it makes a better showing for the crowd as well. And at the end of the day, we're here to put on a good show, and hopefully it is.
It is interesting because obviously Division 1 on paper is just one group and then Division 2 separately, but out on the circuit we're seeing quite a combination of position changes, aren't we, where we've got Division 1s dropping back, Division 1s that are close to the front, and like you said yourself, the Division 2's getting mixed up in the action.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, new trucks and new bits of kit, and they're having teething problems, and obviously we're capitalising on them issues they're having, and it's just making for a good viewing.
And I mean, what kind of lap times are we looking at from you, sir?
60.9 is my fastest from earlier.
It's quite. I mean, when you really look at it, that's only a couple of seconds, literally a couple of seconds behind the front runners of Division 1.
Yeah, it is, and the back end of Division 1 is like 0.9 of a second behind them.
You're catching them in every lap, basically.
Yeah, it is.
Do we see a good future for us here then for the rest of the season?
Yeah, well, you got to stay positive and take every race as it comes.
Obviously, there's only 5 of you there now at the moment in Division 2, so I'm going to see the same few names popping up a lot on the podiums, aren't I?
Yeah, hopefully, and like I said, hopefully it keeps mixing around and one of us doesn't just walk away with it, because we're not here to just drive around. We like to have the fun of racing each other.
That's one thing I've always enjoyed about Division 2 myself, is that it always is a battle, a challenge, an interesting race. You never really know who's going to end up where. You know, there's some trucks have got reliability issues, some drivers are newer, or some trucks are older, and it really is proper racing in a way.
Yeah, it's grassroots racing, isn't it? We built this truck ourselves, and nothing's brought. We built the engine, the chassis, everything. So we put everything into it, and when it breaks, we know why and how to fix it.
Yes, it's definitely their fault if it does.
Yeah, it definitely is, 100%.
Adam, thank you very much for talking to us. Let's get you over to that podium and give you some silverware. Adam Bint, first place, race 4 in Division 2 here at Brands Hatch.
Well, here we go, ahead of our 5th and final race of the British truck racing of this weekend, and we've got another grid walk. This is going to be a big race, 2 apiece for Dave Jenkins and Ryan Smith. Who is going to win the showdown? They're going to have to battle their way through the pack. Now, Pointy's going to do the grid walk, so let's see if this works. Last time I saw him, he was surrounded by grid girls. Let's see where he is now. Pointy, over to you.
Here you go. Thanks, Ewan. Thanks very much. As you can see, I'm a little bit preoccupied down here, but shall we go and have a look at the grid walk, shall we, girls? Right, off you go. Thanks very much for the shot. Fantastic. Right, as you can see, we are indeed down here on the grid at Brands Hatch, and we're about to do the second grid walk of the weekend. This is, of course, the British Truck Racing Championship grid walk, and the lovely ladies will be joining us along the paddock. We've got Truck 3, Steve Powell, bringing those along. And as we can see, if you look over to your right now, the sea, the ocean of impending doom. Thousands upon thousands of spectators that have come to the event this weekend have all been let loose onto the grid, and what a sight. That truly is a fantastic thing to see. So many members of the public queued up for at least the last hour and a half or so to get into the line to be allowed onto the pits, the grid, sorry. Let's have a little walk up, shall we? And we'll have a wander and see what drivers we can find. Of course, everybody will be outside their trucks at this point. That truly is a terrifying scene, that is. There's so many people coming. Of course, this is a fantastic opportunity for anybody that's here to come down, meet the drivers, feel a bit special, get their feet on the tarmac where the action really happens. They're in race order now at the moment, so as you can see at the start of this last race of the weekend, we've got a reverse grid, putting Michael Oliver at the very front. Let's just hope he manages to keep it on the tarmac for a couple of laps. Otherwise, you might go a bit googly woogle. A bit googly woogle. Michael, let's have a quick chat to you as we work our way up. Not a great start to the weekend, but we've been seeing some more consistency from you the second half.
Oh, it's all about how you finish. You should know that. It's all about how you finish.
Did you just see how I started? Right, well, good luck for the last race of the weekend. As you can see, the people are now starting to move past like an ocean. Of course, it's a good time, to trip over small children and for other people to get photographs, selfies, autographs if they didn't get a chance with the driver signing earlier on. We've got Tom O'Rourke on your right there as well. This is absolute mayhem. Yeah, say hello, say hi. Hi, what's your name? Where'd you come from?
Teal, Folkestone.
Teal from Folkestone?
Yeah.
Where are the ferries?
Yeah.
The ferries in Folkestone?
Yeah.
Do you see many ferries?
Yeah.
Cool, just say yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant, thanks very much. Bye, Teal. Brilliant, great interview. I wish all the drivers were that eloquent. So I don't even think she knows she's going to be on TV later on, so that's quite impressive. We'll just grab a few more randomers along the way to have a chat to. Let's keep moving up, shall we? Call them randomers, I respect them heavily, of course. You look lost, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
What are you doing here today?
Watching the trucks as usual.
Of course, as usual, as you should be. Thank you very much, Mr. Horn, very nice. What's been the best part of the weekend for you so far?
God, I don't know, everything.
Just say truck racing.
Truck racing.
Oh, brilliant, thanks, that was really good. It was almost like you came up with it yourself. I take it you're looking forward to the last race?
Yeah.
Brilliant. And have we got a favourite truck on the grid at the moment?
David Jenkins.
David Jenkins, I like it, fantastic. Well, you go and find David Jenkins, get a selfie and autograph, and we'll carry on up, shall we? Come on, Adam, let's see if we can't manage to... Jimbo, how are we doing? So I remember Jimbo, he's been carrying that chair all day, he hasn't sat on it once. Not once. No, well, indeed, not. Neither have I, sir, neither have I. Let's scoot round the outside, shall we? We might get a little bit more room. Coming through, cameraman, coming through. Watch your backs, there we go. Got Tom O'Rourke here. Bradley Smith, the young Bradley Smith, of course. Can I have a selfie? Hey. Oh, thanks. Watch where your hand goes, Bradley. I'll tell you. So, Bradley, obviously, this is a great opportunity for spectators to come down onto the grid. Are you a fan of this?
Oh, yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. So look everyone here, taking pictures of everyone, plus getting the crowd involved, showing them around the trucks, showing them inside the trucks. It's good. Look at it. It's rammed. It's brilliant.
It is absolutely rammed. I mean, the queue was literally all the way down Paddock Hill Bend to the paddock.
Yeah, I could see it. I was coming up the hill, see everyone stood there waiting. It's just absolutely brilliant. It's good for the sport. It's brilliant to see. Yeah, unreal.
And it's fantastic for the sponsors as well. You know, especially with you're at the front, and we've got AGS and Ferns. Yeah. Fantastic. In fact, I even convinced these two to come down. Well done for queuing up, guys. We spoke to these two little ones earlier on. They weren't too sure about the grid walk, but we managed to convince them, and that's the main thing. We've got another person we need to speak to here. What's going on, Ewan? Hello, how are we?
Did you catch that throw? Okay.
I hope I caught the throw.
You were having great fun, weren't you?
Well, I mean, before the camera started, yes. Obviously, I had
Sorry
to
to interrupt.
How's your day been on circuit?
Mate, it's a great day, isn't it? The weather is incredible, the racing is sensational. We've now got a grid walk. I can't believe how many people are here on Easter Sunday. It is wonderful.
It truly is, yeah. And I mean, again, only the second grid walk of the season. Huge amounts of people have come. I believe it's a massive selling point for the sport.
Are we going to do this every week?
I think we should.
I think we should as well.
I think it'd be a massive lost opportunity if we don't.
Yeah, and I think we'll perfect our throw. I'll do it from further and further away, yeah?
Yes, okay. I mean, to be honest, I just looked at him and waited for him to nod. I'm like, I couldn't hear a thing you were saying.
Are we speaking to drivers or are we speaking to fans here?
I've done a bit of both so far. Why don't you pick one out of the crowd and we'll just go and accost them?
You know what? Let's speak to this young lad here.
Come on in.
He wants to be on camera.
Okay, with his trap star jacket on. Now listen, you, don't swear, all right? Because otherwise we won't just have swearing on TV, we'll have a good old-fashioned beating as well. What's your name?
Louis.
Louis, where'd you come from, buddy?
London.
London, oh, okay then, so a bit of a distance then. And what are you here to see?
Like cars and all that. Like
cars and all that, not the trucks?
Well, yeah, like, trucks are cars, aren't they?
I mean, the truck drivers would probably argue with you.
Oh, well, like all the trucks, all the cars then.
Okay, cool, good. I like the rewind there. You did well. You styled that out nicely. Well, seeing as we're looking at the trucks right now, have you seen any that take your fancy? If you could pick any one, which one would you drive?
Number one.
Number one. And why is number one? Just because he's number one?
I just like the look of it, if you know what I mean. Like
it does look
like,
cool.
All the trucks like that, they're like forward, if you get what I mean. It's a little bit back.
So you're on about the flat fronts or the bull nose fronts, right?
Yeah.
The ones with the big noses.
Yep.
I like it. Okay, man that likes big noses. We got it there. Thank you very much for talking to us, Louis. All the way from London. What a legend. He's going to be sharing that link with everybody later on. And if you think you might have been on the TV today, head over to btrc.co and follow the links to our YouTube channel. And of course, our new website is up and running now with opportunities to buy lots of merchandise, tickets and other things with our and possibly my face in it. Wouldn't that be great if there was a T-shirt with my face in it? No? Okay, no, don't all jump at once. Calm yourselves down. Right, you look exciting. Come and have a chat. What's your name, young'un?
Layla.
Hello, Layla. That's a very nice name. You know, I talk to a lot of people with a lot of different names, and Layla's a fresh one for me. So, let's try and get some words out of you now, okay? So, what have you come to see today?
Racing.
Racing, I like it. She's keeping it general. You can't get caught out when you keep it general. We're obviously on the grid walk now. Are you looking forward to this part of the day?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And have you got a favourite truck that you like the most?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
22.
22? What? Which one's 22? You'll have to tell me because I'm terrible at numbers.
It's a blue one.
A blue one. Oh, wait. Has it got yellow bits on it?
Yeah.
I think it might be Paul Rivette, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Good idea. Even if it's not, we've got agreement, we're okay. Well, thank you very much for talking to me, Layla. Are you excited about the last race?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, you go and enjoy the rest of this grid walk with your family. Thanks for coming down to Brands Hatch. Let's go and have a look now. Ewan, are you coming with me or are you staying here? Let's go and find the driver. Wave hello, everybody, to the camera. Hey, there we go. Chaz Draycott. Hello, young man. What's your name?
My name is Stevie.
His name is Stevie. Chaz, how are we doing?
Two microphones here. How are we going to do this?
I'm not quite sure how this is going to work, but we can certainly try our best. If we just point them in the same direction at the same time. So I've got next to me, live on camera, Chaz Draycott, one of the circuit commentators here this weekend. Chaz, have you enjoyed the weather and the action so far?
I'd rather it be raining, to be honest with you.
I think we might have a bit of a disagreement there, mate. I think the dry conditions is absolutely fantastic for racing.
Oh, yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? I mean, look at all the fans we've got on the grid here. It's absolutely phenomenal. So many people around, all here for the love of truck racing. Drivers are in good spirits. You know, Brad had a bit of a nightmare in that last race, but he's still a happy boy now. He's got the truck fixed. He's near the front of the grid. And what a fantastic turnout we've got on said grid this year as well. It's just so strong, isn't it?
I am absolutely thrilled with the grid that we've got. And not only that, the grid walk. I was telling the viewers yesterday how happy I am that the spectators are able to get involved with this part of the sport, because it's something we've been missing for so many years. And of course, British Truck Racing Championship, now promoted by Trucksport UK, are really trying to push this sport into 2023 with a great start to the season, in my opinion.
Yeah, and they're doing exactly that. You know, we've got a massive grid in Division 1. Shame about the numbers slightly in Division 2, but that's just natural progression for these drivers going forward, you know, and it just goes from strength to strength every year. And like you say, having the grid walk, having people up close, seeing idiots like us stood on the grid, it's just a great laugh, isn't it?
I'm still waiting for someone to figure out what they've let themselves in for.
I know.
One day they'll turn around and go, yeah, we don't need either of them anymore. Let's just send them home.
We'll stick around till they stop paying the invoices.
Thank you very much,
Nice
Chaz Draycott, everybody. Right, let's come round the outside. Excuse me, bye everyone. Let's head out over here a bit. Bye, love you. Goodness me. Loads of people, and you can feel the atmosphere through the lens, I think, at the moment, with everybody just having such a fantastic time. Unfortunately, though, the sun is shining directly into the camera, and that's not ideal. I think if we do this again, we should have a word with the sky and just try and get them to move it around a little bit. But if you can just manage to get a bit of a shot over this sea of people, so many more than we had yesterday. The trucks look fantastic. It's their moment with us as a team to show off what they've done with the trucks, how they look, and of course how they've rebuilt them since the racing incidents they've obviously had this weekend. Let's see if we can't wiggle through the crowd. That's your favourite truck, isn't it? Yeah, I thought it was, yeah.
What is this channel on?
This is going to be on btrc.co. If you search BTRC on YouTube, then you can go and subscribe, okay? And that goes for all you out there as well. Yeah, BTRC.
All subscribe to BTRC.
So says Louis, King Louis of London. There we go. Cheers, Louis. What a guy. He's brilliant. What's your name?
Bradley.
Hi, Bradley. Are you as energetic as Louis?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Which one's your favourite truck? Don't say that one.
That one.
Oh, he's failed. Don't talk to me, Bradley. Oh, look, it's Arnie. Hi, Arnie. Do you want an interview, Arnie? Come on, Arnie. Just speak to me, Arnie. Arnie, of course, being Ryan Smith, reigning champions, head mechanic, and probably almost single-handedly responsible for keeping that thing on track. We did try and speak to him earlier on, because obviously probably only he knows all the buttons and knobs and switches inside that cab, but he's camera shy, so I don't know how we're going to learn what goes on inside a truck. Let's see if we can't head a bit further back. Hi there. Hi. What's your name?
Oscar.
Oscar. Is that more A's or more R's? And what's your name?
Lily.
Lily. Hello, Lily. And what's your name?
Charlotte.
Hello, Charlotte. Oh, my wife's name's Charlotte. That's a great name. I like that. Are we having a great day today, guys?
Not really.
Oh no, what's wrong with you?
Grumpy.
He's grumpy. Oh, well, that's not like little boys to be grumpy. Is it because you didn't get an ice cream at lunchtime when you demanded one?
Yes.
Oh dear, somebody get this man an ice cream. Goodness me. Well, thanks for coming today, guys. You're having a great time?
Yes. Yes.
All right, stop shouting. It reminds me of a younger me, at least, you know, yesterday morning before they turned the volume on the microphone down. Probably a good job we have, thanks to you. Right, have a great day, guys. Thanks very much for joining us. And what's your name, little girl?
Sam.
Hi, Sam. Do we get this on the fairground today, Sam?
My grumpy son's toy, yes.
The grumpy son's toy, right. And why are you grumpy, son, if you've got a cool toy?
I have no idea.
He has no idea, just one of those phases. Thanks for talking to us, Sam. I'll leave you with the clan, shall I? Yes. Rather be doing interviews. Rather be doing interviews than looking after that lot. My goodness me. Right. As you can see in the background here, selfies galore, autographs, signings, pictures of the truck, pictures of the drivers, and of course a great opportunity to get to chat to some of these people. Now, I personally haven't got a clue if we're doing these anymore this weekend, this season, but I certainly hope we are. Just actually got my colleague over here, Sean. How are we? You're live, don't swear. And remind me of your name again, young lady?
Sarah.
Sarah, I was going to say Sarah, but then I was just had a Sam, and I was like, if I get this wrong, I'm going to look really silly. You know, you answer to most things. That's good. Now, Sean, you and I have worked together for a couple of years now, haven't we?
We have, yeah. We do a lot of events here. We do the Speed Fest here at Brands Hatch, which is absolutely an awesome event. So, so whenever you're at a wedding or whatever you do,
There was a proposal on one of your Snapchat live videos at Donington once, wasn't there?
There was a proposal. Then we used to do the Jaffa Cake Challenge. Remember that when you're on your radio
the
show?
Jaffa Cake Challenge. We had good fun with that.
Oh, that was brilliant. The Jaffa Cake Challenge. It's actually harder than what you think.
It is much harder. 6 in 20 seconds. If you want to try it at home, make sure there's someone present in case you do choke, because it's quite difficult. Sean, you're a haulage driver day in, day out. Obviously, this is a very busy hobby for you. It keeps you certainly concentrated during the year. What's it like out there at the moment, being on the road?
It's tough competition out there. Obviously, fuel prices went up, and it was very tough for everybody. Facilities are really, second to none now. Facilities also seem to be getting taken over by building development, so we're struggling for places to go. But general, I'll just keep ticking over on my own. Doing a bit of motorsport, do the fifth wheel caravans. I'm actually doing a lot with Queen at the moment. So
Queen.
Yeah. So we're doing that. Pete Tong Philharmonic Orchestra, so we do the haulage for that. So
wow, I've always wanted to go and see that, the Philharmonic Orchestra. And what's it like hanging around with Sean? I bet you don't get to see him very often, do you?
I actually do.
Surprising.
Surprisingly, I do, yeah.
Are you one of these with your feet up on the front of the cab on traffic on the M6?
No.
No, that's okay. Well, look, great to talk to you, Sean. Thanks for joining us, buddy. Sarah, a pleasure to meet you, of course. First time I met Sarah this weekend. That's why
brand new 23 reg.
Brand new 23 reg. Well, that's one way of describing. Okay, we'll leave that one there. Let's not dwell on it too much. Righto. What comes after 20? Is it 63 or 35? I'm rubbish with. It's 35. Louis back again. Is there 3 of you? We don't need any more Louis. Right. Right. Let's dive back in to the paddock, and we've finally made it up to truck number 3. Of course, getting a lot of attention for some unknown reason. Hello, Grumpy. How are we? Right. Where is Steve Powell, driver number 3? Here he is. Right, watch your back. There we go, he's here. Steve talking business just for a change. Steve, how are we doing, buddy?
Not bad, thank you, pointing to you.
Yeah, fantastic.
Actually, still the same, yeah.
Still the same, quite bad, just rubbish. Yeah, okay, that's okay.
Sun's out, though.
It is lovely.
Yeah.
Certainly a bit warmer. I feel sorry for these girls wearing these things. I tell you, I'm cold just looking at them.
I think they're all right now. It's the shoes. They walk like penguins.
Yeah. Like that.
They're right for the first 100 metres.
I tried wearing heels once.
It's good. It's really good, darling. It's really good. So.
Yeah, and obviously, I was just talking to some guys. Obviously, you've got a hand in the organisation, the championship. Can we expect more grid walks throughout the year, or is it going to be a Brands Hatch only kind of thing?
No, I think we need to. I mean, we do try to do them in November, but unfortunately, because the clocks are turned and with red flags, it just doesn't happen. So I think Donington, we'll be able to pull one off. That'd be beneficial. Maybe Snetterton. Definitely brand. I mean, it works. It's the second one. I mean, look at the people. Look.
It's absolutely
Someone
fantastic.
described it as like the zombie effect when they was all walking down the V's.
It's true, yeah. You should film it. Do a filter over the top, make it look like a zombie attack.
It's good for the kids, but it's good for everyone. Every age just enjoys it. You know what I mean? So.
And it's good for the trucks as well. So much more up front. Get close and personal. Take pictures of the trucks, the drivers.
But it's great for the sponsors. To be fair, I mean, they get on TV, but when they can have some good shots here and people look around them, it's really, really good. So the whole job, including yourselves, all going in the right direction.
I don't know what you're talking about. I just keep blagging it day by day. Oh look, we've got a last minute autograph here as well. We haven't started, we've just got people going, that's okay. Yesterday we managed to keep talking the entire time until the ambulances started shifting us on. I know, right? Throughout the whole time. Hey guys, say hi. Right, let's head a bit further back if we can then. We've definitely lost Ewan. I'm not sure whether he was supposed to be talking to anybody or not, but we can make our way back. Bye, Louis. See you later. Yeah, Louis, everybody. God, I'll tell you what, I think he's on share save, isn't he? Right, so we've got 68 Craig Reed over here. Managed to put his back together after a little bump and tickle earlier on. This is a very strange gap we've got here, obviously, because when they start the race, they're usually quite close together. But this is the division between Division 2, Division 1. And we are looking at the back here and seeing there is quite a few ambulances making their way down. Obviously, the safest way to clear the grid here at Brands Hatch just before the race, which we are actually running on time for, if not early, in fact. So whatever you saw in your schedules earlier on, now we've got... Oh, let's head over just quickly and talk to some real celebrities. First aiders, come on now, don't go disappearing. Now, what's your name?
Peter.
Peter and?
Mark.
Peter, Mark, how are we doing, guys? So, first of all, thanks for being here. I take it because you're advanced first aid, i.e. paramedics, let's keep people alive if they're trying not to be. Do you always do motorsport?
Yes. Throughout the year with St John, obviously. So various different events that they're doing here.
Fantastic. So you guys usually based here then, Mark?
Well, we're actually based in Medway, but we come up here to support the local unit.
So is this like a voluntary thing? Is it a job?
Yeah, all voluntary.
Wow, so you're here in rain or shine conditions as well to help people out if they need it. If people out there wanting to get involved in something like St John's Ambulance, which to be honest feels like a family name for so many years now, it's been around such a long time and providing support for so many people, what would you be doing to get into it? How did you get into it?
Well, we just contacted St John via their website and we were put forward for a training event and that, and here we are.
And here we are. And the training event that you went on, did you feel like it was obviously quite important or very useful? Was it an eye-opening experience?
Well, I've been doing first aid for about 30 years, so for me it was pretty much everyday stuff. But yeah, for newbies coming in, it is quite an eye-opener. And once you join the team, you feel part of the family.
Have we had any incidents this weekend, or have they all been kept on track?
Well, so far, nothing.
Well, we've jinxed it now, haven't we, ladies and gentlemen? oh, I've twisted my ankle, quick. Send him to the ambulance, it's a hemorrhage. Guys, no, listen, thank you very much for being here. Well on with the defibrillator, just because some of the older drivers will be falling asleep round about now. So, yeah, we might need those. Guys, thanks very much for being with us. I don't need to interview him. We can see now the ocean of people that once joined us down on the grid here at Brands Hatch is now very quickly leaving. Come here, don't just wave. Do you want to get involved? Get involved. Let's do it this way. Hi, girls. Names?
Ella. Bethany. Kavita.
Kavita, Bethany, Ella. Yeah. See, I did it backwards just to impress them all. I'll forget after now, though. What's brought you down here today, ladies?
Just a bit of fun, something to do. There's a break in the F1 season, so...
Oh, well, I'm glad we managed to fill a gap for F1. Yeah.
I just pointed out that this is actually better.
Oh.
You've now got 3 new fans.
Yeah.
3 new fans. Do you follow us on Facebook, Instagram and YouTube?
Oh, no, but I'm definitely going to.
You're definitely going to. It's btrc.co for the website, and all the links to the profiles are on there.
That's great, yeah, we can't wait.
That's great. Good. Just quickly before we get run over by an ambulance, ironically, what's the favourite truck out here? Binti?
Yeah,
Binti. 3 favourites for Binti. There was a woman earlier on that got a tattoo on her back of Binti's truck.
It's next.
It's next. Well, right. Oh, no. You might change it later. You want a photo? Right. Cheers, ladies. Enjoy the last race the weekend. You want a photo?
Yeah,
want a photo? Let's have a photo. Where are we? Quick. Look, there's ambulances going. Quick, 3, 2, 1. He's got one. Thank you very much. Well, it looks like we're getting well and truly evicted now, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to have to leave it here. We will speak to you very soon, of course, when we get racing for the last one of the weekend here at Brands Hatch.
Well, we live by the motto, motorsport should be fun, and this is the kind of thing that makes motorsport fun. That was hugely enjoyable, I have to say. Only a disappointment I couldn't join Pointy down there on the grid. I'm up here in the commentary box, ready to take you through the action in this final race of the weekend for the British Truck Racing Championship. Wonderful to see so many of the fans down there getting up close and personal. Great to hear that some new fans have been attracted as well. Some have just come along as casual spectators, are now committed truck racing fans, which is just great to see. Let's have a look at the grid then for our final race of the day. This was the race of the day for the British Truck Racing Championship. This grid is based on the race this morning, race 3, with the top 8 in Division 1 reverse. So it's Michael Oliver, number 12, on pole position alongside 86 Tom O'Rourke. Finally gets a decent start on the grid this weekend. Jock Borthwick on row 2, number 32, alongside 46 Bradley Smith. Hopefully he's ironed out his gremlins from the last race. Simon Reed, 89, on row 3. Ryan Smith on the outside of the third row in the number 1. And then David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver, 2 wins apiece so far this weekend. Row 5, number 14, John Bowler, alongside 3 of Stephen Powell. And Craig Reed in the 68, 92 of Simon Faulkner. Simon Cole, we're told, won't be starting. Unfortunately, the 41 truck, he's had some teething problems with that. And yes, he's not there at the back of the field. Not sure if Simon Faulkner's there either, so we'll wait to just confirm on that. Division 2, Jim Bennett, number 28, heads up the grid alongside the 22 of Paul Rivets. Then Adam Bint, number 5, and Craig Evans in the number 10. John Powell, number 6, at the back of the field. It's Craig Evans out of luck in the race this morning. Ran wide while leading the class, let John Powell through. 2 wins apiece for Adam Bint and John Powell. Will we see one of those two take a hat-trick, or will we see a new winner? Ryan Smith or Stuart Oliver take a hat-trick in Division 1, or will we see a new winner? Yes, Simon Faulkner unfortunately is not there, the 92 of Eco. He had some problems earlier today, and Simon Cole not there either. So a couple of trucks short on the grid. All 5 Division 2 runners are there. Slightly smaller field in Division 2 this year, with a few Division 2 runners from last season having moved on up into Division 1. Last year it was Luke Garrett who took the Division 2 title, but I think he's planning to race on the continent this year. Wait to see if he does reappear later this season in the UK. Michael Oliver on pole then, in the number 12. It's been a pretty luckless weekend for Oliver Jr. so far this Brands Hatch weekend. He was 11th in the Division 1 points last season with just a couple of race wins, so looking at his first win of the season here. Tom O'Rourke starts alongside. Failed to win last year, but got 3 podiums. The Scotsman and the MV Commercial and Freyhouse Trailers MAN. Based in Livingston in Scotland, 60 years of age. Never been to a truck race meeting until he came along with MV Commercial as a display stand at Convoy in the Park at Donington a few years ago. Ended up sponsoring the British Truck Racing Championship and then decided to have a go at racing for himself. Debuted in 2019. Had a huge crash at Thruxton in 2020, but bounced back in style over the last couple of years, looking for his first win since back in 2021. I think he's had just 1 win in the championship so far. Another Scotsman, Jock Borthwick, on row 2, a rather fraught weekend after that damage from race 1 on Saturday. The MND, My Name's Doddy, liveried tartan and white number 32. Looks a bit like the old Stewart Grand Prix team, doesn't it? From the late 1990s. Raising money for motor neurone disease. The campaign started by Doddy Weir, the great Scottish rugby international. So his supporter, young Holly, here as well this weekend, we saw yesterday, cycling around the racetracks to raise money for MND research. Very worthy cause indeed. 46 Bradley Smith back out there. Has had a bit of a frustrating weekend, shown some good pace, but reliability issues with the 46 MAN. 89 of Simon Reed, had a few wins last season, and he starts alongside Ryan Smith. Is Ryan going to make it 3 out of 5? Stuart Oliver's beaten him twice. The 2 bonneted trucks have won all 4 between them so far. Are we going to see a new winner? Last few fans being cleared back to safety. Thanks to the volunteer marshals. Not only the marshals, we see the medical crews down there as well, the trackside recovery crews, and everybody else here at Brands Hatch for making this weekend possible. We couldn't go racing without them. See the ambulances and the course cars on parade down there as well. Division 2 a little further back. Jim Bennett, we heard from him just before the grid walk, back in the championship after 3 years away. A real unsung hero of truck racing. His rather venerable Seddon Atkinson Strato 380 may not have the pace of its rivals, but he's a real character, a great friend to everyone in the paddock, is Gentleman Jim. It's great to have him here, picking up some points in Division 2 this weekend. Paul Rivett alongside in the Napa Racing MAN, looking for his first win of the season. Made a one-off appearance at Donington last year to debut that truck, the multiple Renault Clio champion. Done a bit of touring car racing as well. Translating those skills into truck racing. I know Napa have some big plans for motorsport ahead this year. We've seen them in British touring cars now, with a big presence there. Even in the world of Formula 1 stock cars, Jack France's F1 stock car sponsored by Napa. John Powell up there at the back of the grid. He and Adam Bint will be vying for the Division 2 title, I think, this year. Craig Evans, desperate for his first win. Four podiums last year, finished 5th in the points, was 3rd in the points in 2021. Comes from Newcastle under Lyme in Staffordshire. In fact, North Staffordshire, quite a breeding ground for truck racers. You've got Dave Jenkins from Stafford, the Reed brothers from Stoke, and Craig Evans from nearby in Newcastle under Lyme. The Olivers come from Hexham up in Northumberland. 2 Scotsmen out there. Ryan Smith from Nottinghamshire. Bradley Smith is local man to Brands Hatch from Gravesend in Kent. Not as local as Stephen Powell though. Lives virtually within walking distance of Brands Hatch. Runs a pub just down the road in West Kingsdown, the Portobello. John Bowler, he comes from Stockport up near Manchester. 6 John Powell, fairly local as well, lives in Tonbridge. Jim Bennett's from over in Suffolk. Paul Rivett from Epsom in Surrey. Adam Bint comes from Oxfordshire, lives in Whitney. I think the grid is almost clear now, ahead of our final truck race of the weekend. This is going to be a cracker. Big 3 to watch: Ryan Smith, Stuart Oliver and David Jenkins. All towards the back end of that top 8 after their successes earlier on, showing how the reverse grid system works. Good to hear from Chaz Draycott as well during the grid walk there. Hello, voice of motorsport. He's on the PA commentary at Brands Hatch this weekend. Along with Matt Suckling. Seen Matt during our British Endurance Championship coverage as well on BARC TV. On board with Ryan Smith, just getting strapped in there by one of his team, the worldwide truck racing team. See there how heavily the drivers have to be strapped down for safety reasons. The big sizable roll cages there as well to support the cab, roof and sides in the events, thankfully rare events of a rollover. We did see Ricky Collett get upside down a couple of years ago at Thruxton when he caught out on the wet grass and slid off and rolled. Thankfully no injury. Ricky Collett sadly having to withdraw from today's racing, suffered a spectacular blow up in the second race yesterday. He's headed back to Halifax, to his home base, to possibly put a new engine in his MAN. Looking back there from the tail of the number 68 of Craig Reed at the back of the Division 1 grid. Just waiting for the medical vehicles and the course cars to get into position then. Cameras on Ryan Smith and Craig Reed's trucks for this one. A short pause while we get the grid cleared ahead of our next race for the British Truck Racing Championship. Next round for the championship takes place towards the end of May at Pembrey in South Wales. That's the 20th and 21st of May. Then they go to Thruxton at the start of July, the 9th of July, for Convoy on the Plain. It's the big one at Donington in August 12th and 13th. Convoy in the Park at Donington Park, one of the biggest truck racing and truck show events in the UK. Then it's over to Norfolk in September, to Snetterton, back to Pembrey in October, and then the finale is back here at Brands Hatch on Bonfire Weekend, the November the 4th and 5th. Will we see Ryan Smith take 8 titles in a row on that occasion? We always finish with a massive firework display as well, as is the tradition in truck racing. I remember there used to be big firework and truck events at Donington years gone by as well. It's always been not just a racing event, it's a festival whenever the truck racers come to town. Especially when the European Championship used to come and race at the likes of Silverstone and Donington in the past. Sadly, the European Championship not part of the UK race scene anymore. It'd be great to have the Euro Championship back again. The likes of the Hungarian Norbert Kiss, who has been very successful in that series in the last few years. Great names I've seen race over the years, well, the likes of Hans van der Marwitz, Gunther Spindler, the late Slim Borgert, of course, who was sadly lost to us earlier this year, the Swedish pop drummer turned racing driver. Also Kurt Goranson, permanently sideways at the wheel of his Volvo. Great days they were, the late 80s and early 90s, when truck racing really took off and became so popular. It all began at Donington in 1984, when a fleet of road-going trucks, some cases literally straight off the road and straight into the race, took part in the first ever event at Donington, the Lucas Truck Super Prix. It's attracted one of Donington's biggest ever crowds. Was the Italian Tullio Ghislotti, who we mentioned yesterday, who won on that occasion. The Italians have not enjoyed a great amount of success in truck racing over the years. It's been the UK, Germany, Eastern Europe and Scandinavia who enjoyed the most success in the European series. Here we go. Final truck race of the weekend. This will be a 15-minute race. Gap in the grid, one of our YouTube commenters has asked. That's because there are 2 divisions. Division 2 are the second group, slightly less powerful trucks. On board with Ryan Smith, we head up towards Druids under the Burton Power Bridge. Start from the third row of the grid. Simon Reed and Bradley Smith ahead of us. Bradley Smith, no relation to Ryan. Bradley's father Tony did used to compete. I remember him racing a Finnish built Sisu a few years ago. Bradley Smith, not to be confused with Brad Smith, who's raced in Division 2 over the last few seasons, but not on the grid this year. Pace truck leads them round. Final time this weekend. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke on the front row of the grid. A marvellous weekend it has been. The big rigs are back in 2023. Revs beginning to rise from these 12 and 13 litre turbocharged engines. Glenn Smith guides the number 1 Daimler Freightliner around. They're in line 2 by 2. Here we go. Tension mounts. The revs start to rise. Race truck is in pit lane. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke lead them up towards the red lights. The power is unleashed and away we go down towards Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Good start by Tom O'Rourke from the outside in number 86. Looks like he's going to take up the lead. Oh, they've tangled. The two front row men go off and wallop straight in we go. Oh dear. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke into the barriers. That's surely going to be a red flag instantly. Yep, the red flag is out straight away. Let's hope both the drivers are okay. Well, that just about sums up Tom O'Rourke's weekend. So he's had a terrible weekend. And Michael Oliver as well. Let's hope both those trucks have escaped without too much damage. Let's hope both the drivers are okay. It's tricky to see there with the cloud of dust that went up. Let's have a look again. Two front row men tried to go for the same piece of tarmac. They were right together even as the red lights went out. O'Rourke tried to go around the outside, but he wasn't quite clear of Michael Oliver as he turned in. He comes across, there's the contact. They can't get away from each other, and then walloped. Great cloud of dust, tricky to see you. Have a look from the reverse angle here, if we can. Watch the front row as they come down towards Paddock Hill Bend. There's the contact as O'Rourke turned across Oliver. Big impact into the end of the tyre wall. O'Rourke's truck lucky not to tip over onto its side there. Okay, on trackside recovery and the course field, as you can see, Tom O'Rourke, he said there, that truck lucky not to roll over. Tom's out, he's okay. That's the main thing. Yeah, the drivers are all right. There's Michael Oliver as well. That's the main thing. Let's hope the barriers aren't too badly damaged and the recovery will take place and then we can get this race back underway. But that's very much end of day for Michael Oliver. And for Tom O'Rourke, he's had a disastrous weekend, Tom O'Rourke. He was excluded from qualifying because his speed limiter didn't work properly. And the truck was exceeding the 100-mile-an-hour mandatory limits. So his qualifying times were disallowed. He had to start yesterday's races from the pit lane. He ended up in the gravel with broken steering in race 2. And now this. Front end of that truck is wrecked and it's gone in backwards. It's spun round there as well. You can see up on the tyre wall. Michael Oliver. Every time there's an incident, poor old Michael Oliver seems to be caught up in it. So the barriers are going to need rebuilding there, certainly the tyre walls. It's going to be quite a sizable recovery operation here. Recovery trucks we've got there. The LJ Transportation DAF XF, the 3-axle recovery truck. Covers 100,000 kilometres a year, we're told. Jason Farnell is driving that one, so thank you to him for his help. And also the Toad 2-axle DAF there as well, the DAF CF85. Lee Briggs is the operator of that truck, so they're going to go to work recovering our race trucks. And I believe Pointy's got some news for us.
Well, I didn't want to have to say this, but we've had a pretty big incident on the first corner of the last lap. As you can see behind me, we've got the trucks now reassembled on the grid in starting positions from the almost completed lap. But if you look round to your right now, you'll see the trackside recovery hard at work trying to get their trucks, Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke, out of the gravel there at Paddock Hill Bend. Now, what happened? Well, I was actually recording it on my phone, as will most of the stadiums and grandstands around the circuit. So what it looks like is Michael unfortunately might have lost a bit of traction. or Tom O'Rourke's come across in front of him a bit tighter than expected, and we spun him round. That's, of course, sent them both onto the gravel. Now, this gravel doesn't look massive. However, it's about 2 foot deep over there, and if you're not in the right vehicle, it's going to slow you down, and that is the whole point, because there are huge amounts of spectators and bystanders on the bottom of Paddock Hill Bend, and it is a prime position to watch that first corner, of course. But when you hit that gravel in something the weight of a racing truck, you are going to sink very, very quickly. So the fact that both of those trucks have managed to get as far across it as they have, you can tell straight away they were definitely both in racing conditions and at racing speed. So hopefully we're going to get them shifted quite quickly. Obviously we've got the wreckers down there now, trying to pull them back out as far as they can to see if we can get them back onto the tarmac, and of course at that stage then we'll see how much damage has been done to one if not both of the trucks. Now in situations like this, obviously we've got drivers getting out of their cabs down on the grid. Don't fall over, that wouldn't be good TV. Well, it would be good TV, but it wouldn't be good for your ankles. We've got plenty of marshals down on site, and of course plenty of recovery teams as well. And it's situations like this that really make you realise how important everybody is at the circuit. Because of course without these volunteer marshals, without the scrutineers, without the people watching over the grandstands and all of the viewers that come to watch, it really wouldn't be a safe place to be. Motorsport is dangerous, as we can see. This does happen a lot, whether it be cars, trucks, it doesn't matter. It is happening a lot, and of course we need to make sure that everyone's as safe as possible before something like this might or might not happen. So a massive shout out, and again a possibility to say thank you to the marshals and everybody that give their time, like the paramedics we spoke to earlier on down on the grid walk, Pete and Mark, giving their time to St John's Ambulance to look after people, to jump into action when things like this happen, and the drivers of whether it be the Caterhams, the Coupes, the British Truck Racing Championships, all need help and care. People are giving their time to make that doable. Let's quickly spin round now and look back down onto the grid now. Obviously quite a relaxed situation. We've got drivers out of cabs. Ryan Smith and Stuart Oliver at the back of number 7 there, looking at some tyre damage perhaps, all going over what might or might not have gone wrong for them in that first sort of lap that we just saw them try and do. Division 2 drivers further back are sitting pretty at the moment though. They're just relaxing, hoping that the race gets back underway as quickly as possible. But of course, whilst we're looking at this angle, what a fantastic opportunity to see some of the amazing show trucks earlier on. The turquoise Lenham transport truck that we spoke to, I think it was Mark that we had a chat to earlier on. Great guy, really nice talking to him, and of course loads of things to say about the best kept fleet winners here at Convoy Brands Hatch at the beginning of the year. But then some of the other show trucks that show up, and they really do like to come along and show off what they've got, and the spectators do love seeing it. It really is a fantastic entrance site as people come in from the main car park at the top of the entrance of Brands Hatch there and get to see all of these amazing show trucks. So I suppose you're wondering what we're going to do now. Well, I'm going to run out of breath eventually, I'm sure, and if Ewan's not coming up to join me, which would have been nice to have a chat to him, we will probably end up looking down onto the recovery and possibly seeing some of the recovery process. So now we're up to speed. We know it's going to be a few minutes before we're back under racing conditions. Let's head down to one of the situated cameras on Paddock Hill Bend and see if we can't watch some of that recovery in action.
What did Pointy say during the grid walk? He let slip we were running ahead of schedule. That's your fault, Pointy. Joking aside, yeah, we can see the recovery operation in progress there. The LJ Transportation DAF is trying to remove the remains of Tom O'Rourke's MAN from the gravel trap. We've already pulled him out of there once this weekend. That was in race 2 yesterday when his steering broke. But a lot more broken besides, I think, sadly now. But thankfully the driver is okay. Both Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver got out unhurt, showing the strength of these race trucks and the strength of the barriers as well. You can see the tyres and the foam blocks there as well, the Recticel barriers absorbing the impact. Thankfully everybody down there is okay. Recovery operation will be being coordinated by Steve Bewers of Trackside Recovery. We haven't got the big American Kenworth in this time that we saw in November last year. Let's have a look again, see what happened there. They were leaning on each other as the race got underway, and Tom O'Rourke was determined to get into Paddock Hill Bend in front of Michael Oliver, but as he turned in, he wasn't quite clear. There's the contacts, off they go, and wallop straight in. O'Rourke in backwards, Oliver in forwards. End of play for those two. See it again from the other angle. O'Rourke thought he was clear as he turned across, but he wasn't. Nothing could be done from there on in, and in they went. Jock Borthwick won't be too pleased. He'd taken the lead as a result of that. Oh, the recovery operation in progress. Then the two DAF recovery vehicles. The medical car down there, as I'm sure the drivers will just be taken to the medical centre for a checkup. Then the marshals will have to rebuild the barrier. Almost got Tom O'Rourke's car, Tom O'Rourke's truck forward. You can see some of the teams packing up on their way home as well in the background from our other races as well. I can see Harry Kramer's Caterham down there celebrating his victory earlier on. Trevor Ford's BMW on its trailer as well, the BMW Racing Drivers Club Mobile HQ. DLRD, that on the right of your picture in the background, that's Dave Longhurst Racing Developments. I can see Longden down there, I think, in the red shirt. Former National Hot Rod World Champion. Tow ropes being pulled into line to try and get Michael Oliver's truck out of the barrier there. I think they're going to try and use both tow vehicles here to drag the number 12 truck back, because you can see it looks as though the front axle may be broken. So they've got to drag it through the sand. Bits of bodywork being removed. Then the JCB coming in, that's going to try and rebuild the barrier, I think. Going to see what they're doing here. I think they're going to try and lever Michael Oliver's truck out of the barrier with the JCB and then pull it with the two recovery trucks. I've not seen this before. Masterpiece of coordination between the three vehicles here. Said yesterday, if ever there's a motorway closure in the south of England on the M25, for example, due to a crashed or broken down lorry, it might be these trucks you see now that's recovering it. This is how they do it. Looks like it's going to be the LJ Transportation DAF. I think that's bigger DAF has got two winches on it, so they might be using that to recover both trucks here. JCB's just getting the barriers repaired, possibly. Meanwhile, earlier on today, Pointy was out and about in the paddock again, and he was at an autograph signing session for some of our truck racers. Let's see what he was able to find out.
Right then, so as part of the convoy events and of course the British Truck Racing Championships, we do like to have something called the driver's signing session, also known as autograph sessions. As you can see, life must continue on around these events, but if we head on in, let's have a look at some of the drivers signing some autographs. Excusez-moi, s'il vous plaît. Hello mate, like your hat. We're obviously allowed to go contraflow. Watch out for the barrier there, Ad. As you can see, we've got all of the Division 1, Division 2 drivers here taking a break from fixing their trucks, working on them, getting them ready for the next race. And we can see by the huge queue further down here, it's actually a really popular part of the weekend. So we didn't do this yesterday, but we are doing it today, obviously. And that's as well as another grid walk that we'll be holding later on, just before the last race of the day, where, of course, you might have seen yesterday, we allow spectators and viewers to come on to the pit lane and to the grid and have a walk around to meet the drivers up close and personal with their trucks. Let's have a wander down, shall we, and see if we can't have a little word with some of the people that have come all the way down here to chat to the drivers. Hi, excuse me, hello.
Hello, you're
What's your name?
Andrew.
Hi Andrew, and what's brought you along to Brands Hatch today?
Just to watch the trucks.
Just to watch, he said just to watch the trucks. I mean, that's good enough. It's a generalisation.
I've watched it since I was 5, so it's just been, you know.
Really?
Yeah, tradition.
Who's your favourite driver, so Michael
It is
Oliver?
Stuart. It is
Oh, it's
Stuart.
Stuart, oh! I was hoping you'd say Michael, but you know, you're not getting that £5 I promised you now. Are you having a good day so far?
Loving it, thank you.
Fantastic. Well, Andrew, enjoy the rest of your day. Drivers obviously happy to see all of the fans. A little bit of wind picking up, so you've got to make sure they hold on to these nice and tight. Let's head a bit further back. Hi. Hi, Lauren. Hi. Hello, how are we doing? Lauren actually works here at the circuit. Lauren, if you could just give us a quick rundown of why the circuit runs these kind of events.
To give everyone the opportunity to meet the drivers and get to see them, they see them on track, get to see them off track, get them all to grass and meet who they absolutely love.
It is fantastic, and we were just talking a moment ago about the grid walk and how it's not really been done for so many years with British truck racing. Well, what's made that possible now? And obviously it's a firm favourite.
Well, it gives everyone the opportunity to go on the grid. You don't get the opportunity to go on the grid unless you are here, and they get to actually get up and close and personal with the drivers and the trucks, which is really good. Yeah.
It is a rare occasion. We're very grateful that you're allowing us to do it. Lauren, thank you very much. Keep up the great work. Huge amounts of behind-the-scenes effort goes into putting these weekends on, obviously, and it's people like Lauren that make the whole thing possible. Yeah, I beg your pardon?
I want your hat.
You want my hat? I want your hat.
I'll go and get it out of the car.
Oh, there we go. That's a trade. What's your name, sir?
Jimbo.
Jimbo, how you doing, Jimbo?
Yeah, not too bad.
Are we here on foot, in car, in truck?
Car.
Car. We've just come to see the truck race, I take it?
Yeah, yeah.
When you're ready. Are you ready? Well, I'm going to speak to Steve Powell, not one to attract attention, obviously, but we'll get a great shot to talk to Steve Powell. I've also put a squashed up water bottle in my pocket, and I've now got a damp patch. It's a great cover story. Are you? Oh, thanks, Lauren. Wow. Now I feel like a real celebrity. Thanks. And if we could get a latte, extra shot, that'd be fantastic. Thank you so much. Right, still a huge, huge queue heading back. Let's just quickly chat to Steve Powell. Jimbo, out of the way, mate. Come on. What have you got? I've got to sign this. Oh, all over you. I'm gonna go right in the middle here. We're gonna go. There you go. Oh. Thank you very much, buddy. What's your name?
Nick.
How you doing, Nick? Thanks very much for asking for my autograph. That wasn't staged at all, I promise. Right then, so we'll wait for Jimbo to hop out the way. Jimbo's other half, perhaps? Yeah. Yes, we guessed that right. Could have gone either way, that, couldn't it? Right, here we go. We're just going to push in.
Give these girls a little bit of an interview.
A little bit of an interview. We can certainly give them a little bit of an interview.
Bubbles, don't pop it.
Yeah, why don't we? Hold on. I mean, so much demand. You put a camera in front of these drivers. So, hi girls. What's your name?
Olivia.
Olivia and
Poppy.
Hi, Poppy and Olivia. How are we doing? Liv and Pops. Brilliant. Love it. We haven't seen grid girls as a thing for quite a while, really, have we? What kind of experience do you enjoy by doing this?
you know what? We love the racing. Obviously, we're here to support Steve and everything like that, and it's fun for us. You know, we get a day out and wind him up all day.
Yeah, that's the fun of it. That is literally the fun of it. Just wind him up all day.
And obviously you look great in these suits. The sponsors out there as well. Are they as cold as they look, or they're not too bad?
I have to be honest. I'm freezing.
Freezing, right? So it is a bit. So it is definitely a job.
Yeah, it's definitely a job. I mean, some of them are thermal, but we're firming it today with the normal ones.
And of course, you girls will be down there with Kelly as well on the grid walk later on.
Yeah, definitely. All of us. There's 6 of us, I think.
Six of you?
We've got a few more coming on, yeah, so there'll be a fair few of us.
It does sound like a lot of trouble, Steve. And Steve, they say they're here to support you. That means it's your fault if it all goes wrong.
Yeah, I'll take full
Because
responsibility.
you've not caused any hassle this weekend at all so far, have you?
Probably an episode yesterday.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Don't know what you're talking about. Right, thanks for talking to us. Poppy, Olivia, Steve, Al, of course. Have a great afternoon, girls. Thank you. Right, Adam Bint, we seem to be wanted down here. We'll just push back into the queue. Adam, what can I do for you?
Look at the lady with the red hair. Go and have a look at her back.
Look at her back.
Yeah.
The lady with the red... Let's have a look at the lady with the red hair. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is quite impressive. We've got a tattoo of Adam Bint's truck, and of course Dave Jenkins 69 ME in as well. If they ever change trucks, she is scarpered. Yeah. I know which one came out better. This is impressive. I think Dave needs a picture of your back, young lady. So tell us, whilst he's taking photographs of your back, what's your name?
Marna.
Hi, Marna. And what made you get a tattoo of his truck?
I followed Dave since the day he started.
Oh, apparently Stuart's truck's on your front, is that right? Unbelievable. So you've got 2 trucks. I take it truck racing's close to your heart.
Yeah. I've been coming here since it started. My dad started me off, and my dad was a lorry driver, hence the other lorry on the back as well. And I've missed 1 year, and that's when my dad passed away, and that was it.
But now you're here, catching up for last time.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I think the microphone missed that bit. Yeah. Well, Marna, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for coming, and don't miss any more years, okay? Thank you very much. Right, let's have a chat further down the queue now, have a little word with some of the spectators. We'll see what they're here for. And it's still a huge queue. I mean, this started 25 minutes ago. I'm sure the queue's been very long the entire time. Hello there, hi. They look scared. I won't talk to them if they look scared. There we go, that's better. Right. We've got lots of people. Look at the patience. Oh, we've got some hats over here. Hello there.
Hello.
So where are we from?
Tunbridge Wells.
Tunbridge Wells. I take it you've got your proper official BTRC hats on. That's good to see.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Are we enjoying the weekend so far?
It's been wicked weather, great truck racing too.
But you'd be here if it was raining anyway, right?
Yes, definitely.
Last November.
Fantastic. Well, thanks very much for coming. Keep moving, keep the queue going. So, you probably can't hear me very well at the moment, but we've got Neil Yates Recovery, who are always a big show truck company. They like to put a lot of theirs in the shows. I mean, if you can have a look at them, the speakers that they've got sticking out the sides of these wreckers, they're quite incredible. We're actually going to go and have a bit more of a look at some of the show trucks shortly. Let's give us a wave, guys. Give us a wave. Way! That's it. A bit more. Come on. Way! Oh, they're at the back of the queue. They're still a bit tired, bless them. Right, I think that's all we've got time for here at the autograph signing session. Let's go and have a look at some of the show trucks so we can have a look what showed up in the convoy event this weekend. Right then, as promised, here we are at the show trucks paddock. So this is at the top of Brands Hatch, and this is something we like to do at as many of the truck racing events as we can, because it really does build that bond between road haulage and of course truck racing as a whole. I'm here with Mark Stocks, who drives of course for Lenham Storage. They actually won yesterday one of the trophies for best kept fleet. Mark, how you doing, buddy?
All right, mate, thank you.
Have you been to many of these events?
Yeah, we go every year. Been doing it now probably about 5-6 years.
Wow, so your truck is obviously incredibly immaculate, as is all the rest of the Lenhams here. We're used to seeing red and blue from Lenhams though. Explain the different liveries.
So this basically is set in for the 75th anniversary. Starting off with the green one down there, which is obviously Lenham's original colours. Then we moved on to Lenham's sort of about 70s. They sort of went over to this brownie colour, and that was also international. And then in the later 70s, they went on to this sort of, I don't know, turquoisey sort of colour.
Turquoise, aquamarine,
yeah. And then obviously the more well-known one is the 80s and then sort of into the 90s. And then obviously you've got the red and blue, which is what we're currently running at the moment.
Which is what you'll obviously see heading up and down the highways of Great Britain, delivering all sorts of things.
You will do indeed. Every now and then you may spot one of these, but on the rare occasion.
These are these are one-offs, I'm sure.
They are one-offs, yeah.
Not cheap to paint an entire truck in something like this, is it?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I didn't ask the price tag.
So I take it this is your daily runner then, is it?
Yes.
And it must be a bit of an honour to get to drive something like this.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, when you got the rest of the fleet and you see them, and you know, and you got these, you feel a little bit. You've got a grin on your face.
Yeah, there's obviously got a lot of pride that's there. Now, with regards to looking after them, I'm sure people out there wonder, because I always have wondered as well, how much kind of time and effort of your own hours in life go into looking after essentially someone else's truck?
A lot. Let's say that, a lot. Staying behind after work, you know, normal people would just pack up and go home, whereas we're sitting there 2-3 hours later still washing trucks. And you know, events like this, obviously we do this out because we want to do them. You know, it's a good day out.
I think that says a lot about the kind of people that have trucks like this. You might see in truck stops or motorway service car parks some really nice pieces of tack, and you just don't realise how much personal time and passion goes into keeping them the way they are.
Yeah, I mean, you see them sometimes. Some of the guys are out there polishing their lorries, and you know, when they're parked up for night time, and you just sort of look at them and you're like, fair play. You know what? I've got respect for that man there.
Different level. Well, Mark, look, congratulations on getting best kept fleet. Congratulations on getting this beautiful Volvo. Well done to you, and keep up the good work, sir.
Thank you very much.
Cheers to Mark. Let's go and see what else we can find here at Brands Hatch.
Well, what we can find is that the track is just about clear. Well done to Trackside Recovery and the volunteer marshals. It looks like we are nearly ready to go racing again. Well done to everyone concerned there. Thanks for sticking with us there during the enforced delay. If you missed it, Tom O'Rourke and Michael Oliver tangled going into the first corner of our final truck race of the day and went into the barriers. Thanks to Mark Dickin, who's sent me a couple of photos through from down there at the scene. With the recovery operation in process. Quite a bit of damage to both the trucks, but the drivers are all okay. You may recognise the name Mark Dickin. He raced in the Hyundai Coupe Cup for a few years. So we're almost ready to go racing again. We mentioned Mick Gould Recovery's big American trucks. The Peterbilt you may have spotted there. That was on track here in November. I did say it was a Kenworth earlier on. This is a Peterbilt. Apologies there. And I mentioned earlier we saw that on track in November last year. Well, it is here on display in the paddock. You may have spotted it during the driver signing session there. It's not until you see that thing close up you realise just how enormous it is. On board with Ryan Smith. He's being strapped back in, gets the crash helmet on. It will be a 12-minute restart. 12-minute restarts. And obviously we will be without our front row. Thanks to everybody who has looked in and liked the stream today. Nice to see Lenham Storage with their show trucks here as well. It was Andrew Fulcher who was sponsored by them when he ran in the British Truck Racing Championship a few years ago. He raced cars as well, raced in the Alfa Romeo Championship a couple of years back. I know the Fulcher family were watching on yesterday. If they are today, hello to you. Looking back from Craig Reed, there's the Division 2 front row, Jim Bennett and Paul Rivette. So it'll be 12 minutes for this restart. There are 2 car races to go after this. We've got the third race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Trophy category, sponsored by Virtue Motors. And our second race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club as well. They had some fantastic races earlier on. Mini Challenge was like a touring car race. It was brilliant, with Jack Byrne taking his first ever outright win. Scott Bugner holding off his MG ZR opponents to win the MG Owners Club race. go again later on. It's a partially reversed grid for the mini challenge. I can tell you the top 4 will be reversed from the results of race 2. Done in the same way as the British Touring Car Championship. Unless there's been any changes made to that grid, we'll pick that up when we can. We've got a concert being played on air horns at the moment. There's been a change to the results of race 3 from the truck race earlier on that's just come through to us. Race 11 of the weekend. Ryan Smith has been given a 10-second penalty for an out-of-position start. That was in race 3 earlier this weekend. I don't think that's been reflected on the grid for this race. It's there, or has it? Let's have a look. Well, he's on the second row now anyway because the front row isn't there. So he would have started further forward for this race anyway. But yes, Ryan Smith given a 10-second penalty in race 3 for the trucks today for an out-of-position start. So that's just going through to us. Grid is formed up then, no Mike Oliver or Tom O'Rourke, so it's Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith leading them round, then Simon Reed and Ryan Smith, and this is likely to play into the hands of Ryan Smith, I would think, but David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver on the next row will have something to say about that. Then it's John Bowler and Stephen Powell, Craig Reed behind them, no Simon Faulkner or Simon Cole. Then we've got the Division 2 boys, Jim Bennett, Paul Rivett, Adam Bint, Craig Evans and John Powell at the back. 12 minutes for the British Truck Racing Championships finale here this weekend at Brands Hatch on this season opener on Easter Sunday. I would say Ryan Smith from 4th on the grid will start as the favourite for a hat-trick of wins here. Jock Borthwick looking for his first Division 1 win. Bradley Smith likewise alongside him. Two each for Adam Bint and John Powell in Division 2 so far. The DAF Pace truck makes its way into pit lane. Well done to everyone once again involved in the clean-up. Thankfully the drivers involved are okay. And here we go with our final truck race of the weekend. 12 minutes of racing coming your way. Jock Borthwick and Bradley Smith to lead them away. Here we go. Down towards that first corner, we're on board with Ryan Smith. He'll slot in behind Simon Reed as they move into the first turn. Bradley Smith trying to go around the outside. Drivers taking it fairly carefully through Paddock Bend that time. And away they go up towards Druids Hill Bend for the first time. Jock Borthwick has the lead in number 32. Bradley Smith in second, then Simon Reed, Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. John Bowler gets leaned wide there by Stephen Powell. Craig Reed in behind them. Board again with flying Ryan Smith. They swing their way through the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. See, Ryan has the steering wheel set fairly high there, working the wheel as he heads down towards Cooper Straight, still in 4th place. Need to get past Simon Reed in the 89. It's past the point where he went flying off earlier on today. The Reed trucks, you still can't tell them apart because they're now both missing their front bumpers. Jock Borthwick leads from Bradley Smith then. They come round to complete the opening lap. 69 of David Jenkins tucked in 5th place ahead of Stuart Oliver, so they're largely in grid order so far. Board with Ryan Smith up to full speed now as they head down towards Paddock Hill Bend. A little bit of a slide there from Simon Reed ahead of him. Now can Jock Borthwick hang on in front for a Division 1 win on his debut weekend in the category? Bradley Smith had a couple of podiums last year, the young gun. Who's leading Division 2? Looks like Paul Rivett has come through. Indeed he has. to take the lead in Division 2 ahead of Adam Bintz. It's John Powell in third, Craig Evans in fourth. Jim Bennett has already dropped back in the almost vintage Seven Atkinson. Or trucks line astern in Division 2 and even more line astern in Division 1. Ryan Smith is on the attack on the back of the 89 of Simon Reed. The Daimler Freightliner on the back of the Iveco. You can see how low set that truck is compared to its rivals there. Going round to complete their second lap of this 12-minute race. Borthwick does a 59.473. He and Bradley Smith have eked out a bit of an advantage here. They're about 1.5 seconds clear of Simon Reed in third. The quicker runners, the big three really, are Ryan Smith, David Jenkins and Stuart Oliver. They're rather bottled up in the traffic at the moment behind Simon Reed. It's Stephen Powell. Here's a challenge in Division 2. John Powell had a look at the inside of Adam Bint there into Druids. Great shot there as they come through the right-hander. Paul Rivett in the Napa MAN has the lead. Craig Evans in fourth place, but Craig much more on the pace this weekend than we saw last season. Really worked hard on his MAN over the winter. Ryan Smith still unable to take third place. There's John Bowler holding off Craig Reed. Former Division 2 rivals, now scrapping in Division 1. It's been a good, consistent weekend for John Bowler on his debut in the division. Over the line they go. Borthwick, half a second ahead of Bradley Smith. Simon Reed still third. There's Jim Bennett. He's picking up points, slow and steady in Division 2. Well, they say to finish first you have to finish. You never know, he could be in the championship reckoning through consistency at the end of the season with a relatively small entry in Division 2 this season. Simon Reed from Ryan Smith, still the battle for third place. We've been there before. Still Borthwick and Bradley Smith going clear. A little bit of a lock up there from Jock Borthwick as he came into clearways. There's not as many laps in this race, of course, not as much time. And Paul Rivett's dropped back in Division 2. John Powell's come through. So Rivett's down to third place and Adam Bint to fourth. Has there been some contact in there, I wonder? And Adam Bint, he's having a go at, there was certainly contact there. He's having a go at Paul Rivett. Now, have they tangled up further round the lap? Because these two were first and second in Division 2 a lap ago. So what's happened there? John Powell's just taken the lead of the class. Let's see if we can see what's happened. Here it is at Druids. Well, John Powell's already gone through there ahead of Craig Evans, so it must have happened at the very beginning of the lap. So Powell must have got through at Paddock Hill Bend. Change for the lead in Division 2. They're closing back up now. Bint's got back ahead of Paul Rivett at Paddock that time. It's now John Powell. There's the DAF, the Dutch-built machine, leading Division 2 now. Borthwick still leads overall, but he's only half a second ahead of Bradley Smith. Simon Reed still holding off Ryan Smith, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, 59.156. 4 laps completed. Just under 7 minutes of the race to go. John Powell looking for win number 3 in Division 2 this weekend to take the lead of the championship provisionally. Here are the Division 1 leaders, and Ryan Smith's got past Simon Reed. That was at the end of the previous lap. He's up to third. Now Bradley Smith's going to have to work hard to hold him off here. Oh, Jock Borthwick's gone wide, coming out of... thought he was going to spin there, coming out of Druids. This is going to let Bradley Smith attack for the lead. No, Borthwick's held it. That was a dicey moment there. I thought Jock Borthwick was going to go spinning into the tyre wall. Here comes Ryan Smith. I said he'd make short work of Bradley. Surely it's only a matter of time before he takes Jock Borthwick for the lead. Now that's MAN is not handling well. Simon Reed back up the inside. Bradley Smith's going to fall back now, I think. Here comes Ryan Smith once again. Not going to take him long to get through here. He's on the inside line going down into Paddock Hill Bend. No, Jock Borthwick holds him off this time. Simon Reed's going for third on the inside of the 46 of Bradley Smith. Behind them, Jenkins and Oliver. Bit of contact there as they come up the hill towards Druids. We're on board with Ryan Smith. He's surely going to go through. They think it's all over. It is now. And Ryan Smith takes the lead. I said it wouldn't take him long. Took him around a lap to get through once he dealt with Simon Reed. And once again, the 7 times champion sets off in front. Looking back from Craig Reed, a bit further back, he's running in 8th place. John Bowler behind him. Started at the back of the Division 1 grid. Borthwick still up there in 2nd, then Simon Reed. Bradley Smith still holding 4th, to his credit there, but how long before Jenkins and Stuart Oliver move up to challenge? They've got clear of Stephen Powell. Division 2 still led by John Powell. Less than 5 minutes to go now. And Adam Bint, meanwhile, has caught the number 6 of John Powell. So we're not finished yet in Division 2. There's Paul Rivette, 3rd, and have we lost Craig Evans? We'll pick that up shortly. Evans has dropped behind Paul Rivette. This is the battle for the lead now. These two have been the top men in Division 2 all weekend. Paul Rivette further back in 3rd. Yeah, Craig Evans has dropped quite a long way behind. He is still there. And here comes Adam Bint. He's never going to get round the outside at Graham Hill Bend. He can't do that in a car, barely, never mind a truck. He might have him here, though. On the run up Cooper Straits. Can he get the nose down the inside into Surtees? This is going to be interesting. He's going through, surely. He's got the inside for the left-hander. No, you don't, says John Powell. Bit of wheel banging. Would you want to be wheel banging in 2 5-ton trucks at that speed? And John Powell's held the lead. Brave men, these drivers. Or completely mad, or both. Well, Ryan Smith's clearing off into the lead now. He's already 3.5 seconds up. 58.449. He's just done the fastest lap of the race. 3.5 minutes to go. And the main focus is this scrap in Division 2. Here comes Adam Bint again. Now, if he can stay alongside here at Druids, he might get the inside line for Graham Hill Bend this time. He's trying it. No, you don't, says Powell again. Moves across him. Down the hill. Still John Powell soaking up the pressure from Adam Bint in the older Volvo. On Cooper Straight once again. 3 trucks getting the black and white flag. Craig Evans, Craig Reed and Ryan Smith. Still this battle rages on. Ryan Smith's away and gone now. He's 5 seconds up now on Jock Borthwick, who's still holding off Simon Reed for 2nd. They've got Bradley Smith and David Jenkins go there. Here's the battle for 2nd, and Simon Reed could be about to make a move here into Druids for 2nd place in the Iveco. There he goes, up the inside, and he's through. Simon Reed into 2nd place, but look at the lead that Ryan Smith has got. He's in a different league. Once he's clear of the traffic, he just clears off. Bradley Smith going well in the 46. Could he get on the podium here? He can get ahead of Borthwick. Still these two side by side. Nothing to choose between John Powell and Adam Bint. And despite a couple less entries this season, it is going to be an interesting battle in Division 2, I think, this year for the title. Down the hill. Into Graham Hill Bend once again. Bint cuts back to the inside. Now he's got a run on John Powell. He's got the inside line. Is he going to go through this time? He's got to get it done before they go into Surtees. Yes, he's done it. Nice move. Adam Bint's been trying to do that for about 3 laps. Ryan Smith's just going quicker and quicker. He's at a 58.143 this time. 6.5 seconds ahead. And here's the battle further back. Jock Borthwick is getting more and more sideways in that MAN as he tries to hold onto a podium place. And bash! Oh dear. Tried to turn across there. Bradley Smith, David Jenkins, Stuart Oliver, Stephen Powell all take avoiding action. Great cloud of tyre smoke. And that just about sums up Jock Borthwick's weekend, unfortunately. Been a trying debut in Division 1. He got sideways there, tried to turn it back. Bradley Smith couldn't avoid him. So who's that going to give 3rd place to? We'll wait and see. I think Bradley Smith is still there. Poor Jock Borthwick, he was trying so hard to hold on for a podium. Yes, Bradley Smith is still in 3rd place. But it's going to be Ryan Smith to take yet another victory. We're on the last lap, I think, now. Possibly might get one more out of it after this one. We'll check as they cross the line. and away and gone. He's only 7 seconds clear of Simon Reed in the Iveco. Everybody else delayed behind by that spin for Jock Borthwick. Contact with Bradley Smith. Here he comes across the stripe. There will be one more lap to go. Just a few seconds left as he crosses the line. Well, it's been a story of the bonneted trucks this weekend at the sharp end of the field. 2 wins for Stuart Oliver, and it's going to be 3 for the 7-time consecutive champion, and it's also going to be 3 for another bonneted truck by the look of it in Division 2. They'll all want them soon. Here comes Ryan Smith, the Northside Truck and Van Limited Daimler freight lineup, run by Worldwide Truck Racing and driven by Ryan Smith from Mansfield in Nottinghamshire, the undisputed king of British truck racing. Didn't take him long to make his way into the lead once he got past Simon Reed, and he's coming in for win number 3 this weekend. 2 wins earlier today for Stuart Oliver, but Ryan Smith will set the record straight. It's going to be 3-2 between the 2 rivals. Ryan Smith crosses the line, takes the victory. Celebration at all from Ryan and the cab there. Second place goes to Simon Reed, and well done Bradley Smith, a fine 3rd place. Stuart Oliver 4th ahead of David Jenkins. Stephen Powell is 6th, and these 2 still battling in Division 2. Craig Reed 7th, John Bowler 8th. The unfortunate Jock Borthwick will take 9th. For 10th overall, it's going to be Adam Bintz. He's going to hold off John Powell. Here they come. What a great fight these 2 have had. It's 3-2 in favour of Adam Bintz over John Powell. Paul Rivette comes over in 3rd. 4th will be Craig Evans. And Jim Bennett completes the finishes. Provisional results of that one then. Ryan Smith taking the victory ahead of Simon Reed by 6.5 seconds, and he got the fastest lap as well. Bradley Smith, a good 3rd, his first podium of the season, ahead of Stuart Oliver, David Jenkins, with Stephen Powell in 6th position. 7th goes to Craig Reed ahead of John Bowler, then Jock Borthwick in 9th after spinning away a podium position after contact with Brad Smith. Adam Bintz just taking the win in Division 2 by less than a second from John Powell, Paul Rivette, Craig Evans and Jim Bennett. A couple of trucks missing for that one, of course. Michael Oliver and Tom O'Rourke didn't take the restarts. Well, Pointy will be down there to greet our race winner Ryan Smith in the pit lane in a moment.
Well, we got there eventually, and that of course brings the racing to an end. But let's go and have a word with Bradley Smith in position 3. A fantastic result for Bradley. Come on down. As I said earlier on, one of the youngest drivers in the championship, and he's just pulled a 3rd place. First trophy of the year, first trophy of the weekend. Team are very happy with him, as you can see. Let's get in and round. They've obviously got to unstrap him. Team want to congratulate him. High fives. Right. Oh, we've got the BARC hats and bottles of bubbly for the top 3, obviously. Fantastic. Come on round a second, Dad.
Let me just melt that and I'll get it out of the way.
All right then, there we go. It's all happening. Whoa. This is what live TV is all about, people. Cameraman almost getting knocked out. Great shot of the back end of Bradley there. Bradley, how the devil are we? First trophy of the season, that's got to feel great.
Yeah, no, it's a good way to finish a good weekend really. We tried to finish every race, but fortunately last race we had a first handbrake pipe, so put the handbrake on, which put the brakes on fire. But yeah, to finish on the podium, sorry for Jock. Have a little love nudge down the bottom there, but yeah, it's good. The trucks were brilliant all weekend. A big thank you to Tim, Tom and Melanie at Unit 8 Motorsport for all the help, those shots. It's brilliant people, brilliant advice, and
Tim and Melanie, believe it or not, were actually at my wedding. They're great friends of mine. Yeah, really nice people. Unit 8 Motorsports, big in Europe as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, brilliant. Yeah, we've got Albacetti, brilliant driver, and great team. Brilliant at what they do, and yes. Brilliant.
Looks like they put some magic into your Ferns truck then.
Oh yes, yeah.
Right, thank you very much, Bradley. We better get you out of the way, and the rest of the pit, of course. Let's head back over here out of the way to give those trucks chance. Very well done to Bradley, and of course, what a finish. I mean, the second restart, or the first restart of that race went very well. We had a little bit of a bump between Paul Rivett and Adam Bint near the end of that one, but fingers crossed, they're all still friends. I think we're going to head back down to Parc Fermé now, do some post-race interviews, and hopefully hand out some trophies for the last race here at Brands Hatch.
Well, thank you very much to everyone from the British Truck Racing Championship then. They will now get ready for Pembrey at the end of May. And we look forward to a couple of car races to conclude our weekend here at Brands Hatch. What a weekend it's been. This lot had an amazing race earlier on. The Mini Challenge, sponsored by Virtue Motors. They're just forming up now ahead of their green flag laps. There was a partially reversed grid. The draw was made in the paddock. As you can see, the top 4 in the result from race 2 have been reversed. So it's Nathan Edwards, number 21, who has taken pole position for this race, driving the Accelerate Motorsport car. Number 12, Alex Solly alongside him. Second row, number 24 of Tom Ovenden. Amazing run through for second place after dropping as low as 13th earlier on. And 486 Jack Byrne, our earlier winner, completing the second row. Row 3 of the grid, 32 Frankie Taylor, starts alongside 53 James Black. The fourth row, 17 of Nicky Taylor. He got a track limits penalty which dropped him off the podium in race 1. And Harry Hickton, 64, goes alongside him. Row 5, 59 Reese Hurd and 22 of Ashley Gregory. She's got a 2-place grid penalty for this race. The 6th row, 117 Reese Lysets, who was involved in some contact in the first race. 81 Luca Marinoni Osborne, first race today, second of the weekend. 81 Luca Marinoni Osborne starts alongside him. Then on row 7 we got number 23 Lee Pierce, another man to get a track limits penalty. Had a bit of a bruising race earlier on. He starts 13th alongside 62 of Alex Keynes. Then on row 8, 96 of Sam Gornall alongside 99 Ben Jenkins. Row 9, 46 Paul Manning alongside 26 of Callum Eason. Paul Manning got a 2-place grid penalty as well for contact in the earlier race. Callum Eason coming through for 18th from the back of the grid. Row 10, 15 Cameron Richardson and 86 of Ben Taylor. Row 11, it's number 8 Dan Armstrong, 11 Gabe Fairbrother. Row 12, number 3 Sophie Wright alongside 7 of Mick Fitzgerald. Row 13, number 16 Jacob Heap and 93 Max Hall. To pit after some contact in race 1. Watch for him coming through. Row 14 is number 5 Katia Loggy and 60 Brendan Fitzgerald. He's there, picks up some damage in race 1. And row 15, 1, 2, 3 Andy Cobb, and hopefully at the back number 71 Harvey Ryby, who rolled after going into the gravel at paddock at the start of the race earlier on. Race 2 of the weekend, race 1 today. I think I can see Harvey's car there at the back of the grid. That's great to see. Well done to Accelerate Motorsport for rebuilding that car. Yes, I make it 30 cars on the grid. I think everyone's there, which is brilliant to see. Katia Loggy, not sure if she's any relation to Ian Loggy, the British GT champion. I would expect so, but I'm not certain. Thanks for the question there on YouTube. So the top four on the result of race one reversed. Nathan Edwards will start from the pole position, the number 21 machine. Local man Nathan Edwards from Tunbridge Wells, 24 years of age. He's gone Spain to cleanse, 10th in the championship last year. Previously raced in the Fiesta Junior Championship. His father raced at Ford Fiestas before him. Raced in the Renault Clio Cup as well, so an experienced racer, still only 24 years of age. Alongside him it is Alex Solly in the number 12 car. Tom Ovenden, I think, is going to be the one to watch here from the second row, but with the sloping grid, it tends to be the outside lane that makes the slightly quicker starts. So it could be Alex Solly to watch into the first corner. It's just to make sure that Harvey Ryby is there at the back of the field as they come through. Jack Byrne looking for his double. Tom Ovenden won the race yesterday. Frankie Taylor went up on the grid, the ex-JSCC driver. It's Harry Hickton. He'll be waiting for his rival Max Hall to come through. They are teammates now, but team rivals, I would say, after their battles in junior saloon cars. There's the two Napa racing cars. Let's have a look towards the back. To warm these Goodyear tyres. Just making sure we've got the full complement of cars here. Saw Katia Loggy was there in number 5. Brendan Fitzgerald is there in number 60. There's Mick Fitzgerald, number 7. And there he is, Harvey Ryby, number 71. They have rebuilt his car. Well done to Accelerate Motorsports. There's Andy Cobb, 1, 2, 3, and starting alongside the A-Reeve Motorsport machine at the back. It's battered and bruised. The driver's okay. That's the main thing. And he's ready for action. Watch for young Harvey. He's only 16, coming through the field. Well done, Accelerate Motorsport. .30 cars on the grid then for what will be a 15-minute race. Away they go. And it's a good start from the outside by Alex Solly. As we said, the outside lane would be the one to watch. Jack Byrne up into 3rd place, and Tom Ovenden goes down to 4th. It's going to be Alex Solly, the black and yellow car that leads into Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. The former junior saloon car man heads them up towards Druids. 2nd place is Nathan Edwards, the pole man. Tom Ovenden side by side with Jack Byrne. Then it looks like it's James Black who's come through into 5th in the 53 car. Are they all going to make it round the first half lap okay? It looks like there's a bit of smoke from Harvey Ryby's car there. 1 or 2 a bit slow away at the back of the field. There may have been 1 or 2 spinners further back. Luca Marinoni Osborne goes wide under pressure from Lee Pearce in the 23. It's a bit of a rumbustious race for Lee earlier on. You're not in your 1300 stock car now, Lee Pearce. Side by side there, Reese Lycett with 46 of Paul Manning. Behind them the 28, that's Callum Eason, went off into the gravel yesterday. It's Alex Solly who will lead as they come through to complete the opening lap. Nathan Edwards in 2nd, almost being pushed along there by Jack Byrne. He'll pop out of the slipstream and try to take 2nd place around the outside. Tom Ovenden will try and pop up the inside. There could be 3 wide here on the run up to Druids almost. Jack Byrne's been forced out wide by Tom Ovenden. He's going to go through surely and take 3rd place. James Black up behind them. It's Frankie and Nicky Taylor, no relation. And the 64 of Harry Hickton in behind them. So Alex Solly making the most of the outside line, taking the lead into paddock, and he's held it so far. Nicky Taylor to the inside of namesake Frankie Taylor. There's Harry Hinton in behind in 64, so close to the junior saloon car title last year. Alex Solly it is who leads the way for Graves Motorsports. Car with a bit of a slow start at the back, number 16 of Jacob Heap, another junior saloon car graduate this year, racing in the Rookie Cup. Don't forget the 3 subclasses to look out for. The Directors' Cup for the senior drivers, it'll be Lee Pearce leading that. Graduate Cup is led by Jack Byrne, and the Rookies currently by James Black, the number 53. Side by side, Ashley Gregory up alongside Lee Pearce. She's had a good debut weekend. Jack Byrne all over the back of Tom Ovenden trying to retake 3rd position. He wants his 2nd win. Harry Hickton up the inside trying to take Nicky Taylor, and he's done so. In behind then the 59, that is Reese Hurd, the Chandler Motorsports car, the former Brit carman. In behind them Lee Pearce, then it's Ashley Gregory. Busy battles everywhere you look. Alex Solly, advantage of about 4 mini lengths over Nathan Edwards, the pole sitter. They bounce their way through over the curbs. Luca Marinoni Osborne attacks Ashley Gregory. They lean on each other a little through clearways there. Osborne up the inside. Behind them Reese Lycett in number 117. Still side by side as they come up over the line this time. Just under 12 minutes of the race to go. Plenty of laps to go yet. Reese Lycett almost bump drafting Luca Marinoni Osborne there. Solly leads by half a second ahead of Nathan Edwards. Everybody else in a line behind. Reese Lycett still side by side with Luca Marinoni Osborne. Ashley Gregory, Paul Manning and the 62 of Alex Keynes, the green and gold car there in behind them. Ashley Gregory on the outside. Mentioning Alex Keynes, most of these drivers want to race in British touring cars. Alex Keynes says his ambition is to race an AC Cobra at the Goodwood Revival meeting. Now there's something fun to aim for. Frankie Taylor battling with Harry Hickton, who's coming through the field nicely here. Up the inside as they come out of Clearways and Clark Curve. Frankie Taylor tries to give him a squeeze towards the pit wall, but Harry Hickton will have none of that. Back up the inside into Paddock Hill Bend. Nicky Taylor and Reese Hurd in behind them. That's the battle for 6th position. The battle is on for 2nd and 3rd as well. Look at Jack Byrne dodging about to try and defend from Tom Ovenden. They're side by side. Ovenden just about holds the place. This is allowing Alex Solly to escape slightly at the front of the field. Frankie Taylor side by side there. That's with Reese Hurd. By the look at it, they're ahead of Lee Pearce and Reese Lycett. Then a gap back to Ashley Gregory in 12th. Luca Marinoni Osborne. And the rest of them. Bouncing over the curb there, Tom Ovenden. Brilliant run through, gaining 11 places in race 2 earlier on. Reese Lycett's number 117, the Studio F car, run by Chandler Motorsports. Both of Chandler's cars well placed here. Leading the way it is the Graves Motorsport car of Alex Solly. He's got a pair of Accelerate cars behind him, Edwards and Ovenden. Graves Motorsport in 4th and 5th as well, Byrne and James Black. Byrne having a look up the inside, he won't quite get through on Tom Ovenden there. Harry Hickton in there in 6th position, he's driving for Westbourne Motorsports. Nicky Taylor's next into 7th place, they've got past Frankie Taylor. The 2 Taylors both driving for Graves. Reese Hurd and Lee Pearce round out the top 10. Pearce still leading the Directors' Cup. Byrne leads the Graduate Cup. Here comes Tom Ovenden, was having a look at Nathan Edwards there for 2nd place. James Black leading the Rookies division. Where's Max Hall got up to? The 93 car. He's up to 16th towards the back of the field. Side by side for 3rd over the line. And somebody slowing there, that's Harry Hickton. I think he's possibly got a problem there. Yeah, it looks like the 64 car is slowing up. Looking at the angle of the front of that car, I wondered if he had a puncture. The tyre looks okay, so it's maybe a mechanical issue. Yeah, he's definitely slowing down. Could be a drive shaft that's gone, possibly. Meanwhile, Tom Ovenden still ahead of Jack Byrne. James Black and Nicky Taylor on their tails. Terrific scrap for 3rd place. Alex Solly leads by just under a second. The yellow and black, number 12 for Graves Motorsport. Ahead of Nathan Edwards. Through Surtees, through McLaren. Reese Lycett all over the back of Lee Pearce. He's well clear of Paul Manning in the Directors' Cup. Reese Lysett forces him to go wide there, coming out of clearways. Solly leads it. Pulling away now. Showing how evenly matched these cars are. Reese Lysett has done the fastest lap of the race, 57.008. Everybody pretty much is lapping within the low 57s. Only a few tenths apart, all their lap times. Jack Byrne again attacks Tom Oven. Alex Keane's up the inside there, having got Paul Manning in the 46 car, and Max Hall's got ahead of them, the yellow and blue number 93. So we've lost Harry Hickton, he's pulled into the pits. We've also lost Andy Cobb again, the 1-2-3, starts at the back of the grid, another retirement for him. And also the number 60, Brendan Fitzgerald. His car was repaired after a smash in race 1, but he's sadly out of this one by the look of it. In race 1 today, was race 2 of the weekend, of course. Luca Marinoni Osborne under fire, excuse me, says Max Hall. He goes through. Chasing now Ashley Gregory in the 22. Oh, bit of leaning there, Pearley going up the pit lane. Who was that? Goodness me. Alex Keane's was on the outside there. I think that was the 96 of Sam Gornall. Not sure if he's related to James Gornall, who's been racing saloon cars for many years. Tom Ovenden up the inside. Is he going to take second place here? Yes, he is. Out of Druids. Ovenden up to second. And now he'll get his head down, get his foot down, and go after Alex Solly. Nathan Edwards down to third place. Here comes Jack Byrne. Now he's going to go for third. Slight loss of momentum there for Nathan Edwards, and he's going to fall back down the line, because now in position behind Byrne is James Black. Yeah, Byrne's gone through. Nathan Edwards gets the line back again, the Interclens car. Nicky Taylor and Frankie Taylor fighting it out with Reese Hurd behind them. Eight cars line astern for second place. They're 1.8 seconds down on Alex Solly. It's just a new personal best, so Solly controlling the pace at the moment. Coming up towards half distance in this 15-minute race for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category. These identical 130 horsepower BMW Mini Coopers. Reese Lysett on the tail of Reese Hurd, the two teammates for Chandler Motorsports. The Chandler family began their career in stock cars as Ringwood Raceway in Hampshire, before moving on to the circuits in junior saloon cars, with Stephen Chandler driving. At the inside, Reese Hurd attacking Frankie Taylor in the 32. And he goes through. That's for 7th place, I think. Lee Pearce just looking on behind. He's leading his category, the Directors' Cup. Byrne still leads the graduates. James Black still leads the rookies. Side by side, down Paddock Hill bit. Reese Hurd on the inside, side by side with Frankie Taylor. Frankie returning to racing over the last couple of years, took a break during the global pandemic. Reese Lysett attacking as well. There's Lee Pearce, the blue car, but the safety car is coming out. Somebody's gone off somewhere. Not seen the reason why. The safety car coming out. So an incident somewhere. Ben Taylor 86 dropping down the timing screen. So lost the 86 car. The safety car is coming out. Everybody will form up single file. Alex Solly was leading by over 1.5 seconds. Quite a big margin in these cars. And that's going to wipe out his advantage. Under safety car in this third race of the weekend for the Virtue Motors Mini Challenge Trophy category. Alex Solly leading from Tom Ovenden, Jack Byrne, Nathan Edwards down to 4th now, James Black in 5th position. And oh my goodness, that is Ben Taylor, and he's gone on top of the tyre wall. Just making sure that Ben was okay there. He's walking away. He appears to be perfectly okay. That's great to see. He'll be just taken to be checked over. That's extraordinary. It's Ben just speared off on the run into Surtees. The car flies up into the air. Goodness gracious me. An incredible incident. But the catch fence does its job there. That is a frightening incident. The car just thrown into the air as it hit the grass. Luckily, Ben Taylor is okay, the man from Norfolk. More work for Accelerate Motorsport to do to repair his car. Okay, so the field under safety car. The main thing is Ben Taylor appears to be okay. He's just taken for a checkup. So it's Alex Solly from Tom Ovenden, Jack Byrne, Nathan Edwards, James Black, the leading rookie, in 5th position. 6th, it's the number 17, which is Nicky Taylor. Reese Hurd is now up to 7th. Frankie Taylor is 8th. 9th is Reese Lysett, and 10th place Lee Pearce leading the Directors' Cup. Behind them it's Ashley Gregory, then Max Hall has come through well from towards the back in 12th position. Luca Marinoni Osborne is 13th. Then it's Sam Gornall and Paul Manning, top 15. Alex Keynes has dropped back a bit after a bit of contact earlier on. He's down to 17th behind Gabe Fairbrother, number 11. And Ben Jenkins, Callum Eason and Dan Armstrong, number 8. That's your top 20. Harvey Ryby is up to 21st from the back in his battered and bruised machine from earlier on. Let's take a look at that again. There's possibly some contact there we didn't quite see, and Ben Taylor off onto the grass and then takes off. That is a very scary incident. So the catch fence doing its job there. Thankfully Ben Taylor's okay, the safety devices in the car all doing their job too. Still under safety car conditions here at Brands Hatch at the moment in our 3rd mini challenge race of the weekend, sponsored by Virtue Motors. And in fact the car's being led off circuit, so I think the result is going to be declared at that point. We didn't know how long there was to go there, but that's end of race, I think. Slightly early, because it looked as though the race was going to finish under safety car with they couldn't go back racing with that car stranded atop the tyre wall. So it looks like the result is going to be called slightly early. We'll confirm the results as soon as we can. It should be a win for Alex Solly, his first victory of the 2023 season. That's his first win in the mini challenge as well. His best finish last year was 3rd en route to 9th in the championship, so congratulations to Alex. You drive from Houghton Regis, motorsport engineer. Okay, the provisional results of that one. We'll wait to see if this is going to be taken back a lap or not. Alex Solly, provisional winner ahead of Tom Ovenden. Jack Byrne, who wins the Graduate Cup. Nathan Edwards in 4th place. 5th going to James Black. He wins the Rookie Cup. 6th position goes to the number 17, which is Nicky Taylor. Reese Hurd, number 59. In 7th, 8th for Frankie Taylor, 9th Reese Lysett, and Lee Pearce in 10th wins the Directors' Cup. Ashley Gregory, successful debut weekend for her, she's 11th. Well done Max Hall coming through from towards the back of the grid to take 12th position. Just have a look where he started. He was down in 26th, so plenty of places gained there. Luca Marinoni Osborne is 13th, Sam Gornall 14th, and Paul Manning rounds out the top 15. Beyond that, we'll just run you through the full result. Gabe Fairbrother was 16th, Alex Keens was next. Completing the top 20 were Ben Jenkins, Callum Easton and Dan Armstrong. Then Harvey Ryby from the back of the grid to 21st. 22nd went to the number 15 of Cameron Richardson. Sophie Wright gets, I think, her best finish so far, the Canadian, in 23rd place. Mick Fitzgerald, number 7, was 24th. 25th for Katia Loggy on her debut weekend. Harry Hickton, I'm not sure if he rejoined or not after pulling into the pits with his problem. It's classified as 26th on the timing screen. Obviously we lost Ben Taylor. Also Jacob Heap was a retirement. Brendan Fitzgerald and Andy Cobb also failed to finish. We can now hand down to Ewan in Park Ferry.
Cheers, Dave. Thank you, mate. Right, let's go speak to our final race, top 3 of the weekend. Alex, I know you're speaking to your fans. I apologise, buddy, but well done. What a way to end the weekend.
Well, yeah, exactly. Well worded. Yeah, make a way to end the weekend. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Like I said in race 2, to go upwards would be incredible, and we've done exactly that. So yeah, the car felt mega. The slight tweak we made to the end of the day has obviously worked, and yeah, the car.
What did you do?
Great. Oh, it's all top secret. I can't be saying that, but yeah, what it was a big change, and it's clearly worked.
I mean, super weekend. It sets you up fantastically for round 2 as well. This just must do your confidence the world of good too. Yeah, well, going for a championship this year, big time now. This sets us up pretty well for the championship, I'd imagine. Yeah, so we're happy with the car, happy with the team, happy with the driver. So the season should be quite good now. And big hugs when you finish. It's a great paddock, isn't it? Yeah, it's a fantastic paddock now. We've got a lot of mates in here coming up from previous championships. So it's a really friendly paddock now. It's a nice way to progress. Mate, well done. Go and enjoy yourself. Cheers. Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, let's speak to Tom Ovenden. Tom, almost a perfect weekend, mate.
Very nearly. Obviously, we had the tough race in race 2 earlier with the comeback, and that one was a bit more plain sailing, but still very, very tough. Alex got away at the start, so I think his P2 is about as good as I could have in that race. So.
Horrible way to end it. Never want to see that. He's walked away. He's okay. So that doesn't play in your mind a bit when you're driving past that. You know, you're in motorsport. You're young. Is it just confidence all the way?
It is. It's never nice to see something like that, especially on the safety car. We actually get to cut. We had a look. I was like, oh god, I really hope he's okay. So it's never nice to see, but it doesn't stop me from racing or anything like that. So
great weekend for the championship. Puts you on top. What does this do for you moving forward? How do you build on this?
I'm just taking it race by race. I think if you focus too much on the outcome, it can go wrong. So just focus on the process and. Believe in the championship lead, so that was my goal. So hopefully we keep it going till the end of the season.
I love that, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Now we'll try and find where's Jack Byrne gone. He had a brilliant weekend. He is speaking to our in-course commentator. We've got loads of time because I think we're going to recover that car. They left it there for this safety car. Come on in. Well done again.
Thank you. Yeah, it was another busy one.
You took every spot on the podium this weekend. 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah, I have, yeah.
I mean, is that more than you would have hoped for this weekend?
Yeah, we knew we'd be pushing towards the podium, but even to have the consistency that we're on at every race this weekend has been a big boost.
Fantastic. How do you build on this one?
Yeah, we look forward to the next round and just build from here, look at the data again and go forward. Yeah.
Jack, well done, mate.
Thanks very much.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Right, we got a couple more drivers we might have time to speak to because the MGs can't come out yet. If we come out of the dark here, Ben, and if we look beyond scrutineering a Park Firm here, in the distance we can see you've got plenty of the trucks. Looks like we are kind of trying to get that car out of position. It was a horrible accident. Like we said, he's walked away. He's absolutely fine, but you do not want to see that right there. James. Yes. So, seeing as you're here, let's have a chat. We've got time. How's your weekend gone?
Well, I spoke to you, was it yesterday?
It was yesterday.
Yeah, and I was like, TSL's annoyed me in qualifying, and now I'm stood here finishing P5 with 2 rookie wins under my belt and trying to keep the smile off my face, I think.
So good, yeah?
Yeah, a lot good, and say, unfortunate about the accident. I hope the driver's okay, but racing up front was great. I think we proved top bunch of us that we were battling quite well and you can race quite cleanly.
It is incredible. We'll say it again, how competitive this category is, isn't it? Whether you're rookie, graduate, director, everybody's really no class is pulling away from anybody else, are they?
Definitely not. I think me and Trent does such a good job make cars as even as it can, and especially when we come to trucks and stuff, top 20 of them can win the race. I think it even proved then the top 10 of us were within a couple of seconds. So makes our life a little bit harder, but it's a definite change to brick car.
It comes down to really fine margins. So what do you tweak now? I know you've had a great weekend, but what do you tweak to move up to the official sort of top podium positions?
I can't tell you that, I'm afraid. It's
okay.
all quite
Everybody says it's top secret. Come on, let us in on something.
Say the fine little mileage you can change in from tyre pressures to damping changes. Say quite basic setups, but a final tweak like we've done in that race, big difference was made. So say we're at Snetterton next month. We'll see how we got on there.
Can't wait to see you there. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you. Right, that is us done for the minis this weekend. 3 fantastic races. We've got the MGs coming up next. Now, that is going to be a little bit tasty. If you missed it earlier, there was a couple of conversations after the race that people were not happy. They had little chats between themselves, a little bit too much touchy-feely. So this one could be a little bit spicy. We'll wait and see. We're still doing some clear up. I'm going to throw back to Dave. We'll see you down in Parc Fermé after the MGs.
While trackside recovery, flip Ben Taylor's car back onto its wheels. Ben is lucky there. Look at the damage to the roof of that car. Thankfully the roll cage has done its job. Fortunately Ben is okay, heading out of that very bent BMW Mini Cooper. Liking the personalised plate on trackside recovery's pickup truck there. But there is just one race to go here at Brands Hatch. As soon as that car is clear and the tyre wall has been checked, it is the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. As Ewan hinted there, it was a bit first day back at school earlier on for the MGs. The grid for this one set by the second fastest times in qualifying. Interesting to note that Steve McDermott is only 6th on the grid for this one. Thankfully, tough little cars, these BMW Mini Coopers. Thankfully, Ben Taylor is okay. Sure, Accelerate Motorsport will have that repaired. The cars are getting into position then in the assembly area, as you can see in the pit lane, ready for our final race of the weekend. What a weekend it's been here at Brands Hatch. Great to be back with the British Truck Racing Championship pickups and all the support classes. Earlier on it was Scott Bugner in his yellow ZR who took the victory, fighting off Jack Chapman and Steve McDermott. And they're on each of the 3 front rows for this one. Scott Bugner, who is in pole position, the number 25, alongside the 83 of Phil Walker. He failed to finish in race 1, pulled into the pits while running 4th. Jack Chapman, the white and blue number 88, on row 2 alongside Andy Heitman, number 60, leading row 3. Number 3, Adrian Olsen, and number 1, Steve McDermott. Quite a way down the grid for the double champion, struggled a bit in qualifying. Row 4 is the first of the MGF class cars. That's number 44, Martin Wills. Remember, Martin Wills had that rocket start and nearly took the lead. And that rocket start, as we said, it was nearly taking the lead into Paddock Hill Bend the first time out. He's alongside number 22 of James Wade. Then we've got number 42, Simon Kendrick. A little bit of damage to the back of his car after race 1. And number 30 alongside him is Andrew Robinson. Then it's number 46, Mark Grant. Yes, he's there. And number 5, Stuart Plotneck in the White Tiger. Then we should have number 82, Jimmy Work. But looks like there's a gap there, so I think his car may have broken down in race 1. The newcomer. Mark Baker's there, though. He failed to finish race 1, the reigning MGF class champion. He'll aim for some points this time. Darren Leonard in the lone ZS Saloon is there, number 76, alongside number 80 Phil Dicker. Then we've got Jake McDermott, the only Class B runner, in number 67. Starts alongside 66 Will Sharp, the first Class A runner in the midget. 11 Chris Millard is there, so is David Amflex, number 14. Malcolm Hill is not there. I can see that car in one of the garages there. If you look just next to where Simon Kendrick is on that grid, you will see the front end of Malcolm Hill's car, so maybe he's going to join in from the garage. Paul Wisby's MGF is there, number 8, alongside him. The final row should be Mark Rihorski and Paul Ogborn. Mark's car is also in one of the garages, you can see there as well, but Paul Ogborn is in the assembly line on the grid. So hopefully those two classics are going to join in, unless they've had problems in the meantime. They finished the first race. A couple of non-finishers earlier on. Jimmy Work, I think, might be the only non-starter here. But we will wait and see. Scott Bugner, it looked as though his rear suspension was a bit awry after some contact early on in race 1. The car was bouncing around a bit at the front of the field, but he hung on to take the win. It was hard work, he admitted, though. Ex-Ford Fiesta racer. It's his first win in the championship. Class F was won by Martin Wills, a former champion. Class A by Will Sharp on his return to the Classic Division after racing a ZR last year. There's the battered and bruised Mini of Ben Taylor taken back to the paddock. Comes from Aylsham in the Norfolk Broads. He's raced in the Snetterton Saloons and the Track Day Trophy for newcomers. Ben Taylor signing with Accelerate for this season. Fairly late starter to competition, says Ben, at the age of 33. So once the marshals up there confirm, I can see marshals on the grid, so that's a good sign we're almost ready to get underway. Once the marshals have confirmed that everything's okay up there at Surtees, we'll get the MGs out onto track. They won't line up on the grid, I don't think. They will go straight out of the assembly area and straight into their green flag lap. Unlike the Minis, who have that additional warm-up lap in their regulations. Thanks to all those who have watched over the course of this weekend. Hope you've all enjoyed the action. Enjoy the rest of your Easter weekend. Bank holiday Monday tomorrow, of course. Malcolm Hill is going to join in. And Mark Rihorski as well. Almost a Le Mans style start there from their garages. MGA's raced at Le Mans. I don't know if MGB's ever did. Of course, MG's last appeared at Le Mans in the early 2000s, the MGEX 257 prototypes in the LMP2 division, or LMP 675 it's called then. Mike Newton races one of those these days in the Masters Endurance Legends series. Yes, I am a walking encyclopedia of motorsports, whoever just asked. It's because I don't know anything about anything else. That comes from obsessively reading Autosport magazine every week for years. Phil Walker's car in the livery that those MG prototypes at Le Mans used, the green and grey. And in the British touring cars as well. Remember the MG ZS's in the early years of the BTC rules. Warren Hughes and Anthony Reid were among the drivers on those occasions. And he had the Atomic Kitten sponsored ones as well. A certain Colin Turkington raced one of those. Of course, MG later on had the MG6 with the likes of Jason Plato driving for them. Andy Neate as well. position. Scott Bugner on the front row, the yellow car with the black bonnets. 83 Phil Walker in the MG Works colours, the white and blue car of Jack Chapman. Mark Baker back into pit lane. 53 car has pulled up, more problems for him sadly. Andy Heitman on the second row, the yellow and grey car. And we've got Adrian Olsen and Steve McDermott, the reigning champion. One of the most successful drivers in the BARC last season in any championship, won the President's Cup. Martin Wills in that lurid, almost citrus yellow number 44 car. First of the MGFs, the classics towards the back. So we're missing a row off the grid, unfortunately, where Jimmy Work and Mark Baker should have been. Hopefully Mark can join in from the pit lane. There's a couple of cars in position there at the back. Marshall's talking to Jake McDermott, I can see down there. Possibly a last minute hitch for the 67 car. He's running in Class B. Door closes now, looks like everything is okay. Green flag is waved by the marshal at the back of the grid. Here we go then, a 20-minute race for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship to round off the weekend. Gets underway, not a good start for Scott Bugner. Martin Wills gets a flyer again. This is going to be interesting in the first corner. Phil Walker's got the advantage from the outside of the front row. Look at Wills dodging about like an angry insect on the back of Scott Bugner's car, but it's Phil Walker who's got the lead ahead of Jack Chapman, and Scott Bugner is in third place, being bugged by Martin Wills up there in fourth place in the MGF. So another fairly mad start there as they head around Druids for the first time. They're all away cleanly. It is Phil Walker who leads. He wants to make up for his non-finish in race one. James Wade side by side there with Phil Dicker in the number 80 car. They've got the Class A leader, the little midget of Will Sharp up behind them. It's Phil Walker who leads. Jack Chapman in second. Bugner is third. Then Wills, Heitman, McDermott Senior that is. There's Will Sharp, he's having a go at the ZRs. He's up with the number 22 of James Wade, one of our newcomers, with the novice cross on the back of his car as they come through to complete the opening lap then. It is Walker who leads from Chapman by 0.2 of a second. There's Andy Robinson coming under fire from Will Sharp. He's determined to mix it with the ZRs. Around the outside comes Jack Chapman as they come into Druids. Has he taken the lead then? No, he hasn't. Phil Walker it is who leads the way. Then here comes Bugner down the inside. There's contact. He's hit Jack Chapman. Get off, says Jack as he gathers it up, keeps it going, but he's lost the place. Let's hope there's not any damage to his car there. Martin Wills says, I'll have some of this as well. And he goes up the inside into third place. Let's hope Jack Chapman's car isn't wounded. He hasn't damaged the suspension there. Behind them, it's Steve McDermott. He's up into fifth. He's got ahead of Andy Heitman. Then it's Adrian Olsen, Simon Kendrick. It's certainly his first day back at school for these drivers, isn't it? In the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. Get Jim Bainham back on circuit with them. He'd sort them out. He'd keep discipline. There's Jim Bainham, the famous MGB racer who runs this championship. Phil Walker leads it. Scott Bugner locks up in second place. Jack Chapman trying to get round the outside of Martin Wills in the 44. It's not often we have an MGF on the overall podium. We could see it here, but Jack Chapman will have something to say about that. Through he goes at Graham Hill Bend, back into third place. Recovered the momentum now from the collision on the previous lap, looking not to spin out. Phil Walker continues to lead the way though, the 83, the man from Milton Keynes. Heitman ahead of Olsen. Then it's Simon Kendrick, the 42 car, looking for an MGF class win. The man from Kent, if he can catch the 44 of Martin Wills. But Martin Wills, a lot of experience in MGFs. He's raced Lotuses as well. Comes from Maidenhead in Berkshire. Here come your leaders. Walker from Bugner. Let's have a look at the back of Bugner's car. Is the suspension okay this time? Yeah, that wheel still looks slightly out of alignment, left rear. Wills now battling with... Wills has dropped back. He's now battling with Andy Heitman. So Steve McDermott's got through there. McDermott trying to chase after the lead. It's unusual to see him outside the top three, as he finally met his match in 2023 with Phil Walker and Scott Bugner. Scott Bugner ran in the invitation class a couple of times last season, but it's his first time in Class Z, the ZR and ZS. We've never seen an MG ZT in this championship, the big saloon. In fact, I don't think I've ever seen one of them competing in a motor race. Scott Bugner locks up as they go into Paddock Bend. He's pushing hard. Third place is still Jack Chapman. McDermott up to fourth. Wills down to fifth. Just not able to match the speed of the ZRs in a straight line in his MGF. There was a one-make series in the late 90s, early 2000s, the MGF Cup. Supported the British GT Championship for a time. Some of the MGF Cup cars are still in existence. Long-time MG Car Club racer David Coulthard, no, not that one, still competes in one with his partner Helen Waddington. Scott Bugner now starting to have a go for the lead on the back of the 83 of Phil Walker. He's gone wide there, coming out of clearways. This is Bugner's opportunity to get up alongside, but Walker keeps his foot down. Teammates to Steve McDermott. Across the line they go. Bugner trying to go around the outside, so again he locks up. He's pushing it hard on the brakes here. Chapman still third, ahead of McDermott. They're almost side by side now, the two leaders on the run up towards Druids. Is he going to go around the outside? Sticks to the outside line. He might get a run here into Graham Hill Bend, Scott Bugner. Down the hill they go. Still Phil Walker holds onto his lead. Number 88 has been given the black and white flag. That's Jack Chapman, but never mind that, because having a look on the run into Surtees is Scott Bugner. He's going to try and take the lead towards the end of the lap, and he's taken it, but Phil Walker cuts back in. Can Bugner defend it? Yes, got the move done there through Surtees. Nice run by Bugner. He got the better exit from Graham Hill Bend. Scott Bugner takes the lead for the second time today. He's already done the fastest lap of the race, 57.498. Jack Chapman is closing on them. He's just done his personal best lap, 57.648. Evenly matched the ZRs. McDermott, so what are his lap times like? No, he's lapping a little slower, Steve McDermott. Seems a bit off the pace today, the reigning champion. And he's going to face a tougher fight this year to try and hang on to his championship for another year. We saw Will Sharp there. He still leads Class A. Class F is still being led by Martin Wills. He's in 5th position. There's McDermott in 4th. Bugner bounces his way through Surtees and McLaren. Andy Heitman still 6th overall, ahead of Adrian Olsen. Then Kendrick Plotnick and James Wade round out the top 10. Good performance by James Wade on his, I believe it's his racing debut this weekend. No retirement so far, with the exception of Mark Baker. Of course, he didn't take the start, unfortunately pulled off on the end of the green flag lap. No points for him today. Will Sharp in 13th place continues to play with the quicker ZRs here. He's chasing Phil Dicker, the man from Hampshire, in the number 80 car, well, from Dorset, that's based in Poole. Used to race in Hampshire at Ringwood in the hot rods. Here's a battle further back. This is for 5th place. Wills, Andy Heitman, then Adrian Olsen and Simon Kendrick. Field a little more spread out than we saw in race 1, with the exception of those 3 leading ZRs who are covered by 1.5 seconds. James Wade in the dark blue car further back. He's got Stuart Plotnick behind him. Next in the order, Mark Grant, and then Phil Dicker. And then we've got the Class A leader, Will Sharp. There go the leaders. This final race of the weekend here at Brands Hatch on this Easter Sunday, up towards the right-handed loop at Druids. Graham Hill-Ben. The gap was 0.8 of a second last time through between Bugner and Walker. Similar gap between Walker and Chapman. Coming up on one of the MGBs here to put it a lap down. That is Paul Ogborn, ex-mini racer. Here's a battle towards the rear of the field. This is the Class B leader, Jake McDermott, putting the number 8 Kerridge's car of Paul Wisby under some pressure. They're fighting for 14th place overall. The lead gap has increased, 1 second in it now for the lead between Bugner and Walker. Chapman has closed up a little, and we could see a change for second place soon, I would think. It's Chapman closing up on Phil Walker. He's having a look on the outside as they go into Druids. Through Graham Hill-Ben. Going up towards half distance in this final race of the weekend. Scott Bugner's got his headlights on, so has Chapman. He's trying to intimidate Phil Walker here, trying to take second place away. See a dent in the door of Jack Chapman's car where he was clipped by Bugner as they battled earlier on for second place. Bugner going on to take the lead down into Surtees a couple of laps later. Yes, this battle for second is allowing Scott Bugner to increase his lead. He's 1.29 seconds clear now. Jack Chapman all over Phil Walker. Here he goes up the inside, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend. He's going to draw alongside as they come up Halewood Rise. Surely he's going to take second place on the inside. Phil Walker gives him room, and through goes Jack Chapman into second place. Now, is he going to get his head down and go after Scott Bugner for the lead? Still leading Class F in 5th place is Wills. Leading Class A is Sharp, Class B it's McDermott. 46 Mark Grant's getting the black and white driving standards flag. Now there's Steve McDermott. His lap times on a par now with the leaders. They might start to close up on 3rd place Phil Walker. Here's the battle further back, it's getting busy. There's James Wade trying to go around the outside of Adrian Olsen. They're lapping Paul Ogborn's MGB, trying to keep out of the way there to the inside. Andy Heitman at the head of this group, just behind Martin Wills. And here comes Simon Kendrick attacking James Wade now. The Tiger striped MGF cuts to the inside. The hill they go. Last lap completed 10 minutes 46 of the race. The countdown clock unfortunately isn't working, so I can't tell you at the moment how long there is to go in this race. Just over 8 minutes made it remaining in this race. As the lead has just gone across the line. Lead gap has increased. According to the timing screen, Chapman hasn't come through. What's happened to Jack Chapman? Is his transponder not working, or have we lost Chapman? Well, Martin Wills is showing has not come through either, so his transponder's not working. We can see he's still there. Yes, Chapman's transponder playing up as well. He's now showing us 2.2 seconds down, so he's lost some time on that lap to Scott Bugner. Still staying ahead of Steve McDermott though, so a little bit of a timing issue there, just to confuse me. Not that it takes much, I'll admit. Phil Walker still in there in 4th place, so Steve McDermott has got through into 4th. Martin Wills clipping the curb there. Andy Heitman doesn't need another invitation to try and pounce to take 5th position overall. Oh, his ZR's quicker in a straight line, so does Adrian Olsen, so does James Wade. There's Jack Chapman, there's McDermott now up into 3rd position. They're coming up to lap Malcolm Hill. Phil Walker is dropping back here. Yes, his lap times have gone out into the 1 minute bracket. I think he's suffering a reoccurrence of those gremlins from race 1. I thought he'd lost a lot of time on that previous lap and lost third place, so Phil Walker is struggling here. That's such a shame because he led the early going in this race, made a great start. There's Jack Chapman, 3 seconds behind Scott Bugner now. Now we'll try and pick up the 83 of Phil Walker if we can. Whether he's having issues there. There's Mark Grant, he's down in 11th place. He's been a bit off the pace today as well. Here comes Bugner, still in the lead, headlights ablaze, lapping the slower markers, the headlights on to let them know he's there. There's Jack Chapman in second, he's being reeled in now slightly by Steve McDermott. Yeah, Walker's still going in that 4th place, but he's lapping about 2 seconds off the pace of the leaders now, so all is not well, I don't think, with the 83 car. He's about nearly 9 seconds off Steve McDermott now, and he'll be dropping into the clutches of Martin Wills. He still leads Class F. Class A still led by Will Sharp, who's been pretty dominant in the classic class today, Class A. Scott Bugner, he's got the window open, continues to lead now. Steve McDermott, the reigning champion, has caught Jack Chapman for second place. He's going to go through here, down the home straight, there he goes, into second place. Wait to see what the gap is going to go out to, because of course Jack Chapman's transponders stopped working. 22, James Wade receiving a black and white flag. Well, there's Chapman. You can see McDermott pulling away. Has Chapman got a problem as well? His last lap time now showing as a 59.5. They were lapping in the 57s early on in this race. Walker lapping in the 1 minute brackets. Martin Wills is surely going to catch Walker for 4th place now. Steve McDermott up into second place, but can he catch Scott Bugner? The gap last time through was 4.5 seconds. There's 4.5 minutes of the race to go. And yes, Walker has been caught now by Martin Wills. Whether he's developing a misfire or what, we don't know what the problem was in race 1, because Phil Walker, of course, retired. Wills has caught him. There's clearly something amiss with that 83 car. It's Heitman, Olsen, then Wade, Simon Kendrick behind them. You can see there, Wills has gone through, past Phil Walker. Heitman's through as well. Yeah, Walker, he's got the indicator going. He's slowing right down. Martin Wills, meanwhile, dealing with one of his car's predecessors there, Malcolm Hill's MGB. He puts it a lap down. The lead gap, incidentally, is still 4.3 seconds, so I don't think Steve McDermott is going to catch Scott Bugner. Adrian Olsen holding off James Wade. Adrian Olsen, the ex-Maestro racer. Going up to lap Malcolm Hill, who hasn't seen him there. Excuse me, says Adrian Olsen. He comes through to lap him. Oh, into the pits, Jack Chapman has pulled off. I thought he was slowing down. So Chapman's in. So that's 2 of the 4 leading ZRs in trouble. We saw Phil Walker slowing, and now Jack Chapman's pulled into the pits as well. So that's going to put Martin Wills up into 3rd place overall. We could yet get an MGF on the podium. There's Darren Leonard in the MG ZS. He's going to be lapped as well, so I think he's slowing down too. We saw him retire from race 1. Yeah, Leonard right in the way of the race leader there. Look at this, he's almost pushing him along down the main straight. Joe and Scott Bugner is starting to get a bit frustrated with back markers here. Now, there's Martin Wills. Has Andy Heitman gone through into 3rd place? No, there's Heitman. They're really struggling with these back markers in the closing stages of this race. There's only a couple of minutes to go now. There's Wills, there's Heitman. Olsen 5th, Wade is 6th. So Bugner leads McDermott by just under 3 seconds now. It's Wills 3rd. Now he's Andy Heitman going to catch him and get on the podium. Lights on from everybody here to tell the back markers they're approaching. David Amphlett is going to be lapped here. There's Chris Millard going a lap down in the number 11. And there's our leader. He's got Will Sharp in front of him now. Now where is Steve McDermott? We just caught a flash of the orange and black car there. Over the line, we'll see how long there is to go as he crosses the line here. 1 minute 27 seconds on the clock. They'll get 2 more laps out of this. The lead gap is 3.2 seconds, so I don't think Steve McDermott's going to do it. Leader coming up to lap Jake McDermott now, and also Andy Robinson, who's a long way back. Is that another ZR in trouble? Well, maybe not, because he's just done his personal best lap of the race, but he's running further back than I'd expect Andy to. Phil Walker, incidentally, is still going. Just going slower and slower. He's down in 10th place now, so he at least wants to pick up some championship points. Jack Chapman has retired into the pits, we saw that. So Scott Bugner coming round, I think, to start his last lap this time. It'll be the last lap of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. Scott appeared a couple of times in the invitation class last season, didn't score points as a result of that. Oh, and Paul Wisby's off, that's at Clearways. The lead gap has gone out again to 4.7 seconds. Don't tell me Steve McDermott's in trouble as well. Quite a few leading runners have fallen as victim to gremlins in this one. Scott Bugner, though, keeping his head through the back marker traffic, and he's going to make it a double. Pick up the classes in a moment. It looks as though we are going to have an MGF on the podium overall. There's McDermott, he has dropped back. But he's going to survive to take second place. There's a yellow flag waving there at the final corner. Yeah, there's somebody off on the inside there. Couldn't see who it was. But it is going to be a win for Scott Bugner. Here he comes up towards the line to take the final race win of the weekend. It's a double for Scott Bugner. Steve McDermott comes over in second, 4 seconds down, and they're way ahead of everybody else. There's yellow flags at Clearways. There's somebody off on the inside there I caught a glimpse of. Couldn't see who it was though. Martin Wills will win Class F in third overall. That's brilliant. Fourth will go to Andy Heitman. Oh, hang on. Martin Wills, I think, has got a penalty. Martin Wills showing as a penalty of 15 seconds. Now, we don't know what for, whether that's a combination of track limits or a false start, or an accumulation of track limits penalties for repeated offences. We're not sure. It's got a sizable penalty of 15 seconds. Oh, there's the problem. That's a wheel off, and he's heading straight for our camera. Look out. Now, who did that belong to? That was close. Find out the marshals as well. Who had that come off? I think it was Mark Grant. Oh no, it was Simon Kendrick. Goodness me. Well, he said earlier there might be damage to the back of his car. So that too was off on the inside of Clark Kerr, and there's the reason. 3 wheels on his MGF. Lucky escape for the marshals and for our cameraman down there. Goodness me, goodness me. So 15 seconds of penalties for Simon Wills, and not only has that dropped him from third to 8th, it's cost him the class win as well. And with Simon Kendrick out, that means Class F goes to Stuart Plotnick. What an extraordinary race. Right, let's have a look at the results after all that chaos in the closing stages then. Scott Bugner takes his second win ahead of Steve McDermott by 4 seconds. It was Andy Heitman who ends up on the podium overall with that penalty for Martin Wills. Adrian Olsen takes 4th. James Wade, a good debut for him, in 5th. Mark Grant comes through for 6th position. He gained about 5 places in the last couple of laps. And Martin Wills also loses the MGF class win with 15 seconds of accumulated penalties. I can assume that's either for a combination of track limits or a false start, or an accumulation of track limits penalties. We don't know for certain. When Stuart Plotnick picks up the class win, Simon Kendrick will be even more annoyed at losing that wheel because he was going to inherit the class win with those penalties. 9th place goes to Phil Walker, despite struggling in the last few laps, his car getting slower and slower. 10th goes to Phil Dicker. 11th, it's Andy Robinson. Jake McDermott wins Class B in 12th place. Will Sharp, 13th, wins Class A. And then it's Darren Leonard in the ZS in 14th. Paul Wisby, despite a spin, finishes 15th. Then we've got David Amflitz, Malcolm Hill, Mark Rihorski and Chris Millard, the final finishers, because Kendrick out with that loose wheel. I think Paul Ogborn might have been still running at the end of the race as well, actually. Yeah, he's the final finisher, and we lost Jack Chapman into the pits. Mark Baker didn't get as far as the start. A rather crazy race then to end our weekend here at Brands Hatch for the Lancaster Insurance MG Owners Club Championship. You have to feel for Simon Kendrick. That is bitter luck, especially when he learns that with those penalties for Martin Wills, he could have taken the class win. Where's me wheel, he says. May want to ask our cameraman. Show trucks with a chorus of air horns to end the weekend. And we'll shortly go down to Ewan Dunlop, I think, for the final time to have a chat to our drivers in Parc Fermé.
Thank you, Dave. We have a really lonely Parc Fermé. Everybody other than our winner has driven back to the paddock, but looks like we've got a little party going on here, actually, so we're not going to be that lonely for long. Scott Bugner, 2 wins out of 2 this weekend. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We had a few chats after the first race. People weren't too happy with, a little bit too touchy-feely. You came together with Mr. Chapman. Was that just racing incident? What's going on?
The gap was there. The gap was there and it closed. So I backed off, but he obviously had gone sideways. So
all of this just cosmetic. Yeah, Ben, turn around, have a look. A little bit of damage on the right.
That was from him on race 1.
Ah, that was race number 1. So you must have a little bit from race number 2 here as well. I mean,
let him off.
You can beat all that out, can't you? Just give it a bit of brush over.
I'll get some yellow paint. That'll do, won't it? That'll do.
You've got some lovely sparkling £7 wine there. How do you celebrate tonight? Double win.
Probably go to sleep really early. But I'd like to go home and go and take away and have a few beers.
They've got about half a dozen guys over here. I don't believe you're going to sleep early for 1 second.
Probably not, no. Probably not. But I'd like to just thank my dad because he's helped me out loads.
Well done, Dad.
Dad's helped me out.
Guys, it's a double win. Give him a round of applause, guys.
Double champion, bro. Give the old man a hug.
Scott Mugner, double win. Steve McDermott moved up from 3rd to 2nd, so a double podium for our reigning champion. He won 13 races out of 15 last year. It's going to be a challenge this year with Scott on that type of form. Andy Heitman, 3rd place from absolutely nowhere. We thought it was going to be Mr. Wills, but got a penalty there. 15 seconds seems a bit harsh. 21 races this weekend. If you've watched all 21, give yourselves a high five. It has been a long one. The sun is coming down here. The clouds are coming over. It's been a sensational Easter weekend, headlined of course by the British Truck Racing Championship. 5 wonderful races. Based on that, do you know what, I think it's going to be quite a good year for the BARC TV. So thank you for joining us. We'll see you next time for the final few words of this weekend. Over to Dave.
Well, that does indeed bring the curtain down on an incredible weekend of racing here at Brands Hatch. What a cracker to finish with there from the MGs. Thank you first of all to Pointy and to Ewan Dunlop down there in the paddock and Parc Fermé for picking up our interviews over the course of the weekend. And that does wrap things up. I must say thank you as always to first of all our volunteer officials and marshals here this weekend. We couldn't go racing without them. Also all the medical staff, the recovery crews from Trackside Recovery, thanks for their services. They were kept busy this weekend. The race control staff and indeed everyone else here at Brands Hatch this weekend. Thank you to all our camera crews as well for capturing the action for us. They always brave the elements, so thank you to them. And join us again soon here on BARC TV. Thank you to all the drivers for their entertainment and to their support crews in the paddock for keeping their cars and trucks running. It has been a fantastic weekend of entertainment. All the races had something. The trucks particularly entertaining this weekend. Certainly the highlights for me were the MGs and the Mini Challenge. There's some fantastic racing, to say the least, from them. Thankfully, from all the incidents, no lasting damage, which is the main thing. We'll be back soon here on BARC TV, but on behalf of Pointy and Ewan Dunlop down in the paddock, this is commentator Dave Goddard signing off here at Brands Hatch Circuit. From all of us here on BARC TV, thank you very much indeed for watching. Join us again soon. Bye for now.